For the king in the virtual world, the larger his small spiritual territory is, the more benefits he will get. The virtual world has its own rules, and the rules here are simpler and more brutal. Just like the virtual beasts in the virtual world, they do not need to comprehend the great Tao, they only need to continuously absorb and refine the chaotic fog, and their realm and power will be improved. This is the case for virtual beasts, and it seems to have some effect on Lin Moyu as well. Although Lin Moyu cannot absorb the chaotic fog, the larger small spiritual domain can also strengthen his soul. Lin Moyu manipulated the Yin Mu King's small spiritual domain, forcibly changing the shape of the small spiritual domain, and gradually approached the small spiritual domain formed by his own soul erosion brazier. At the same time, the small spiritual domain of the soul-eating brazier also moved closer to the small spiritual domain of the Yinwood King, just like running in two directions, getting closer to each other. The two innate virtual treasures resonated, and the small spiritual realm began to slowly come into contact. Wherever the small spiritual domain passed, there was a chaotic fog to clear the way, and the vacuum zone was covered by the chaotic fog and disappeared. In the other direction of Yingmu small spirit realm, the vacuum zone is gradually expanding D9. The size of the space is fixed. If one place becomes smaller, another place will become larger. This rule will not change. Under Lin Moyu's precise manipulation, the fusion process of the small spiritual realm went very smoothly. King Hun Xian felt that it was unnecessary for him to stay, as Lin Moyu didn't need his instructions at all. Soul Heart King said, "Friend Lin, I will leave first. When you have time, please come and have tea with me." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Take care, fellow Taoist Tuanqing." After the Soul Heart King left, the little python heaved a sigh of relief and whispered, "Finally he left." When the two small spiritual domains were completely integrated, an invisible aura emerged from the void, ignoring the chaotic fog and falling directly on Lin Moyu. This breath traced its source, ignoring the illusory body, and went straight to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's soul power began to increase rapidly, and in a blink of an eye he broke through a small realm and reached the middle level of the 5th grade innate soul. This feeling is very wonderful, as if the luck from the virtual world has been bestowed upon me. It's a bit like a reward from the great road of the virtual world. In short, my realm has been broken through. The next moment, Lin Yu began to refine the soul crystal. Lin Moyu generously threw hundreds of soul crystals to the little python, allowing it to absorb and refine them together. A large amount of soul crystals were refined, and soul power began to rise like a rocket again. Since I started practicing, the speed at which my realm has been improved has never been as fast as it is now. After others step into the great Tao realm, it becomes increasingly slower and more difficult to improve their realm, and they have to spend countless hours to hone their skills. However, after reaching the Tao realm, his realm improved faster and faster. Compared to when he was in the Tao Zone realm, it was countless times faster. Lin Moyu knew that it was because his accumulation before the Tao realm was extremely profound. Although he could not say that there would be no one to surpass him, it was almost certain that there had never been anyone before him. Especially the existence of the world-burning fire, which allows him to roam freely in the virtual world and use the virtual beasts in the virtual world as stepping stones for his own promotion. And all this is impossible for anyone to do. This also made Lin Moyu wonder who the mysterious master was. If the mysterious master was just a celestial being in the big world, how could he possibly master such a heaven-defying flame as the world-burning fire? If he had taken the world-burning fire and entered the soul void at that time, it would not have been difficult to upgrade his level, escape from the big world, or even save the big world. But why did the mysterious master leave the fire that burns the world to himself alone? How did it calculate that it would appear in the big world millions of years later and obtain the fire that would burn the world? A million years is too long, and there are too many variables. Even the avenue of destiny is difficult to predict. When you think back on some things, you feel that something is wrong. During the journey of cultivation, a large number of mysteries have been solved. In Lin Moyu's eyes, there are fewer and fewer secrets in the world, but there are always a few mysteries that can never be solved. However, Lin Moyu already had a vague feeling that this world was being shrouded by a huge hand. If you can't break away from this big hand, you won't be able to truly see the truth. It's almost there. I'm getting closer and closer to the big hand, and one day, I will overturn it. Let me see who is behind this. I'm going to crush that hand and feed it to the dogs. Lin Moyu's realm continued to improve, and his soul continued to expand and shrink, time and time again, turning the pure soul power into his own. Soon the soul reached the 5th high level and touched the bottleneck of the next realm. At this time, the soul crystal had been refined more than half. Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, "Refine." In an instant, thousands of soul crystals exploded at the same time, and tremendous soul power surged into the body. The soul body expanded rapidly, as if it would explode at any time. Using power beyond the critical point to break the bottleneck, Lin Moyu relied on his new talent and charged forward without hesitation. The powerful force not only impacted his soul, but also his heart. However, Lin Moyu's determination was strong enough that he ignored the attack. The solid bottleneck was finally broken under the impact of waves of soul power, and Lin Moyu's power leaped again, stepping into the 4th level innate soul. Powerful forces are growing in every corner of the soul. Entering the 4th level of innate soul, although it is only a small realm, the power has doubled. Digesting the remaining soul power, his realm was firmly at the initial stage of the 4th level innate soul. The Skeleton God General and the Dragon Rider have reached the middle level of the 4th grade, and the Legion Commander is slightly stronger, but has not yet reached the high level of the 4th grade. Only Skeleton King and Lenya stand at the 4th high level. The higher the realm, the greater the change in strength will be. Lin Moyu felt that it was enough for the Undead Legion to maintain this pace of progress. He glanced at his 353 small spiritual domain and said to himself, "I have finally reached the 4th level soul. The next step is to impact the main level soul. 3rd-class souls are truly powerful in the Dao realm. I feel that the gap between 3rd-class souls and 4th-class souls will be huge. It is not easy to be promoted to 3rd-class souls." He had an idea in his mind. Continue to occupy more small spiritual realms, merge more small spiritual realms, and occupy as many small spiritual realms as possible while the Emperor is still unable to get out of the way. King Hun Xian said that if one merges more than 9 small spiritual realms, the Emperor would dislike it. But now the Emperor is unable to free himself. If he could merge more than 9 small spirit realms before the resonance of the innate origin void, the Emperor might not necessarily come to take care of him. In Lin Moyu's opinion, even if the matter was already done, the Emperor could not do anything about it. After all, it is not easy to merge the small spiritual realms, and it will be even more difficult to separate them. It is possible that there will be another war. How the Emperor will deal with it specifically depends on the current situation. In any case, Lin Moyu decided to cut the Gordian knot and do it first. The next target is the small spiritual domain of Grass Soul King. He came to the top of the little python and ejected a line of fire to show the way. The little python had just been promoted to the high-level 6th grade soul and was in high spirits. It went wherever Lin Moyu pointed and didn't care about anything else. There are so many benefits to following Lin Moyu. The little python has long been devoted to Lin Moyu, but it's a pity that he didn't meet such a good master earlier. Lin Moyu's idea was very direct. He would first occupy several small spiritual domains in the surrounding area to form a larger small spiritual domain, similar to occupying a mountain as the king, and then expand outward. Everything else is fine, except King Han Xian's small spiritual domain, which cannot be occupied for the time being. As the first king of the small spiritual realm to be on good terms with him, Lin Moyu currently has a good relationship with the Soul Heart King and can be considered half a friend. Lin Moyu would never steal his friend's things. He would never do such a thing. Sitting on the little python's head, he rushed all the way, crossed the vacuum zone, and once again killed his way into the territory of the Grass Soul King. This time when he arrived, he could clearly feel that some changes had taken place in Grass Soul King's small spiritual domain. The chaos fog is no longer as thick as before. The last war consumed a lot of chaos fog. Although the fog of chaos in the virtual world is inexhaustible, if too much of it is consumed at once, it will take time to replenish. There was once a great battle between emperors, in which the chaotic fog in dozens of small spiritual realms disappeared completely, and it took a long time for it to be replenished. The chaotic fog thinned, and many virtual beasts appeared from the fog, hovering in the void, waiting for Yuan to recover. Most virtual beasts have a sense of territory. They are not very smart and do not like to change places. This is why the little python is so special. If nothing unexpected happens, the little ant bird is likely to become the king of a small spiritual realm. Those virtual beasts that have reached the first-class soul will go to farther places to look for opportunities. The existence of the king is not static. All the virtual beasts along the way were killed by Lin Moyu. In the last battle, most of the powerful virtual beasts in the Grass Soul King's small spiritual domain were killed, and the remaining ones were not too strong. For Lin Moyu, it was better than nothing. A large number of skeleton gods flew over and turned into a big net, searching for the whereabouts of the Grass Soul King. The aura of the last war still lingered in the void. He used a second refined void soul pill to attract several kings to fight for it. He estimated that this battle would not end easily. After searching for a long time, the Grass Soul King could not be found. Although it was only a small spiritual domain, the space of the small spiritual domain was actually very vast. If the Grass Soul King wanted to hide, it would be difficult to find him. Lin Moyu knew that this was not the right way to look for it, and it might take a lot of searching. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try another approach. A complex talisman slowly took shape on the fingertips. This talisman was somewhat peculiar, containing Lin Moyu's personal will, which was something Lin Moyu had never drawn before. Lin Moyu, through his own understanding of the talisman, began to create his own talisman according to his own needs. His attainments in the art of talismans have reached a higher level. He is no longer limited to the talismans created by his predecessors, but has begun to draw talismans with corresponding functions according to his own needs. The magic talisman is the interpretation of Tao. Everything in heaven and on earth, whether yang is true or yin is false, is inseparable from Tao. All the rules in the world, whether living or dead, are inseparable from Tao. The divine talisman is the embodiment of Tao and rules. This talisman that belongs exclusively to Lin Moyu shines brightly in the virtual world. It is hazy and dreamy, and also exudes the power of the virtual world. When drawing it, Lin Moyu did not use the rune material made of the origin crystal, but drew it purely with soul power. In this way, this talisman has a more purely illusory attribute. After the talisman appeared, it began to absorb the aura spread throughout the virtual world. This does not absorb the chaotic fog, but only absorbs the breath belonging to the Grass Soul King. There was quite a bit of aura left by the Grass Soul King in the virtual world. After it absorbed a large amount, the talisman began to emit the same aura as the Grass Soul King. If one hadn't seen that this was a divine talisman, one might have even mistaken it for the Grass Soul King's clone. Lin Moyu's mind was moved. Let's trace our roots. The talisman immediately flew in one direction, and Lin Moyu signaled the little python to follow. The little python asked curiously, "Master, what is this?" Lin Moyu said, "I call it the tracing talisman, and it can be used to find the Grass Soul King." The little python looked at the tracing symbol flying in front of it and felt more and more magical. "I saw the master draw something similar before. At that time, the master called it a formation. At that time, the little python thought it was so magical. I wonder if I can learn this." Lin Moyu said, "Of course you can, but this thing is not easy to learn, and your understanding of Tao is still far from perfect. It's not just you. The Sulu that I have seen so far is all like this. The virtual beast's understanding of Tao is too weak, and they rely almost entirely on instinct. If you want to learn the magic talisman, you are still a long way to go. The little python said, "It seems that we don't have to wait until the little python becomes a real living being." Lin Moyu laughed. "There will be a chance, don't worry." The little python nodded. "As long as I follow my master, I will learn it one day." It is completely determined to follow Lin Moyu's idea and no longer has any second thoughts. Lin Moyu thought about the process of drawing the traceability symbol just now. Creating his own symbol was a huge progress for him. Now that we have the magic talisman, we can use it to create our own formation. Our predecessors were able to create formations based on the Great Tao, so naturally I can do the same. As the tracing talisman was flying, it continuously absorbed the aura of the Grass Soul King, and the entire talisman became brighter and brighter. Lin Moyu finally saw a bright soul flame, the flame belonging to the Grass Soul King. Here we are. With a thought, the undead legion rushed out madly, flying in all directions, forming a huge encirclement, surrounding the Grass Soul Master. The whole process was silent, and until the encirclement was formed, the Grass Soul King did not make any movement. The Grass Soul King seemed to be in a deep sleep at this time. It shrunk itself into a tiny dot. The originally tall soul-devouring tree was now less than half a meter tall. The aura on its body was also extremely restrained, and it was obvious that it wanted to hide itself. Lin Moyu discovered through the soul flame that the Grass Soul King was seriously injured and his strength was probably not as good as before. It seems that it was injured when it was trying to snatch the Void Soul Pill. First, he severely injured the giant-faced Lion King, and then he engaged in a battle with the 4 kings of the small spirit realm, fighting for the Soul Refining Furnace and the Void Soul Pill. After so many battles, it's normal to get injured. The king of a small spiritual realm can recover quickly from injuries as long as he stays in his own small spiritual realm with the help of innate virtual treasures. But this time, the power of the small spiritual realm was overdrawn, and the power of the innate virtual treasure was also consumed too much. Good thing, so recovery would be much slower. After such a long time, the Grass Soul King still hasn't recovered, which has confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. Strike it to death while it's still sick. In the small spirit realm, there is basically no need to follow any principles. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The Grass Soul King knew this, so it hid far away. Unfortunately, it was still found by Lin Moyu. Original magic, strong soldiers. Original magic, focus. The 2 original magics were deployed with a bang, and the undead army quickly narrowed the encirclement. Lin Moyu's realm broke through the limit and quickly rose to the initial stage of the second-class soul and joined the battle group. The sleeping Grass Soul King was awakened by the breath of the origin magic and instinctively exclaimed, "Origin magic." The awakened Grass Soul King, along with the soul-devouring tree, quickly returned to their normal size. As soon as it woke up, it was greeted by an endless chill, freezing the Grass Soul King and the soul-devouring tree together. In its sight, Lin Moyu raised the Scourge Scepter and smashed it down on its head. This time, without worrying about whether the innate virtual treasure would be damaged, Lin Moyu used a more direct method and used the Calamity Scepter to smash the Grass Soul King. The undead army and the original magic are just for precaution. With previous experience, Lin Moyu knew that these kings were not so easy to deal with, and the Grass Soul King might have some trump cards. Facing the Scourge Scepter, on the brink of life and death, the Grass Soul King struggled frantically, and screams came out from the ice and pierced his soul. The branches of the soul-eating tree turned into lightsabers and slashed over. Countless cracks appeared in the frozen layer and then exploded. The ice flew out like a cannonball. Lin Moyu swung the Scourge Staff tightly, breaking most of the ice. He used his soul power to block a few of the ice. Fortunately, he used the power-gathering technique to forcibly improve his realm, otherwise he might not be able to withstand it. The Scourge Scepter and the Soul-Eating Tree's branch collided with each other, and the branch broke with a bang. The lightsaber was chopped into pieces, and the Soul-Eating Tree could not stop the Scourge Scepter at all. The Grass Soul King screamed. It was a companion of the Soul-Eating Tree. If the Soul-Eating Tree was damaged, he would also be injured. At this time, the scepter of natural disaster was within reach. The Grass Soul King showed a look of fear and shouted that he wanted to escape. The soul gem on the Scourge scepter lit up with a buzzing sound, and a suction force fell on the Grass Soul King. The Grass Soul King's body suddenly stiffened 700 degrees, and he lost his last chance to escape. The scepter of natural disaster smashed heavily on it, and the Grass Soul King exploded on the spot and was smashed to pieces. The soul gem sparkled, sucking away all the shattered soul fragments of the Soul King. Lin Moyu discovered that the soul gem became brighter and more powerful than before. Lin Moyu felt a hint of joy from the soul gem, as if telling himself to find more similar souls. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the soul-devouring tree. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Not dead yet?" Lin Moyu was slightly stunned and looked at the soul-devouring tree. On the soul-eating tree, a small grass was swaying. He immediately recognized that this was a clone of the Grass Soul King. "I didn't expect that your original body was already dead, but your clone could still survive." Xiao Chao whispered, "You are a cultivator from the real world. Why do you want to kill me?" Lin Moyu laughed. "There is no reason. There are many things that have no reason. You want to become a god, and so do I. When you fought for the soul refining furnace before, did you ever think about why?" Xiao Chao paused and said, "So the soul refining furnace is yours. You used it as bait to make us both lose." Lin Moyu chuckled. "Edge, I really didn't think about it at first, but now I can really think about it. Well, it's time for your clone to disperse. Go with peace of mind. The Grass Soul King's original body is dead, and his clone won't exist for long either. Being able to say a few words is already the limit." The grass turned into smoke and dissipated in the mist, and the soul-eating tree let out bursts of mournful cries, as if mourning the death of the Grass Soul King. After all, it is its companion creature, and the soul-eating tree instinctively does not want to see the Grass Soul King die. Lin Moyu felt a will filled with anger. The soul-eating tree regarded him as an enemy. The few branches slowly turned, ready to attack at any time. With a chuckle, Lin Moyu gently placed the Scourge scepter on the soul-devouring tree. "Be good and don't mess with me." The soul-eating tree trembled violently and quickly became quiet. Although it instinctively dislikes Lin Moyu, its instinct also makes it not want to die. Lin Moyu said, "That's more like it." An illusory body flew out and landed on the soul-devouring tree, and began to be refined. As if being suppressed by the scepter of natural disaster, the soul-devouring tree was very obedient and did not resist at all, allowing the illusory body to be easily refined. After the refining was completed, this small spiritual domain that originally belonged to the Grass Soul King now belonged to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu manipulated the small spirit realm and moved closer to his own small spirit realm. The small spiritual domain changed its shape like cotton. The vacuum zone was gradually covered by fog, and its scope became smaller and smaller. Wherever the chaotic fog passed, it was like a big hand smoothing out the road in the vacuum zone and eliminating all dangers. Although there are occasionally dangerous areas in the small spiritual domain, they are much fewer in number and much safer than the vacuum zone. When the small spiritual realms began to merge with each other, the chaotic fog began to flow into each other. Lin Moyu discovered that there was not much chaotic fog in the original Grass Soul King's small spiritual domain. But now, the fog of chaos is emerging from every corner again, and its number is increasing. These chaotic mists did not come from other small spiritual realms. Strange, where did they come from? It seems that the larger the area of the small spiritual domain, the higher the concentration of the chaotic fog, and the greater the benefits to the virtual beasts living in it. And as the master of the 3 small spiritual realms, I get the most benefits. The 3 small spirit realms finally completed the fusion, and an invisible force fell on Lin Moyu. This power has appeared before, and it feels like a reward from the great road of the virtual world. Lin Moyu's realm naturally rose a lot. Although he failed to break through the initial stage of the 4th level soul, he was at least much stronger than before. If he could integrate another small spiritual domain, Lin Moyu felt that he could completely enter the middle stage of the 4th level soul. This speed of improvement is already very amazing, only slightly slower than refining soul crystals. The virtual world is really my treasure land. Lin Moyu felt like a fish in water in the virtual world and felt very comfortable, as if this virtual world was prepared for him. After the small spiritual realm was completely integrated, the soul-devouring tree suddenly vibrated. Not only the soul-devouring tree, but also the soul-eating brazier and wood began to vibrate at the same time. The 3 innate virtual treasures resonated at the same time. In resonance, they released powerful forces, and the chaotic fog in the small spiritual realm became thicker and thicker again. Lin Moyu frowned slightly and said to himself, "What's going on? Why do these 3 innate virtual treasures resonate? I can feel that the small spiritual realms have become stronger in resonance, and each is stronger than before the fusion. Could it be that the more small spiritual realms that are merged, the stronger they will be? Then what will happen if I fuse 10 or even 100 small spirit realms? If enough small spirit realms are integrated, the small spirit realm may be as powerful as the big spirit realm. But the great spirit realm has innate origin treasures, which the small spirit realm cannot compare to. Although I have never seen the innate origin virtual treasure, I can get a glimpse of it from the wood. Just a broken branch of the innate origin virtual treasure can support a small spiritual domain, which shows how powerful the innate origin virtual treasure is. Lin Moyu felt that he was thinking too much and should focus on doing the things at hand first and not aim too high. There are now 3 small spirit realms, the Giant Face Lion King, the Grass Soul King, and the wood King. 2 of them are seriously injured, and the wood King is a special case. I use tricks to deal with them. If I wanted to deal with a king in his prime, it wouldn't be that easy. I still have to think of other ways. If I use the soul refining furnace as bait to attract the snipe and clam to fight, I can benefit from it behind the scenes. But if I do it too much, there will always be loopholes, and I may even be attacked by a group of people. If we don't use the soul refining furnace as bait, and just attack them one by one, it will be difficult to deal with a king in his prime. We have to think of a foolproof plan. He sat in the void, lost in thought. Having had 3 experiences of dealing with the lesser spirit realm kings, Lin Moyu has realized that these kings are actually not easy to deal with. He had just picked 3 weak spots, the severely injured giant-faced Lion King and Grass Soul King. Their strength was less than 30% of what it was in their prime. The special wood King cannot exert the power of wood at all. If you want to unleash the power of wood, the first step is to restore its countercurrent vitality to normal. In this way, the wood King itself will have vigorous vitality and become extremely difficult to kill. So Lin Moyu felt that he was lucky. As for the other kings of small spiritual realms that came next, I had seen several kings of small spiritual realms fighting with the Grass Soul King, and each of those kings was very powerful. If you don't take shortcuts, it will be difficult to deal with them. Lin Moyu sat in the void, thinking about countermeasures. Since it's hard to deal with them when they come to your door, why not just sit back and wait for them to come to your door on their own? Move the battlefield to my small spiritual realm, so that they can't fully exert their power. Let's use the soul refining furnace as bait. A king will definitely come, but before that, we need to make some arrangements so that they can't go back after they come. Then the best way is to use a formation, but the formation I have now is not enough. I need a more powerful formation. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged in the void and began to comprehend the formation. He wanted to create a formation that could trap and kill the little spirit realm king. Creating a formation is not something that can be done overnight. It takes time. Lin Moyu's memory contains a large number of formations from the origin continent, but not every formation can be used in the virtual world. Even if it is the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation, corresponding changes must be made in the virtual world. What's more, Lin Moyu now has to create his own formation, and also surpass the sealing heaven absolute Tao formation, which is also quite difficult for him. But Lin Moyu believes he can do it. Lin Moyu sat motionless in the void, his soul power emanating naturally. Beside him, divine runes slowly emerged, reflecting beautiful light. 100 years have passed in the origin continent. The world finally recovered a lot, the power of the Tao changed, and Kuan Yuan continent began to allow the Tao realm of the 7th level and 8 souls to enter. Various forces have developed rapidly in the past 100 years. They preached everywhere and attracted a large number of disciples. However, they also obeyed Lin Moyu's instructions and did not dare to use force to plunder talents. At most, they used bribery. Lin Moyu has no regulations on this, so there will naturally be no problem. The local sects in the origin continent have also been developing rapidly in the past 100 years. Ancient sects like the ancient Lotus Holy Land originally had the background of the Great Way beyond heaven. With the arrival of strong men from the Great Way beyond heaven, the ancient Lotus Holy Land has become even stronger. The same is true for the Dongfang family. There is also a force from outer space behind the Dongfang family. It is not easy for any of the top sects in the origin continent to become one, and almost all of them have people behind them. In addition, some of the smaller forces in the origin continent also have people behind them. Some ancestors came here to trace their roots, which also led to some minor changes in the power structure on the origin continent. However, due to Lin Moyu's pressure, no one dared to make a big fuss and cause drastic changes, and all that was done was just a small disturbance. For 100 years, Antares did not move at all, as if he was sleeping. The existence of Antares is like a high mountain, firmly suppressing the origin continent. Even those who are dissatisfied with Lin Moyu dare not provoke Antares. Not only because Antares is a high-level first-class soul, but also because he is a dragon. Even if a branch leader comes, he may not be able to gain any benefits in front of Antares. The combination of Lin Moyu and Antares firmly suppressed the origin continent and brought order to the origin continent. Compared to the origin continent, the outer heaven realm is much more lively. After the death of Taoist Master Huang Quan, chaos broke out within the Huang Quan Taoist sect. The elders began to fight for power, and they all wanted the position of Taoist Master Huang Quan. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, in the hands of the mysterious leader of the Hell Alliance, Taoist Master Huang Quan was resurrected. The Huang Quan Tao sect, which had already become chaotic, was immediately suppressed. In a short period of time, many heads fell to the ground. The resurrected Taoist Master Huang Quan took this opportunity to kill a group of guys who opposed him. What happened in Huang Quan Tao sect was like a mirror, causing Dihua Tao sect, which was also originally in chaos, to suddenly become much quieter. Originally, after the death of the Taoist Master Dihua, the Dihua Taoist sect was also constantly fighting for the position of Taoist Master. But now they are starting to become timid again, and they are all afraid that the Fire Master will be suddenly resurrected. At the same time, people also felt the terrible methods of the leader of the Hell Alliance. The Hell Alliance has made it clear that they will not let Lin Moyu off and that this account will be settled sooner or later. On the Tianwai Avenue, a huge human face emerged, and the Huangquan Avenue also appeared at the same time. 100 years later, the resurrected Lord Huangquan stared at Antares with a gloomy look. "Zero, please give me flowers." That look seemed to want to eat someone. Everyone knew that the person he wanted to eat was Lin Moyu, even if it meant pulling out her tendons and bones. Antares slowly opened his eyes and looked over. "Look again, I'll kill you with a breath of dragon breath." The Taoist Master Huangquan smiled sinisterly, which made people shudder. He said nothing, just stared at her without moving. In the virtual world, there are more and more divine symbols around Lin Moyu, because the royal divine symbol surrounds Lin Moyu. The divine talismans combined with each other to form formations, which then dispersed and turned into divine talismans again. The talisman is composed of Lin Moyu's soul power and changes with Lin Moyu's consciousness. Among the countless divine runes, most were already mastered by Lin Moyu a long time ago, and some were created by Lin Moyu himself. There are still some differences between the virtual world and the real world. Some talismans in the real world are not very effective in the virtual world, and Lin Moyu has improved them. Lin Moyu discovered 10 essential aspects of the virtual world through continuous understanding and research. 0121032009 Feilu 17056056. The Chaos Fog is not only available to virtual beasts, even he can utilize the power in the Chaos Fog, but he needs a medium. The talisman is the best medium. Here he combines his soul power with the Chaos Fog and uses the Chaos Fog to represent the crystallization of the origin, which can greatly enhance the power of the talisman. On this basis, Lin Moyu created a large number of magic symbols suitable for the virtual world, and then used the magic basket to construct a series of formations. At the same time, Lin Moyu began to gradually understand the root of the Fog of Chaos. The Fog of Chaos also comes from the Tao. Everything in the world has yin and yang sides, and so does the Tao. The avenue in the virtual world is actually the dark side of the avenue. The avenues here are intertwined with each other, and under the influence of the innate virtual treasures, they merge with each other, and eventually form a chaotic fog. The Fog of Chaos may seem chaotic, but it actually contains various great powers and can be fully utilized. In places where there are no innate virtual treasures, the contradictions between the great ways are difficult to reconcile, and the place becomes a vacuum zone. Lin Moyu's understanding of the nature of the virtual world becomes clearer and clearer, and his insights become more and more. Insight into the essence, understanding the essence, and mastering the essence, this is the practice direction that Lin Moyu has always adhered to. For everything, he must know what it is and why it is happening, and this has never changed. As Lin Moyu's soul power surged, a large number of divine runes flew out naturally, and countless chaotic mists were absorbed. The divine symbols combined with each other to form an extremely complex array gate. The moment the formation was formed, a huge amount of chaotic fog poured into the formation, the divine talismans sparkled, and the entire formation was magnificent. Sea of fire, glacier, storm, whirlpool of death, all kinds of strange visions appeared in the formation. The power of the great Tao in the chaotic fog was sorted out in the formation, transformed into thousands of strange visions, and then became stronger through the blessing of the formation. This formation is like a barrier in the real world, organizing the power of the great Tao in an orderly manner. But it did not sort out all the power of the avenues. The formation only sorted out the power of the original continent. Those branch avenues were abandoned by the formation because they were not strong enough. The formation continued to operate, and the power of the avenue continued to gather and became stronger and stronger. More divine talismans flew over, expanding the scale of the formation and classifying the power of the avenues into different categories so as not to disturb each other. After a moment, thousands of areas with different scenes were formed in the formation. Each area was controlled by 390 different avenue powers, like dangerous places in a vacuum zone, terrifying beyond measure. Divine talismans continued to fly out and merge into the formation, the scale of the formation continued to expand, the power of the avenue in the chaotic fog was constantly being carefully sorted out, and more dangerous visions appeared in the formation. When the little python saw this, it was already trembling with fear. It hid behind Lin Moyu, not daring to raise its head. "Master, what kind of formation is this? It's so scary, even scarier than a vacuum zone." "There is only one danger in the vacuum zone, but the dangers here are countless, one danger connected to another, endlessly. I finally got it." Lin Moyu suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The little python suppressed his fear and said, "Congratulations, Master, for your enlightenment." Lin Moyu laughed. "It's just a slight understanding, but it can be considered a gain." He sensed his own soul world and realized that 100 years had passed. He couldn't help but sigh, 100 years have passed. Time flies. The origin continent should allow the 7th level innate soul realm to enter. Lin Moyu summed up his achievements over the past century. On the surface, he created a powerful formation of his own. On a deeper level, I have a deeper understanding of the magic talisman formation and have mastered the ability to transform my thoughts into talismans. You only need to think to draw the rune. As long as your mind is strong enough, you can speed up the drawing of the rune and draw hundreds of runes at the same time. Moreover, this ability can be continuously strengthened and eventually become large enough to form a formation. By then, with just a thought, he could draw hundreds or even thousands of divine talismans and form a formation. If one could go one step further and reach the highest ideal realm, then one would be able to form a formation with just one thought. It only takes one thought to form a formation. This is the highest realm. Lin Moyu didn't know whether the Tao Master of the Array Tao could reach this realm, but he knew that he was not far from this realm. The little python asked cautiously, "Master, what kind of formation is this? It looks so scary." Lin Moyu said, "This formation is called the Thousand Tao Wanxiang Formation." The Thousand Tao Wanxiang Formation, the name doesn't seem to have much domineering power, but only those who have experienced it up close like the little python know how terrifying it is. The little python asked, "Master, do you intend to use this formation to deal with the kings of other small spiritual realms?" Lin Moyu laughed. "This formation can only weaken them, but cannot really kill them. But that's enough, weaken them, and then I'll do it myself. But this formation has not yet been fully formed. Allow it to grow a little more." The little python was shocked. "It's not fully formed yet? I feel like if I go in, I'll die in a short while." Lin Moyu shook his head. "The purpose of this formation is not to kill, but to injure. Of course, if you want to kill, that's fine, but that would go against my original intention." The little python obviously didn't understand what Lin Moyu meant. If it was to hurt, not to kill, then what was the point? Lin Moyu chuckled. "Don't worry, just watch." More and more divine talismans flew out, and the scale of the formation continued to expand. This formation is like a building block, and you can keep adding pieces to the puzzle. As the formation becomes larger, the area of the strange phenomenon is also expanding, and the formation is becoming more and more terrifying. Lin Moyu's ideal state for the Thousand Tao Wanxiang formation is that each area of strange phenomena can cover a small spiritual domain. There are thousands of things in it, and it can accommodate countless small spiritual realms. Of course, this is just a thought. He knows it is difficult to achieve, but that's just how he is. Although he doesn't aim too high, he always has to have ideals. The range of the formation continued to expand, and later, the diameter of the formation exceeded tens of millions of kilometers, like a giant sphere lying across the small spiritual domain. All the chaotic fog around was sucked in, making it almost as clear as a vacuum zone. Until this moment, Lin Moyu's soul finally felt a pressure, and he knew that the formation he could control had reached its limit. Although the formation can continue to expand, if it gets any bigger, it will be beyond his control. Lin Moyu decisively stopped spreading and muttered to himself, 10 million kilometers, 1,000 different areas, that's enough. The power of his soul surged, and following his will, an incomparably complex number of divine symbols slowly emerged. The speed of drawing this talisman is a bit slow. It is too complicated. A single talisman is much more complicated than an ordinary formation. While drawing the divine rune, Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, "Go!" The soul-eating brazier, Yin wood, and soul-devouring tree flew into the formation at the same time. In an instant, the sea of fire in the formation boiled, the cold air became fierce, and at the same time, the sound of souls wailing was heard. The 3 innate virtual treasures have their own attributes, which enhance the power of the visions in the corresponding areas. In the thousands of phenomena formation, the visionary power of the 3 areas of Sea of Fire, Ice, and Soul is stronger than before. At this time, Lin Moyu finally finished drawing the talisman, and at the same time, a ray of fire that could burn the world popped out and entered the talisman. A raging flame suddenly burned in the center of the talisman. Lin Moyu waved his hand and the talisman flew into the center of the Thousand Tao Wanxiang formation. Just like drawing a dragon's eyes, after this magic talisman entered the formation, the entire formation seemed to come alive. The previous formations all lacked a control center, and this talisman is the real control center. If there is anything missing from the formation now, it is a formation spirit. However, array spirits are hard to come by, especially in the virtual world, so Lin Moyu doesn't have any extravagant hopes. Finally, Lin Moyu took out the Soul Refining Furnace 1.9 and sent it to the center of the formation. He said softly, "Hide." The thousands of arrays gradually disappeared, the vision became calm, and finally disappeared into the void. The little python asked curiously, "Master, the formation is gone?" Lin Moyu laughed, "It's still there, but I can't see it anymore." He wanted to attract the kings from other small spiritual realms. How could there be any concave surface in such a formation placed here? Therefore, at the beginning of the design, Lin Moyu thought that this formation must have the ability to hide itself. Fortunately, this is the virtual world, with the vacuum zone as a model, so Lin Moyu can naturally follow suit and imitate it. However, this is also because virtual beasts cannot see the great Tao. If it were a cultivator from the real world, it would be useless. Everything was ready. Lin Moyu took out some soul crystals and put them into the soul refining furnace. Boom! The soul refining furnace spewed out flames, and a strange aura spread in all directions. Lin Moyu urged it particularly fiercely this time, and the aura of the soul refining furnace quickly spread to other small spirit realms. In the nearby small spiritual realm, several kings who once fought for the soul refining furnace have left their unique soul imprints on the furnace. This kind of soul imprint cannot be sensed by anyone except themselves. Lin Moyu also couldn't find the mark and couldn't erase it, so he used the mark to attract them. Lin Moyu did this by broadcasting to several nearby small spiritual realms, "The God refining furnace is out again, come and grab it." The soul refining furnace reappeared, and the kings who had just returned became excited again. These kings are not as smart as the Soul Heart King. They have their own ideas. The soul refining furnace is their hope for transcendence, and they will definitely come one by one. Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice, "The net has been set, and we just have to see when the fish will take the bait." The little python asked in a low voice, "Will those kings really come?" Lin Moyu said, "It will definitely come. Transcendence is the instinct of virtual beasts. There are few souls in the virtual world." At this time, the treasure mountain fragment on Lin Moyu's body suddenly uttered the voice of Soul Heart King 10, "Fellow Taoist Lin, thank you for your praise." Lin Moyu had not deliberately concealed the truth from King Hun Xin, and could not help but smile and said, "Does fellow Taoist Hun Xin want to come and watch the fun?" King Huanqin said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you are too polite. I just happen to have made some gains recently, so I won't come over." At this time, King Hun Xin was drinking tea made from the leaves of the world tree with the sap of the gold and silver trees. His mind was clear, and he had a new understanding of his own Tao. He only cared about himself and had little interest in what Lin Moyu did. Lin Moyu did not force it. "Then I wish that fellow Taoist Huanqin will make great progress in his cultivation." King Hun Xin also responded, "I also wish that Brother Lin will get what he wants." Lin Moyu slowly activated the soul refining furnace, refining one soul pill after another. Half a day later, Lin Moyu suddenly flew out a magic talisman, which exploded and enveloped himself and the little python, and the two disappeared at the same time. The little python knew that it should be Su Zun coming. Sure enough, not long after, the figures of virtual beasts appeared in the distance. One virtual beast after another flew from afar, looking for something as they flew. When they saw the soul refining furnace, the virtual beasts' eyes lit up and they all rushed towards it. At the same time, in another direction, a heavenly emperor virtual beast also appeared. The two teams of virtual beasts came from different small spiritual realms. They both came for the soul refining furnace. They quickly collided and started a crazy and fierce battle. Lin Moyu looked at these virtual beasts and found that their realms were basically concentrated between the second-level soul and the fourth-level soul. He did not see a virtual beast with a first-level soul. Lin Moyu said, the virtual beasts of the first-class souls were either killed by the king of the small spiritual domain, or they went far away. I don't know where they went. The little python said, I have heard some things. It is said that there is a place called Beast Abyss. Only first-class virtual beasts are qualified to enter it. As for what will happen after entering, I don't know. Beast Abyss? It seems that the virtual world also has many secrets. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, why didn't you say it before? The little python shuddered, the master didn't ask before. Lin Moyu laughed, scaring Xiaomong so much that he trembled and looked aggrieved. Xiaomong didn't mean to keep silent, but I really didn't think of it before. Xiaomong only heard about it occasionally and didn't know where Zheng Yuan was at all. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, forget it this time, and say it later if you have anything to say. As he said that, Lin Moyu threw a soul crystal to him and promised to give him a sweet date after a slap in the face. The two teams of virtual beasts fought fiercely, and the battlefield gradually approached the soul refining furnace. Under Lin Moyu's control, the soul refining furnace continued to spew flames and refine the void soul pill. The aura of the void soul pill has a strong attraction to the virtual beasts, and each of them is eager to obtain the void soul pill. Lin Moyu looked into the distance. There is another group of virtual beasts. He must have taken action. In his sight, a large number of soul flames had already appeared in the distance. The third team of virtual beasts had been ready to go, but they didn't come over, obviously waiting for the first two teams of virtual beasts to be defeated. The reason why the third team of virtual beasts did this was obviously because their leader was relatively smarter. However, due to the existence of the Void Soul Pill, the first two teams of virtual beasts obviously had no intention of fighting. They were more like fainting and kept approaching the Void Soul Pill. Virtual beasts are not smart. Faced with temptation, they even forget the orders of their masters. They no longer came for the soul refining furnace, and now their attention was more focused on the Void Soul Pill. If such a team were placed in the real world, all the troops of a certain country could be taken out and killed, because not a single one would be qualified. Finally, after seeing a large number of virtual beasts getting closer and closer to the soul refining furnace, the virtual beasts watching from afar could not help but rush over. Lin Moyu shook his head secretly, a little clever, but still too little. In his opinion, the trap he set was not advanced at all, and could even be said to be a bit stupid. It's not that he couldn't think of a better layout, but he was afraid that these stupid virtual beasts would not fall for the more complicated layout. To deal with these stupid guys, simple traps are the most effective. The addition of the third team of virtual beasts made the scene even more chaotic. A huge melee broke out around the soul refining furnace. Lin Moyu did not move and let them beat him to death. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now that the king of the small spirit realm has not yet made his move, Lin Moyu is naturally not in a hurry to take action. And most importantly, the fourth virtual beast team did not arrive. He looked thoughtful. There were 4 people besieging the Grass Soul King before, but now there are only 3 teams of virtual beasts. Is it that the king is farther away, or what? He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. He had put in so much effort, and it would be a pity if he missed even one. But there doesn't seem to be any good solution right now, so we can only wait and see. The virtual beasts fought more and more chaotically, and no one could get close to the soul refining furnace. Lin Moyu saw that the time was almost up, and with a thought, the soul refining furnace suddenly stopped emitting flames and flew to the other side, as if it was ready to leave at any time. 003. If it were a cultivator from the real world, Song's wife would immediately notice something was wrong. But the virtual beasts were not like that, and the virtual beasts immediately became anxious. 4 balls of blazing soul flames suddenly appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. So they're all here. When Lin Moyu saw them, he felt relieved. The 4 kings of the small spiritual realms had already arrived. At this point, it doesn't matter how many teams of virtual beasts there are, how many there are, or who they belong to. His main targets were these kings, and the rest were just byproducts. The four kings of the small spiritual realms were afraid that the soul-refining furnace would disappear again, and they were also afraid that someone else would get it first. At the same time, they were also afraid that if they managed to grab the soul-refining furnace, they would be targeted by the other kings. Even with such complicated emotions, several kings finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards the soul-refining furnace. A huge force surged in the virtual world, causing the avenue to tremble and the void to seem to be shattered. The space in the virtual world is extremely solid. No matter how it vibrates, it will not break, and there will not even be any cracks. If it were in the real world, a great battle between Tao lords would have shattered the space into pieces long ago. The four kings fought while rushing towards the soul-refining furnace. Lin Moyu, who was hiding in the dark, raised his lips slightly. "Let's start." The formation starts. Following its thoughts, a myriad of arrays suddenly appeared. The road roared, fire burned, wind blew, souls were shocked, and countless strange visions shone brightly, illuminating the virtual space. Countless virtual beasts screamed in agony. The array of thousands of phenomena is extremely gorgeous, and countless strange scenery can be seen, but all of these scenery are deadly. A dark moon rose, bringing with it a terrible dark wind that corroded the bones and made the soul disappear, and countless virtual beasts wailed incessantly. The virtual beasts were severely injured by the formation while screaming. They struggled frantically, instinctively looking for a glimmer of hope. A passage appeared in the formation, and the virtual beasts thought it was a ray of hope for survival, so they rushed into it one after another. However, they did not know that this passage was the real road to death. The passage leads to the core area of the formation, which is the world of burning fire. The seriously injured virtual beast will eventually be refined by the fire of burning the world and turned into soul crystals. Lin Moyu's formation was designed almost exclusively for virtual beasts, taking advantage of the fact that virtual beasts cannot see the power of the avenue, and artificially created 10 deadly danger zones. When the formation emerged, the four kings of the small spiritual realms realized that they had been tricked. But it was too late. They had lost the right to choose either break out of the formation or die in it. They summoned their own innate treasures and launched a barrage of attacks, causing the entire palace to shake. The roar echoed in the formation. Lin Moyu naturally thought of the counterattack of the king of the small spirit realm. The solidity of the formation could stand the test. It would not be easy for these kings to break out all at once. But they have innate virtual treasures to protect them, so it is difficult to seriously injure them by relying on formations alone, and to refine them into soul crystals like other virtual beasts. Lin Moyu did not take any action at first, allowing these kings to attack. With their help, Lin Moyu verified the solidity of the formation. After making sure that the formation was strong enough, Lin Moyu didn't waste any more time. He emerged from the void and flew over with the Calamity Scepter. When several kings saw Lin Moyu, they immediately roared, "You are a cultivator from the real world. Why do you want to lure and kill me?" Lin Moyu chuckled, "We have entered the virtual world, and we are in a life and death situation with you. It's not like you haven't killed cultivators in the real world before. Do you still say such things? Is it interesting? The imaginary beasts in the imaginary world and the practitioners in the real world are originally enemies. The two sides are each other's prey. Once they meet, they will basically fight to the death. The possibility of peaceful coexistence is extremely small." If these kings said they had never killed cultivators from the real world, Lin Moyu would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. They wanted to transcend, and in addition to the soul-refining furnace, they had also been searching for the origin core of the real world. How could they not have dealt with practitioners from the real world in the process? Lin Moyu continued, "Whether it's the virtual world or the real world, the rules are the same. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. Today I am the one who is luring you to death because I have the ability to do so. If the positions were reversed, you would not let me go no matter what your reasons were. Therefore, if I kill you, it is normal in terms of emotion, reason, morality, and the world." Lin Moyu said something, seemingly explaining, but also seemed to be talking to himself. But only he himself knows why he said these words. His words came true, the void shook, and a faint road emerged. Among all the great ways, the existence of the great way of cause and effect is extremely mysterious. It runs through ancient and modern times, spans all realms, and transcends reality and illusion. All causes and effects are contained in it. Now that Lin Moyu has killed the king of the small spirit realm in the virtual world, it will inevitably involve cause and effect. The king of the small spiritual realm is different from ordinary virtual beasts. To be able to become a king, he already carries a certain amount of luck. All these fortunes will turn into cause and effect and accumulate in secret. If too much cause and effect accumulates, no one can bear it, and even the whole world will collapse. Maybe one day, cause and effect will explode and you will suffer from it. Lin Moyu, with his shallow understanding of the law of cause and effect, said these words with the law in mind, which greatly reduced the cause and effect he had to bear for killing people. That's why I said this, and actually I was speaking to Tiangue Avenue. He understood, but the kings of the small spiritual realms did not, and had no idea why Lin Moyu was talking nonsense. After Lin Moyu finished speaking, he raised the calamity scepter in his hand high. The soul force is injected into it, and due to the power of disaster, a light card blooms. When they saw the scepter of natural disaster, the kings of several small spiritual realms showed fear at the same time. They subconsciously felt that such things posed a fatal threat to them. What kind of magic weapon is this? Why does this king feel it is dangerous? My feeling is not wrong. It can kill me easily. Let's rush out together, otherwise we will die. Several kings of the small spiritual realms realized the danger and immediately joined forces to prepare to break through the formation. But it was too late. Lin Moyu shouted in a low voice, "Balance." As he finished speaking, countless skeleton generals appeared behind Lin Moyu. The light of the balancing gem illuminates the virtual world. Wherever the light reaches, whether it is a virtual beast, the king of the small spiritual realm, or Lin Moyu himself, all the strength and realm of the body are balanced by the gem. Lin Moyu's soul power continuously infuses the balanced gem, enhancing its power. After all, the other party is the king of the small spiritual realm. In terms of realm alone, he is equivalent to the master of a branch avenue. Lin Moyu was not sure whether the balanced gem alone could pull down their realm. Fortunately, his realm is not low now, and his soul power is even more powerful. With the support of his own strength, the power of the balanced gem is activated and successfully affects the kings of several small spiritual realms. The largest number of them here are the skeleton god generals, who are at the middle level of the fourth-class souls. Therefore, the power realm of everyone must be closer to the middle level of the fourth-class souls. The power of the four lesser spirit realm kings began to decline sharply, and they quickly fell from their thrones. They watched in horror as their realms became lower and lower, but they were unable to stop it at all. As their realm drops, their control over the innate virtual treasures also decreases. The innate virtual treasures still belong to them, but they can no longer exert their full power. Although virtual treasures are good, they must also have matching strength. But they found that although they could not exert the full power of the innate virtual treasure, the power of this formation seemed to have decreased, and they were not harmed. Lin Moyu frowned. Even the formation has been affected, you are being too fair. Li Wangzhao, the situation at this moment exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. He did not expect that the influence of the balanced gem would be so great that even the formation would be affected. After a little thought, Lin Moyu knew why this happened. The balanced gem affects the Great Way and the operating rules of the entire world. It not only simply affects the realm of cultivation of each individual, so it is normal for the formation to be affected. At this moment, no matter whether it is himself, the virtual beasts, or the formation in this area, the power realm has all been unified to the middle level of the fourth grade soul. But Lin Moyu also discovered that something was not affected. The world burning fire is completely unaffected by the balanced gem, and it remains the same as before. Seeing this, Lin Moyu knew what to do. With a flick of his finger, the world-burning fire instantly fell into the formation and enveloped the king of a small spiritual realm. He didn't know what the king of this small spiritual realm was called, but since he was going to die anyway, his name didn't matter. The soul was burned, and the king of the small spiritual realm changed his face and used all his strength to activate the innate virtual treasure to fight against the fire of burning the world. After Lin Moyu entered the virtual world, the fire of burning the world burned all the way and was much stronger than before. However, it was still unable to burn the innate treasure. Only a small amount of firepower could penetrate the defense of the innate virtual treasure and burn the king of the small spiritual realm. But just this was enough to make them suffer unspeakably. They groaned continuously with extremely distorted expressions. Enveloped in the world-burning fire, the kings of these small spiritual realms could hardly make any other moves and could only use all their strength to activate their respective innate virtual treasures to fight back. The previous breakthrough talk has become a joke. Lin Moyu flew over slowly and came to the side of a little spiritual realm king. The little spirit realm king's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he suddenly attacked Lin Moyu, risking the pain of being burned by the world-burning fire. Unfortunately, its realm was suppressed by the balance gem, and it was at the same realm as Lin Moyu. Facing an attack from the same realm, Lin Moyu didn't even bother to look at it and let the attack fall on him. His body was shining with golden light, and he took all the attacks without any damage. Lin Moyu raised the Scourge Scepter and smashed it down on his head. The king monster of the small spiritual realm screamed, and Jinping instinctively used his innate virtual treasure to block it. Suddenly a cold wind blew, and the whole person was frozen, and the action of holding the Xiantian Su Bao was also frozen in place. The Scourge Scepter smashed into its body with incredible accuracy, and its body shattered like glass. Then the soul gem sparkled and absorbed all the soul fragments. The burning world fire burned these soul fragments at the fastest speed, but it still couldn't snatch the soul gem. Lin Moyu said, "Can't you just give me some leniency? You ate the meat and even the bones, and didn't even leave any soup?" The soul gem hummed softly, as if telling Lin Moyu, "Don't use me if you dare." Lin Moyu looked helpless. This soul gem was really too shameless. "I just wanted to try what kind of soul crystal the king of the small spiritual realm could refine, but the soul gem didn't even give me a chance to try." But he had no choice. The best way to kill the king of the small spirit realm now was to use the Scepter of Calamity. Other methods were more troublesome. If he wanted to refine the king of the small spiritual realm, it seemed that he could only wait until the world-burning fire became stronger, strong enough to directly burn the king of the small spiritual realm to death. However, the soul gem does not seem to eat alone. It will share some of the souls it absorbs with the balance gem and elemental gems. Among the three gems, the elemental gem is the least effective at present. Lin Moyu still doesn't know what the elemental gem is used for. It is said that it can control all elements under the sky, but this sentence is too general. Lin Moyu is not sure what it can do specifically. Lin Mofin didn't think too much and rushed towards the king of another small spiritual realm. He repeated the same trick, and soon all four kings of the small spirit realms were smashed to death. The light of the balance gem disappeared, and the formation returned to its original state, refining the remaining virtual beasts. Lin Moyu no longer paid attention to them, as the fate of these virtual beasts had already been determined. He waved his hand and sucked over the four innate treasures. A dilapidated tower, a piece of translucent jade, and a seal with a missing corner. The words on the seal have been worn away and cannot be seen clearly. And the last one is a bone that is more than 2 meters long. No one knows what kind of bone it is, but it contains great power. A corner of the bone was also broken. There should be marrow in the bone, but now it has all flowed out and it has become hollow. None of the four innate treasures is normal. Just looking at the appearance, each one is a piece of junk and no one would pick it up if you threw it on the street. The four illusory bodies were separated, and these innate illusory treasures were refined at the same time. The illusory body is easier to use than a clone. It doesn't require much effort and you can have as many clones as you want. The illusory body has no attributes and is completely empty, but it can carry all kinds of power and avenues. Lin Moyu also had to decide that the Buddhist clan's 3-life secret method was truly amazing. Without the 3-life secret method, it would be difficult for me to transform it into a virtual body that suits me. Soon, all the virtual beasts in the 1000 Dao Wanxian formation died, and the trap ended. He took back all the soul crystals he had obtained from the formation, more than 2,000 in total, all of which were high-quality soul crystals. These soul crystals were enough to allow him to ascend to the next level, step into the middle level of the 4th grade soul, Bog, or even approach the high level. The little python came over and flattered him. Master is so powerful, he killed 4 kings of the small spirit realms in one breath. Lin Moyu knew what it meant, so he threw 2 soul crystals to it. Reward for you. The little python happily ate the soul crystal and smacked its mouth. Thank you, Master. Lin Moyu said nothing and took back the soul refining furnace, along with a few void soul pills. Lin Moyu looked down on the void soul pill and simply threw it to the little python. The little python ate the void soul pill and let out bursts of excited cries. Seeing the unusual appearance of the little python, is it so fond of the soul-defining pill? The little python said, the effect of the soulless pill is much better than the soul crystal given by the master. Lin Moyu was stunned. It seems that the soul-refining furnace is indeed the treasure of the void beast. The void soul pill refined by the soul-refining furnace is more effective against void beasts than soul crystals. But for him, soul crystal is more effective. Obviously, the best user of the soul-refining furnace is virtual beasts, not real-world practitioners like himself. Lin Moyu could understand this. After all, the soul-refining furnace first appeared in the virtual world. It was no wonder that the kings of the small spiritual realms were so eager to get the soul-refining furnace. Lin Moyu took 10 soul crystals and refined a virtual soul pill and threw it to the little python. This made the little python very happy, and he kept flattering Lin Moyu. It's a pity that it has a limited vocabulary and always uses the same few words, which is too deliberate. After a moment, the illusory body completed the recognition of the innate virtual treasure as its master. With the scepter of natural disasters suppressing it, the innate virtual treasure dared not resist and could only accept its master obediently. Lin Moyu focused on 4 things at once and began to manipulate the 4 small spiritual realms to merge with the small spiritual realm he controlled. Controlling 4 small spiritual realms at the same time was a little strange at first, but I quickly adapted. Even later on, Lin Moyu still had the leisure to refine the soul crystal at the same time. In the vacuum zone, the road was smoothed, and when the fusion began, chaos and confusion began to grow in every corner of the small spiritual realm. As the small spiritual realms merge, the territory expands, the chaos and fog increase, and the power contained therein becomes stronger and stronger. When Lin Moyu was refining the soul crystal, an invisible aura fell, arriving as a reward from the small spiritual realm. His realm began to improve rapidly, and the speed of aging soul crystals also increased. With these 2 approaches, Lin Moyu's realm is improving at an increasingly faster speed. Soon he reached the bottleneck of the 4th level, and then easily crossed it and entered the 4th level. Although it was just a small leap, the experience was greatly enhanced. In particular, the power of the Undead Legion increases with each realm. The Skeleton God Generals and the Dragon Riders have both become high-level 4th grade soldiers. The Skeleton King has steadily stepped into the initial stage of the 3rd level. The combat power of a 3rd-class innate soul is already considered to be that of a true powerhouse in the Origin continent. 10,000 Skeleton Kings charging out would be enough to flatten many small sects in Tianwai Avenue. At this time, the fragments of the treasure mountain began to vibrate slightly, and the voice of the Soul Heart King came out. The resonance of the 9 treasures has come to an end. If fellow Taoist Lin wants to continue to annex the small spirit realm, speed up. King Huanxin sent a kind reminder. Lin Moyu thanked King Han Xian through the treasure mountain fragments, and at the same time felt that King Han Xian was not simple. Among the several kings of small spiritual realms that he had met, the Soul Heart King was a completely different existence. Its wisdom is not inferior to anyone else's, nor is it inferior to itself. It knows when to advance and when to retreat, how to show goodwill, while at the same time maintaining a sense of boundaries and not overstepping the boundaries. Giving a reminder at the right time can make people feel quite good about it. When talking face to face, one can feel that it treats people sincerely, and at the same time it can restrain its desire for the soul refining furnace. Sometimes, Lin Moyu really felt that Hun Xian Wang was not like a virtual beast, but a shrewd man who had lived for countless years. In the Origin Continent, some Tao masters who have lived for millions of years are not as far-sighted as King Hun Xian. The Nine Treasures resonance was about to end, asking him to act quickly. In fact, he was already telling Lin Moyu that he should not move again until the resonance ended, as that would inevitably draw the Emperor's dislike and bring him trouble. I believe that before the resonance of the Nine Treasures ends, King Hun Xian will definitely remind himself. Then speed up. Lin Moyu's mind moved, his soul power emanated, and he began to draw the talisman. This talisman was also extremely complex. When it was drawn, the nearby void was vibrating. The talisman emitted a shocking force, and the chaotic fog that had arisen was dispersed one after another. Then, a large area of space was pulled over by the talisman, and all of it became the servants of the talisman. This talisman was also created by Lin Moyu himself and is called the Necromancer talisman. The Necromancer talisman can compress the space of the virtual world and stores some things. It is different from Lin Moyu's own storage space. It has certain physical characteristics and borrows some of the power of the Space Avenue, but it also has virtual characteristics and can accommodate virtual formations. In the virtual world, it is impossible to refine array plates like in the real world, so Lin Moyu used this method to contain his own 1000 Dao Wanxiang array. After the Necromancer talisman was drawn, Lin Moyu pushed it towards the 1000 Dao Wanxiang formation. Then the Necromancer talisman unfolded and became infinitely large, like a big net, wrapping up the entire formation. Then it shrank again and turned into the shape of a divine talisman. Lin Moyu waved his hand and put the Necromancer talisman into the storage space. When needed, he could release it and deploy the void formation. Walk! He stepped onto the little python and flew towards the other small spiritual realm. Now, 7 small spiritual domains have been integrated. Among all the small spiritual domains, Lin Moyu's small spiritual domain is one of the largest. As the small spiritual domain expands, the vacuum zone around it becomes wider and more dangerous. But this is not a problem for Lin Moyu. He can see the obvious dangers and can freeze the invisible dangers with the Ice Jade futon. As his realm improved, the power of the Ice Jade prayer mat also increased. This treasure from the green-robed old man was like a bottomless pit. Lin Moyu could never see its true grade, nor could he bring out its true power. Crossing the wide vacuum zone, he entered another small spiritual realm. Lin Moyu used the same trick again, setting up the 1000 Dao Wanxiang formation, hiding it, and then sacrificed the soul-refining furnace. He was too lazy to look for them, nor was he too lazy to kill the imaginary beasts one by one, so he might as well sit back and wait for the imaginary beasts to come to him automatically. It has been proven that this method is very effective. The aura of the soul-refining furnace can at least affect several small spiritual realms nearby and attract the kings of the small spiritual realms. Under Lin Moyu's careful arrangement, every king of the small spirit realm was killed if he came 1 by 1, or if he came 2 by 2, he would kill a pair. One small spiritual realm after another merges with each other. When the number of innate virtual treasures in Lin Moyu's hand exceeded 10, the innate virtual treasures suddenly resonated. When they resonate, they weave together a strange picture. A magnificent palace that is difficult to describe in words appeared in the picture. The palace is so huge and exquisite that it is unprecedented. Then there was a sudden explosion in the palace, creating a big hole, and many things flew out of the palace. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and he saw several familiar things, which were the virtual treasures he had obtained. With Lin Moyu's current knowledge, he was no longer shocked, but just a little surprised. The images displayed by the resonance of virtual treasures are their own origins. They came from the same place, from that palace. To be more precise, perhaps it was a room in that palace. It turns out that these innate treasures come from this palace. Who is the owner of this palace? It is obvious that the things in the palace are not very important, but they can become innate virtual treasures in the virtual world. The value of this palace is completely beyond imagination. If there is something more valuable in the palace, what would it be? Could it be the innate origin virtual treasure in the hands of the emperor? Lin Moyu could only remain skeptical about this, neither confirming nor denying it. What is certain is that the owner of this palace must be at a higher level than the virtual world. Request flowers. In other words, he is the real master behind the virtual world. Does the virtual world have a master? This kind of thing is not impossible. However, with his current strength, he is still far from reaching it. Even if I come into contact with it, what does it matter? The palace of that existence has been blown up, so what does I count for? This world is really too mysterious. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of the Taoist partner of the green-robed old man. After bringing his wife, he not only asked them to practice, but also practice a formation. What is the use of formations? It is definitely not for fun, but to be used to fight against the enemy. This shows that the old man in green robe also has enemies, and he is not completely invincible. A sense of urgency arose in his heart, and he felt that he had to practice quickly. However, he believed in his heart what the old man in green robe said, that his wife would be fine. Such a person's words were as strong as a mountain, so he would not speak nonsense. Lin Moyu continued to integrate the small spiritual realm, and as the small spiritual realm was integrated, his realm continued to improve. Just like before, after entering the Tao realm, he experienced the fastest advancement in his cultivation, far surpassing when he was in the Tao Zone realm. Normally, the Tao realm is the most difficult. It seems that the road before was paving the way for this moment. It was not until he reached the Tao realm that his accumulated strength finally exploded and he truly began to soar into the sky. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the reason for this was to enable him to successfully get through the most difficult stage and enter the next stage as soon as possible. The previous difficulty formed a sharp contrast with the ease of the great Tao realm. Lin Moyu couldn't figure out the reason, so he just stopped thinking about it and did it first. One day, these mysteries will be solved. As he completed the traps time and time again, the scope of the small spiritual domain became larger and larger, and he continued to receive rewards. As the number of rewards increases, the effect of the rewards is gradually weakening. At the same time, there is a huge gap between the 4th level soul and the 3rd level soul, which caused Lin Moyu to encounter some minor troubles when breaking through. When the 30 small spirit realms merged together, Mo Moyu refined tens of thousands of soul crystals at the same time. Under the impact of powerful force, he finally broke through the bottleneck and successfully entered the initial stage of the 3rd level soul. Lin Moyu felt that if he returned to the origin continent and combined with various means, he could definitely compete with the Taoist master. But this is not enough. He wants not only to compete, but to crush. The voice of King Han Xian was finally heard again from the Treasure Mountain fragments. Fellow Taoist Lin, you can stop divination now. King Han Xian reminded him again, and Lin Moyu stopped immediately without any hesitation. Now he owns 30 innate virtual treasures, and has merged 30 small spiritual domains into one to build a vast territory. Judging from the size of the territory alone, there are very few, or even no, kings in the small spiritual realms who can compare with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu restrained his breath, and the warning from King Han Xian arrived, indicating that the resonance of the 9 treasures was about to end, and those emperors would be left empty-handed again. Just half a day later, a huge aura swept in and swept across the entire virtual world at an astonishing speed. The breath was like a storm, and wherever it passed, everything became quiet. All dangers in the vacuum zone disappeared at this moment. The chaotic fog no longer rolled, the power of the avenue was in order, and for a moment, the entire virtual world became extremely peaceful. This feeling is like a piece of wrinkled paper that is suddenly smoothed out by a magical force and becomes smooth and flat. Lin Moyu could feel the magic of this power. It was too high-end, like the avenue, yet seemed higher than the avenue. Lin Moyu looked back and saw a ball of soul flame coming from afar. From a distance, Lin Moyu greeted, "Fellow Taoist Tuanqing, you are here really quickly." King Hun Xian seemed a little anxious. "We are." It flew forward on the treasure mountain, and Lin Moyu followed closely, asking, "Why is fellow Taoist Tuanqing so anxious?" In the past, the feeling that King Han Xian gave him was always calm and composed, which was completely different from now. Soul Heart King Tao, the resonance of the 9 treasures has ended. The power of the 9 treasures will soothe the virtual world and make the power of the great Tao quiet. During this period of time, there will be no danger in the vacuum zone. All virtual beasts can freely travel to the guest small spiritual domain. But everything has its ups and downs. After the calm comes the tidal storm. We need to get to the center of the storm before it happens. Lin Moyu asked, "What would happen if we didn't make it to the center of the storm?" Soul Heart King Tao, for the real world, it has no impact. But for us virtual beasts, we can only pray for the best. Every time there is a tidal storm, the casualties of virtual beasts exceed those of the main. For cultivators like fellow Taoist Lin who enter the virtual world, tidal storms are also very dangerous. Lin Moyu was shocked. The casualties are so huge. The virtual world is vast and there are countless virtual worlds. If 1/3 of them is lost, it will be an incalculable number. Soul Heart King said, "In fact, the casualties of virtual beasts are not important. In the cycle of life and death, the casualties of virtual beasts will be made up soon. The ones who are most afraid of tidal storms are actually the kings of us small spiritual realms. If we're lucky, we can survive the tidal storm. If we're unlucky, we'll perish." You can think of the tidal storm as a major reshuffle of the virtual world. The closer you are to the center of the storm, the safer you are. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. He basically understood. If that's the case, then all the kings and virtual beasts of the small spiritual realms will go to the center of the storm? Soul Heart King chuckled, "The virtual beasts are not as smart as you think. Most of them are ignorant. They don't know why they were born and why they die. Even if they have wisdom, it's only a little bit, and most of them are still instinctive. Just like this little fellow under fellow Taoist Lin's feet, does he know about tidal storms?" The little python shook his head decisively, indicating that he didn't know and had never heard of it. Soul Heart King said, "This is the fact. The little fellow should have been born after the last tidal storm. How can it know without having experienced it? Many virtual beasts are like this. Although some of them experienced the tidal storm and luckily survived, they have no idea what they went through and are still confused and dazed. Not to mention ordinary virtual beasts, many kings of small spiritual realms don't know the horror of tidal storms. They are self-righteous and don't care at all. What awaits them is annihilation." 1. From the Soul Heart King's mouth, Lin Moyu could clearly feel his awe of the tidal storm. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. The little python was obviously not afraid of any tidal storm. Instead, it was full of fear of the Soul Heart King beside him. Lin Moyu asked, "How many tidal storms have you experienced, fellow Taoist Tuanqing?" King Hun Xian sighed softly, "It's already been 5 times, I don't know how many times I can get through it." Having survived 5 tidal storms, it means that the 9 treasures have resonated 5 times. The interval between each 9 treasures' resonance is quite long, which also means that the Soul Heart King has really survived for countless years. No wonder it knows so much about the virtual world. Lin Moyu said, "Lin believes that existence is reasonable. Since there are things like tidal storms, there must be reasons and functions for their existence. Fellow Taoist Tuanqing has survived 5 tidal storms, which is equivalent to 5 disasters. According to our words, if you survive a great disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. I think that in the future, fellow Taoist Huanxin will surely have smooth sailing and get what he wants. Hearing Lin Muyu say this, King Han Xian's emotions seem to be no longer so depressed. Then I will accept Brother Lin's good words. The Soul Heart King is smart. He has lived long enough and seen a lot. He has become different from other virtual beasts. He is already very much like an intelligent creature in the real world. Tidal storms do not erupt at a single point, but erupt simultaneously in various places in the virtual world, so there will be many storm centers. The location of the center of each storm is different and there is no fixed location. Soul Heart King has his own experience, and it takes Lin Muyu to find the nearest center of the storm. It flew so fast that the little python could hardly keep up. Lin Muyu simply put away the little python and spread out his wings of time curse to follow closely. During this time, King Han Xian continued to use some secret method, changing direction again and again. They passed through one small spiritual domain after another, shuttling through the vacuum zone. It was indeed very safe at this time. In the vacuum zone, the power of the great Tao had subsided, and there was no collision, no opposition, and no danger. Lin Muyu was somewhat curious about the secret method used by Soul Heart King. From the secret method, he felt the breath of the Avenue of Destiny, and at the same time, it also integrated the power of the Avenue of Luck. The secret method used by fellow Taoist Huanxin seems to be somewhat magical. Lin Muyu asked casually. Soul Heart King said, "This is the secret method that Senior Di Ting taught me, called Sunan. I can use it to find a safe place." It turned out to be from the Di Ting beast. No wonder. As a magical virtual beast that can hear the 6 realms and 8 directions, it naturally knows a lot of things. King Han Xian used the secret method of seeking safety again, and then changed the direction slightly. His aura gradually became excited. We are almost there. Lin Muyu saw some soul flames appearing in the distance, and many virtual beasts were also rushing to the center of the storm like them. It seems that there are smart ones among the virtual beasts, but compared to the huge population, there are not many smart ones. With a thought, the aura of an innate virtual treasure surged out and enveloped his whole body, covering up Lin Muyu's original aura. Lin Muyu said, "Fellow Taoist Huanxin, what do you think will happen if I catch all these virtual beasts?" Soul Heart King Tao, if fellow Taoist Lin wants to take action, he has to wait until the tidal storm is over. The current environment in the virtual world is not convenient for action. Excessive force can cause tidal storm disturbances, and the location of the storm center will change accordingly. Lin Muyu naturally accepted the opinion of Soul Heart King. As an experienced person, he knew how terrifying tidal storms were. He knew nothing about storms and had no right to speak. Faintly, invisible waves were transmitted, and the virtual space began to fluctuate like ocean waves. The space was distorted, and the speed of Soul Heart King suddenly slowed down. Every fluctuation in space is like a huge wave. Not only is it difficult to approach, but it will also be pushed back. King Han Xian activated the innate virtual treasure, and the treasure mountain changed its shape and fell into King Han Xian's hand, becoming a giant sword. King Han Xian wielded his giant sword, cutting through the wind and waves, trying hard to carve out a passage. Seeing this, Lin Muyu threw out one innate virtual treasure after another. Although the illusory body cannot yet unleash all the power of the innate virtual treasure, it cannot withstand the large number. The 30 virtual treasures were activated at the same time, and powerful forces blasted out, bringing peace and tranquility wherever they passed. King Han Xian's eyes glowed with light. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you really have a good way. Being able to control 30 virtual treasures at the same time is not something that an ordinary small spiritual domain king can do." But Lin Muyu did it. Even though his power was slightly weaker, when added together, he was no weaker than any other king. Lin Muyu said, 11 fellow Taoist Huanxin showed me the way, and I, Lin, opened the way." King Han Xian nodded and continued to use the secret method of seeking safety. The treasure mountain emitted rays of light to guide Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu used the power of 30 virtual treasures to clear the way and blast open the road to peace. At the same time, Lin Moyu has discovered that many of the virtual beasts he had seen before were becoming slower and slower under the impact of waves of space. Only a few powerful virtual beasts can continue to ride the wind and waves. Soul Heart King sighed in a low voice, "The virtual world is very cruel. The saddest thing is that we don't know where we were born here and where we will be buried. We live our lives in ignorance and confusion. Only a few people know where to go." Fellow Taoist Lin, what is your real world like? Lin Moyu said, "In our place, many creatures are born with intelligence and know where they come from and where they are going. However, because of too many concerns, most people are happy, angry, sad, and joyful. They are also confused throughout their lives. In fact, the difference is not that big. If ignorance is a tragedy, then too many concerns are also a kind of tragedy. Some people are willing to abandon their families and careers to seek the truth and practice the law, and some even kill their wives to prove their determination to prove the truth. All kinds of sorrows are actually worse. Not feeling happy, not feeling sad, is actually not a bad thing." King Hun Xian pondered Lin Moyu's words. "I don't know joy, I don't know sorrow. It seems that I am overthinking. Indeed, if I don't know joy, how can I feel sorrow?" Fellow Taoist Lin is right. Thinking less can bring less happiness, and thinking more can bring more troubles. Lin Moyu laughed. "I have a teacher who once said something that I regard as holy words." Soul Heart King Dao, "I would like to hear the details." Lin Moyu said, "This is a simple saying, a big fist is a hard truth, but if you understand it deeply, you will find that this saying contains countless profound meanings. Cultivation is a fist, Tao heart is a fist, will is also a fist, and belief is even more of a fist. What do you think, fellow Taoist Huanqin?" King Hun Xian chewed over and over again, then sighed, "I understand now. All fears come from the fact that my fists are not big enough. I believe that one day, I will be able to fulfill my wish and experience the world in the real world." The two of them sailed through the waves while chatting and laughing, and finally arrived at the center of the storm. In a vacuum zone, there is a huge crack. No one knew where the crack led to. It went straight to the deepest part of space with no end. At the edge of the crack, a tiny light flickered continuously, and countless great powers gathered in the tiny light, as if something was brewing. This is the center of the tidal storm. When the storm is fully formed, this will be the eye of the storm and the safest place in the tidal storm. Arriving here, King Guixin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's safe." Lin Moyu asked, "Didn't Taoist fellow Huanqin go to the center of the storm in the past few times?" Judging from King Hun Xian's appearance, it was obviously his first time here. King Hun Xian shook his head. "I have never been there. I could only try to get close to it, but could not really reach it. Fellow Taoist Lin has seen the obstacles along the way. My own strength is really limited. It is not just me, but also the kings of other small spiritual realms. But the closer you are to the center of the storm, the safer you will be. This is how I have survived before." Lin Mo nodded. "What is that crack?" Soul Heart King said, "That is the Beast Abyss." Lin Moyu was surprised. "Is this the Beast Abyss?" The little python also shouted, "Is this the Beast Abyss?" Soul Heart King Dao, "To be precise, this should be called one of the Beast Abysses. There is more than one Beast Abyss. There are several inside the Golden Ao Great Spirit Realm alone, and there is an even bigger one outside. The Beast Abyss inside the Spirit Realm is not fixed and often changes location." Lin Moyu asked, "I heard that when a virtual beast reaches the first level of soul, it will come to the Beast Abyss. Do you know why, fellow Taoist Huanqin?" King Hun Xian's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, and he whispered, "I don't know much about the Beast Abyss. There are two main reasons why the first-class souls went to the Beast Abyss. One is that they were hunted by the king of the small spirit domain, so they had to flee to the Beast Abyss. The king of the small spirit realm will not allow the existence of first-class soul void beasts. Their existence is a threat to the king of the small spirit realm. They can directly challenge the throne. During the challenge, they are protected by the power of the great Tao, and outsiders cannot interfere. Even the innate virtual treasures cannot be used. So once a virtual beast is about to be promoted to a first-class soul, the kings of the various small spirit realms will try their best to get rid of it. Another reason is that it is said that there is a formation in the beast abyss. As long as you can enter this formation, you can fulfill a wish. You can become the king of the small spirit realm or go directly to the real world. However, this 050 is just a legend and cannot be taken seriously. However, after becoming a first-class soul, the virtual beasts will indeed hear an inexplicable summoning sound, summoning the virtual beasts to the beast abyss. Lin Moyu asked curiously, "Can't the king of the small spiritual realm hear it?" King Hun Xian shook his head. "Only virtual beasts with first-class souls can hear it. It is not allowed to be too high or too low. I have heard it before, but it was a long time ago." Lin Moyu looked at the beast abyss, which stretched across the void like the open mouth of a monster, which was frightening. Lin Moyu had no intention of going in. Beast abyss was the world of imaginary beasts, not his own world. He did not need to become a king, nor did he need to go to the real world. Seeing Lin Moyu staring at the beast abyss, King Han Xian couldn't help but ask, "Can fellow Taoist Lin see any clues?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I can't see anything at the moment. Perhaps its secret can only be revealed after entering. It's useless to just look at it from the outside." Soul Heart King said, "Then don't go. It's extremely dangerous here. I don't recommend going in." Boom! With a loud roar, the tidal wind explosion, which was originally only the size of a fist, exploded and instantly became infinitely large, rushing towards all directions of the virtual world. The space twisted, and countless great powers exploded in the twisting. The nearby virtual beasts roared nonstop, and all means were useless, and they could only die in the storm in the end. Lin Moyu felt the tidal storm. Strictly speaking, it was a storm of the power of the avenue. After the resonance of the 9 treasures ended, the invisible force soothed the extremely chaotic power of the great Tao in the virtual world. It is like a spring that is constantly jumping but is being pressed down tightly by a hand and cannot move. The moment the hand releases, the spring will jump again and even higher. This is the situation in the virtual world now. The power of the great Tao rebounded violently, forming countless tidal storms that swept across the entire virtual world. The virtual world roared in the storm, and countless virtual beasts suffered. The kings of the small spiritual realms used all their strength to activate their innate virtual treasures, struggling to survive in the storm. Storms can be strong or weak, and each storm is different in every place, so sometimes you have to rely on your luck. The virtual world is indeed cruel. If a being of the Tao Master's level were in the origin continent, he would basically not have to worry about his life as long as he did not seek death. But in the virtual world, the king of the small spiritual realm will also face the decision of life and death. In a tidal storm, 1/3 of the virtual beasts will perish, and many kings of the small spiritual realm will also die. However, new virtual beasts will be replenished soon, and the new king of the small spiritual domain will appear. It won't be long before the virtual world returns to its original state, and everything will be as if nothing had happened. During the tidal storm, Lin Moyu saw some unusual scenes. Wisps of soul flames were being carried by the storm and flew into the beast abyss. These soul flames all came from virtual beasts that were reduced to ashes. After the virtual beasts died, a wisp of residual soul flew into the beast abyss and disappeared. Soul Heart King Tao, fellow Taoist Lin, has also seen it. Lin Moyu nodded. "I wonder what's going on." Soul Heart King Tao, this is another legend about the beast abyss. Legend has it that the beast abyss is the final destination of all virtual beasts. After the death of virtual beasts, their souls will return to the beast abyss. But we can't see it normally. We can only see this scene during tidal storms. That's why legends are just legends and should not be taken seriously. Lin Moyu also couldn't see through the situation in the Beast Abyss, and asked, "Has any emperor ever entered the Beast Abyss?" King Hun Xian seemed to have expected Lin Moyu to ask this question, and smiled and said, "It is true that an emperor has entered the Beast Abyss." At that time, the Golden Seal Emperor entered the Beast Abyss to explore the truth of the Beast Abyss. As a result, the Golden Seal Emperor never returned, and only the Golden Seal, the innate origin treasure, returned on its own. From then on, the Golden Seal Emperor changed hands. Over the years, there have been only a few cases of the Emperor changing hands. Only a few emperors have entered the real world, causing the Emperor's position to change hands. The Golden Seal Emperor is the most special one, because the Beast Abyss has changed its owner. Lin Moyu asked, "Is the Golden Seal Emperor dead?" Soul Heart King shook his head. "No one knows whether he is dead or alive, but from now on, no emperor dares to enter the Beast Abyss. Some first-class soul beasts and the ignorant little spirit realm kings dared to go in, but they never returned." Lin Moyu felt that what King Han Xian said was contradictory. Since no one has returned, how do we know that there is a formation in the Beast Abyss, and where did the news come from? King Hun Xian seemed to have guessed Lin Moyu's doubts. In fact, some of the legends about the Beast Abyss came from Senior Di Ting, who heard news about the Beast Abyss from the real world. This news shows that someone actually entered the Beast Abyss, survived, and found the formation. Unfortunately, Senior Di Ting only heard a few words. Lin Moyu asked, "Why don't you listen more?" King Han Xian said, "When Senior Di Ting heard this, he was seriously injured on the spot. He said that he must not listen to it again, otherwise he would be reduced to ashes." "Did you hear something you shouldn't have?" Lin Moyu was very curious about what the Di Ting beast heard. It couldn't be just what he said. There must be something deeper, something he didn't dare to say. The storm of plagiarism continued, and the flying soul flames were countless. If these souls can be refined into crystals, their cultivation can be pushed to the first-class soul. This Beast Abyss is one of the 3 Beast Abysses in the Jinluo Great Spirit Realm. There are a large number of small spirit realms and countless virtual beasts nearby. The remaining souls of the virtual beasts that died in the tidal storm all entered the Beast Abyss. Lin Moyu thought to himself, if, as Soul Heart King said, the residual souls of virtual beasts that died on weekdays will also enter the Beast Abyss, then how many residual souls are there in the Beast Abyss? Lin Moyu did not doubt the words of King Han Xian, nor did he blindly believe in his own garden eye. Just because he didn't see the remnant soul enter the Beast Abyss doesn't mean that this didn't happen. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to my mind. Could it be that? He thought of his own universe, which was connected to the Hell of Bones by the branches of the World Tree. If we regard the universe as the real world and the virtual world as the Hell of Bones, then can the Beast Abyss be regarded as the branches of the world? The residual soul of a virtual beast after its death enters the Beast Abyss and has the opportunity to enter the real world through a special bond. If this is true, Moyu thought of another possibility. This cycle of life is somewhat similar to what the Buddhists call reincarnation. Yin and Yang alternate, death returns to Yin, Yang returns to Yang, all the causes and effects of the previous life are resolved, and the world continues to live. Lin Moyu felt that his deepest understanding of the world had increased. He had gained something from this trip. When he brought his insights back, his world would also benefit from it. Skeleton Hell is not just a simple method of killing enemies, perhaps it can be of greater use. Whether it is the origin continent or the virtual world, it is an excellent reference, enough for one to study hard. After the tidal storm lasted for a while, it finally weakened. The virtual world has returned to its original state. The vacuum zone is full of dangers, some of which exist for a long time, while others may suddenly erupt. The chaos fog regained its vitality and began to surge again. A large amount of chaos fog grew from every corner. The chaos fog in the virtual world was many times more than before. A tidal storm seemed to inject new vitality into the virtual world, as if it were reborn. Those virtual beasts that survived the tidal storm became stronger and their strength increased significantly. The worst was promoted by 1 level, and some were even promoted by 2 levels. This is shuffling the cards. Lin Moyu sighed in his heart. Okay, Zhao. Soul Heart King said, it's finally over. Every time I go through a tidal storm, it's like walking between life and death. This time is the most comfortable one. It spent this tidal storm watching the show, watching other virtual beasts struggling to survive, while it itself felt extremely comfortable. Lin Moyu's eyes gradually became sharp, and he was ready to strangle the nearby virtual beasts and refine them into soul crystals. At this moment, a tremendous pressure came from afar, overwhelming, quickly locking and covering the area where Lin Moyu was. A huge island appeared in the void, emitting dazzling golden light. A shadow appeared above the golden island. Its appearance was hazy and unclear, but Lin Moyu could feel that it was staring at him. Under the overwhelming pressure, he was speechless and unable to move, and the same was true for King Hun Xian. After a moment, the pressure dissipated and the golden island disappeared. King Hun Xian was terrified at this moment, and whispered, "It belongs to Emperor Jin Jian." In the virtual world, above the king of the small spirit realm is the emperor of the large spirit realm, and there is no other level of realm between the two. It seems that there is only one step between the two, but in fact, the gap is already alarming. Only by truly coming into contact with the emperor can one have a profound experience. Although what he saw was only the projection of the emperor, it was enough for Lin Moyu to feel the power of the emperor. He felt that the emperor was even more powerful than the Origin Dao Master. There are several Origin Masters that I have come into contact with, no matter whether it is the third ancestor, the Demon King, or the King of the Sea Realm, none of them is as good as the Golden Luo Emperor. But it is normal to think about it. In the entire virtual world, there are only 9 emperors in the Japanese Communist Party. There are countless real worlds corresponding to the virtual world, and in these countless real worlds, the Origin Masters are even more numerous. How can the numerous Origin Dao Lords be compared with the 9 emperors? If there is some kind of mysterious power behind this world that divides the entire world roughly fairly, then it is natural that the emperor is powerful. Soul Heart King didn't know that Lin Moyu was thinking so complicatedly. He was still a little nervous at this moment. This is the emperor. All of us little spirit realm kings are no match for the emperor. The emperor is the supreme in the virtual world. Lin Moyu nodded slightly. The emperor is indeed powerful, much more powerful than the Origin Dao Master in the real world. King Hun Xian shook his head. I don't know what the Origin Dao Master is, but there have been strong men from the real world who challenged the emperor, but they were easily killed by the emperor. And there was more than one such person. There was even one time when they went in a group, and they were also slapped to death by the emperor. Fortunately, the emperor just came to give you a warning. You should not merge the small spirit realms for the time being. 30 small spirit realms are enough. Lin Moyu said, then I continue to kill virtual beasts? King Hun Xian said, it's okay. In the eyes of the emperor, virtual beasts are like ants. You can kill them at will. The emperor won't care even if you kill them all. Lin Moyu understood that beings of the level of Jin Luo Emperor were more concerned about the changes in the entire spiritual realm. As for individuals like virtual beasts, they are actually not important. Even if all the virtual beasts were killed, they would be able to recover quickly. However, if too many small spiritual realms were merged, it would be difficult to disperse them again. The Emperor Jin Luo was only giving him a warning this time. If he continued to do this, it would probably attack and kill him next time. King Hun Xian thought Lin Moyu was worried, so he comforted her. Don't worry, the Emperor will not take action easily, unless you do something too outrageous, or take the initiative to provoke the Emperor. Let's go, we're going to look for Senior D Ting. It's a long journey, you have to be mentally prepared. Good. Lin Moyu didn't care. No matter how big the virtual world was, he would be able to reach it sooner or later at his current speed. Along the way, there was heavy fog. After the tides and winds, the chaotic fog grew again, and the entire virtual world turned into a foggy world, making it even more difficult to distinguish. Lin Moyu felt his connection with the spirit world gradually weakening again, and he knew he was drifting away. Using the spirit world as a reference, one can roughly know the direction. On the way, Soul Heart King told Lin Moyu some precautions. Senior D Ting is relatively easy to talk to. Some questions will be answered directly, while some questions require an equivalent exchange and cannot be forced. Senior D Ting lives near Jinluo Island. The area it is located in was opened up by the Emperor himself. It is not a small spiritual realm, but it is better than a small spiritual realm. Next to Senior Bang Ting's residence is the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm. The guy in the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm has a bad temper and is not friendly to outsiders. He has killed many practitioners from the real world. But it has a good relationship with Senior D Ting, so it's best not to offend it. King Hun Xian told everything he knew. Lin Moyu, write it down. The number of years that the D Ting beast has existed cannot be measured. Even the Jinluo Emperor was taken care of and raised by it, and the Jinluo Emperor regards the D Ting beast as his father. To offend the D Ting beast is to offend the Emperor Jinluo, which also leads to the extremely high status of the D Ting beast. At the same time, because of the special abilities of the D Ting beast, several other emperors would sometimes come to it for advice, and gradually, the D Ting beast's status became transcendent. The two flew over one spiritual realm after another. Because of the warning from the Emperor, Lin Moyu became restrained and no longer attacked the kings in the small spiritual realms, nor did he try to merge the spiritual realms. However, the two also encountered two ownerless small spirit realms. The original kings of the small spirit realms were reduced to ashes in this tidal storm, leaving only the innate virtual treasures. Lin Moyu was not polite and directly put the innate treasure into his pocket. He did not merge with the small spirit realm, but that did not mean he could not refine the small spirit realm and become the new king of the small spirit realm. As long as the current situation of the small spiritual realm is not changed, Emperor Jin Jian will not intervene. When he arrived at the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm, the number of innate virtual treasures on Lin Moyu's body had increased to 35. Lin Moyu felt a little strange. These innate virtual treasures were more or less defective and did not look like normal magic weapons. And their appearance. A broken pen, a half-broken seal, half a painting with no discernible pattern, etc. Combined with the scene he saw when the virtual treasures resonated before, Lin Moyu had every reason to believe that these innate virtual treasures came from that magnificent palace. And it only came from one of the cabins, and that cabin seemed to be a study. Therefore, many of these imaginary treasures are stationary items. He expressed his doubts, but King Huanxin also said he didn't know. The two stopped in front of the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm, and King Han Xian said, "The Dragon Spirit King is very powerful, and we will be discovered as soon as we enter it. When the time comes, Brother Lin should not say too much. Let this master speak." Lin Moyu nodded, "Okay." King Huanxin sighed, "I hope King Longhu is in a better mood now, otherwise this matter may cause trouble." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. If it is really because of it that I can't see Senior D Ting, then it means that I have no fate with Senior D Ting, and I will go to find the real world with fellow Taoist Han Xian." King Han Xian looked strange. Fellow Taoist Lin is quite open-minded, but the real world that I am looking for is also in this Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm. Lin Moyu laughed out loud. "No wonder fellow Taoist Huanxin repeatedly told me to have a good relationship with King Longhu. This is the main reason. This is why King Huanxin was so enthusiastic and came to find the D Ting beast first. The real world he once discovered was actually in the Longhu Small Spirit Realm. Everyone has some selfish motives when doing things, and Lin Moyu understands this." King Huanxin said, "I came to look for Senior Dating once before, and when I passed by the Dragon Lake Small Spirit Realm, I accidentally discovered that world. I also searched there for a long time, but unfortunately found nothing. It just so happens that fellow Taoist Lin is also going to look for Senior Bang Ting. It seems that this is also a kind of fate." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It is indeed fate that brings us together. Who can tell for sure? Perhaps, as fellow Taoist Huanqing said, this is a kind of destiny. The two of them entered the Longhu small spirit realm while chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered, Lin Moyu felt a different atmosphere. The chaotic fog here contains a lot of water vapor, and the water vapor contains a hint of will. Soon after, the mist began to roll violently, and then suddenly dispersed, and a dragon roar resounded through the soul. The Dragon Lake King appeared in his sight, and Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. The Dragon Lake King was really a divine dragon, and there was no difference between him and the divine dragon of the Dragon Clan in the Origin continent. But it has no physical body, only a soul, and is a virtual beast. King Hun Xin laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist Long Hu, long time no see. King Huanqing is good at socializing, so the relationship between the two should be good. But thinking about King Huanqing's instructions just now, Lin Moyu felt that things might not be that simple. King Longhu's eyes passed from King Huanqing to Lin Moyu, and he said in a low voice, a cultivator from the real world, Huanqing, why did you bring him here? King Huanqing said, this is fellow Taoist Lin, a friend of mine. He wants to go find Senior Di Ting, and I am here to lead the way. King Longhu looked at Lin Moyu, and suddenly his nose moved, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. You have a lot of innate virtual treasures on you, and you have killed many masters. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, neither admitting nor denying. However, he could feel that the look in Longhu King's eyes had become unfriendly, even full of hostility. Obviously, what I did made it unhappy. King Huanqing said, King Longhu, you know the situation there. Fighting and killing is normal. King Longhu snorted, it's our business for us virtual beasts to fight and kill each other, but when facing the cultivators in the real world, shouldn't we stand together? Hun Xin shook his head, unite against the outside world? Is this what you mean or what the Emperor means? The Emperor has never said that. Longhu Wangdao, the Emperor will not care about these trivial matters. Huanqing, as the king of the small spiritual domain, when you see a cultivator from the real world, instead of killing him, you actually become friends with him. This is really embarrassing for us. It said so, and Hun Xin was a little unhappy. It seems that it is not the turn of Taoist Longhu to intervene in what I do. We are just passing by, not looking for Taoist Longhu. Please get out of the way. 1. The Longhu King whispered, if I won't let you, what can you do? Do you dare to force me? Hun Xin frowned. It seemed that the king of Longhu was in a bad mood today. It was not like this the last few times they met. Lin Moyu said, fellow Taoist Huanqing, let's go over and see if it dares to stop us. If it dares to stop us, I will let Longhu small spirit realm change its owner. King Hun Xin was still restrained, but Lin Moyu didn't care. Since nice words don't work, then stop talking. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. It's that simple. It is not necessary for the Di Ting beast to find it, and there are some things that the Di Ting beast may not dare to say. King Hun Xin nodded, if that's the case, let's go over there. The two ignored King Longhu and flew forward. The king of the lake was ignored and flew into a rage. You two are courting death. Its aura rose, and the chaotic fog nearby exploded on the spot. Amid the dragon's roar, the fog transformed into countless water dragons, attacking Lin Mapu and Hun Xinju from all directions. Just as King Huanqing said, King Longhu is very powerful and should not be underestimated. This attack alone was considered powerful among the several kings that Lin Moyu had encountered. Bang! Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the world-burning fire gushed out, transforming into countless fire dragons and water dragons that collided with each other. Amid the roar, the water dragon and the fire dragon were scattered at the same time. The water dragon turned back into mist, while the fire dragon evolved into a sea of fire. The sea of fire exploded as soon as it was formed. King Longhu was unable to dodge and was touched by the fire that burned the world. In an instant, the fire that burned the world burned fiercely on its body, and King Longhu screamed in pain. Lin Moyu has killed dozens of small spirit realm kings over the years and used the burning world fire to refine a large number of soul crystals. The power of the burning world fire is far greater than before. Although it is not possible to burn the king of the small spiritual realm to death in a short period of time, it can still make them feel extreme pain. The pain from the depths of his soul was unbearable. King Longhu quickly moved away from the sea of fire, with endless water vapor coming out of his body, trying to put out the fire that was burning the world. But the fire that burns the world is not so easy to put out. The speed of extinguishing the fire is extremely slow. It also wants to enjoy the pleasure of burning the soul. Lin Moyu looked a little disdainful. Let's go. King Huanqing did not expect Lin Moyu's method to be so powerful. Just one blow made King Longhu retreat. He immediately led the way in front and said, I didn't expect that Brother Lin's strength has reached this level. I admire you. Lin Moyu said, It's not that I am strong, I just took advantage of this. King Hun Xian was curious. I have seen this fire several times before. It is about 70% similar to the Great Tao Essence fire, but it is also different. I wonder what kind of fire this is. Lin Moyu said, This is the flame left to me by a senior. Fellow Taoist Huanqing can regard it as the enhanced Tao Essence fire. There is not much difference. King Huanqing was very tactful and did not ask any further questions. The two flew for a while, and then they heard dragon roars again from behind. King Longhu finally extinguished the flames on his body and chased after them in great anger. *7*0. But this time it didn't dare to get any closer. It spewed out dragon breath from a distance and turned into a water dragon that swept over. At the same time, a large number of virtual beasts appeared in Lin Moyu's sight. The virtual beasts roared continuously and rushed towards Lin Moyu with murderous intent. Lin Moyu was even more disdainful. He himself didn't dare to go up, so he sent his men to die. With a light tap of the finger, the Nakong talisman flew out and then unfolded. Boom! A 1,000-dimensional formation suddenly appeared, and all the virtual beasts that rushed over were trapped in the formation without exception. Thousands of strange phenomena appeared in the formation, which severely injured the virtual beast that came over, and then a way of survival appeared. The virtual beasts seized the last chance to survive, followed the path of survival into the core of the formation, and eventually fell into the world-burning fire and were refined into soul crystals. Lin Moyu has done the same thing countless times over the years and has become so skilled at it that he doesn't need to be more skilled. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 virtual beasts that rushed over were all killed without exception. Lin Moyu glanced at the Longhu king, who was not daring to approach from a distance. My patience is limited. If you provoke me again, I will kill you. After saying that, he and King Huanqing continued to move forward. King Longhu only dared to roar behind them, but really didn't dare to get close. It was not until the voice of King Longhu disappeared that King Huanqing said in surprise, King Longhu doesn't seem to be in a good mood, but he didn't fight us to the death after suffering a loss. It's really strange. Lin Moyu said, It's not surprising, it was in a bad mood because it was injured in the tidal storm. Although it tried its best to hide it, the injury was actually not light. That's why it doesn't fight us. It doesn't dare to fight us. Otherwise, Longhu Little Spirit Realm will really have to get a new king. King Hun Xian was surprised and said, It was seriously injured? I didn't even notice it. Fellow Taoist Lin really has a good eye. Lin Moyu said, Fellow Taoist Huanqing didn't notice it because he didn't look carefully, but I looked very carefully and found some clues. King Hun Xian laughed, We have offended it this time. Given its temper, I'm afraid it won't let it go easily. It will most likely go to Senior D Ting to complain. Lin Moyu smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I don't have to ask. If he really complains, I will kill him later. He has a smile on his face, but he looks murderous. If I really get mad at him, he even dares to kill the D Ting beast. The worst that can happen is that I can just escape back to the real world and never come back here again. Sometimes Lin Moyu is very good at balancing things, but when he doesn't balance things, that's when he becomes really crazy. Pass through the Longhu small spiritual realm and enter the vacuum zone. After flying for a while in the vacuum zone, we finally arrived at the island where the D-Ting beast lived. When seeing the island, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes. He saw a house. It was the first time he saw a house in the virtual world. The virtual beasts live in the chaotic fog. They have the concept of territory, but they never have any houses. Even the king of a small spiritual realm like the Soul Heart King basically lives with virtual treasures. It can be said that their residences are like the virtual treasures. Moreover, most of the materials in the real world cannot be brought into the virtual world, so it is not easy to build a house in the virtual world. The houses of the slanderous beasts are all made of illusory materials. These materials exude a strong power of the Tao. Just looking at the materials, this small house is worth a lot of money. In addition to the house, what really surprised Lin Moyu was the chaotic maze under the house. The chaotic fog here is no longer chaotic, but has turned into strips, interweaving with each other to form a special structure. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that these chaotic mists formed a divine symbol. This symbol is ambiguous and not very complete, but from its structure we can tell that its function is to provide firmness. Use this symbol to gather the chaotic fog together, then reinforce itself and finally support the house. Judging from this point alone, the slanderous beast is indeed extremely special. King Huanqing stopped a kilometer away from the house and did not move closer. Instead, he said in a loud voice, "Listen, Senior, Huanqing is here to visit." The door opened, and a virtual beast with a lion's head and a turtle's body slowly walked out. Next to it, there was a small dragon that had shrunk to less than half a meter in length. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that Xiaolong was Long Hu Wang. The Dragon Lake King, who had been throwing a tantrum in front of him before, changed his appearance when he was next to the D-Ting beast. Not only did it shrink its body, but it also followed obediently without making any sound. When seeing King Longhu, King Huanqing couldn't help but look at Lin Moyu. "Sure enough, you're here to complain." Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. Although asking or not asking doesn't have much impact, if someone tries to sabotage it, I'm sorry, Lin Moyu never suffers any loss. The D-Ting beast glanced at the Soul Heart King and said, "It's you. Come over here and talk." The old voice carried an invisible majesty, and its status was transcendent, even when facing several emperors. Even if the emperor comes here, he has to listen to it politely. After all, he comes here to ask for help, not for anything else. King Huanqing and Lin Moyu flew over together and landed in front of the hut. The D-Ting beast had already come to the tea table in front of the cottage. The Dragon Lake King transformed his claws and skillfully made tea for the D-Ting beast. The D-Ting beast glanced at Lin Moyu casually, "A cultivator from the real world, come to see me, but what do you want to ask?" It calls itself old man and looks like an elderly man. Except for the appearance, it looks very much like a human. And he also likes to drink tea. There are not many virtual beasts that like to drink tea. The only one Lin Moyu has seen is the Soul Heart King, and now there is also the Listening Beast. Lin Moyu even wondered whether King Huanqing learned the habit of drinking tea from D-Ting Zhang. Lin Moyu took out a drop of ancestral water. "Have you seen this thing?" The Diting Beast's eyes narrowed slightly. "Zhu Shui?" "I know it." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "It is indeed Zhu Shui. Do you know where it came from?" The Listening Beast thought, "There are many worlds." Lin Moyu was stunned and said in a deep voice, "I'm asking where it came from." "Source?" The D-Ting beast looked at Lin Moyu and said calmly, "You should know my rules." Lin Moyu said, "I know that you set the conditions. If I can do it, I will definitely try my best. I just hope that after completing it, you will give me a satisfactory answer." The D-Ting beast shook his head and said, "Whether my answer can satisfy you or not is up to you. I can only promise to tell you what I know." Lin Moyu nodded. "Okay, that's the question, the origin of Zhu Shui. What do you want me to do?" The Diting Beast glanced at the Dragon Lake King beside him and said, "It's very simple, just heal its wound." The Dragon Lake King was immediately furious. Ting Di, Senior, we don't need him. Before it could finish its words, the Di Ting beast interrupted it and said, shut up and stay still. King Longhu immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak anymore. He looked back at how majestic the Di Ting beast was. At this moment, Lin Moyu even felt that the majesty of the Di Ting beast was greater than that of the emperor. The Di Ting beast said, is there something wrong with my conditions? Lin Moyu said, no problem. As he spoke, he pointed his finger and a spiritual flower flew out. The spiritual flowers bloomed in the void, layer upon layer, very beautifully. Enter this flower, said Lin Moyu. Di Ting glanced at King Longhu and said in a low voice, go in. King Longhu was very obedient and got into the spiritual flower. The spiritual flower quickly closed and wrapped King Longhu up. Lin Moyu chuckled, it's really obedient. Di Ting said, Xiaolong is indeed quite well behaved, but he sometimes has a bad temper. Lin Moyu said, but sometimes a bad temper can lead to fatal disasters. The listening beast sighed softly, as you say, everyone has their own destiny. If that is true, there is nothing we can do. I have done my best, and the rest is up to fate. Lin Moyu realized that the Di Ting beast had seen and heard a lot, and its hearing might be more than just hearing, perhaps it could also depict corresponding pictures through sound. If this is true, then what it hears is no different from what it sees. Lin Moyu felt that his guess was very likely to be true. King Huanqin listened to the conversation between the two and stayed aside quietly without interrupting, like a forgotten existence. After a while, the spiritual flowers gradually dissipated, and the Dragon Lake King flew out from them, emitting a dragon roar that shook the sky. The listening beast frowned and said, be quiet. The dragon's roar stopped abruptly, and King Longhu immediately shut his mouth, not daring to even breathe. After being treated with the spiritual flower, its wounds have healed. Although he still disliked Lin Moyu, it was better than before. Di Ting Beast Dao, you all should leave, Brother Lin Dao will stay for a while. The Dragon Lake King obviously didn't want to leave and wanted to say something, but he was glanced at by the Di Ting Beast and retreated 2.2 on the spot. After Huanqin Wang bowed to the Dieting Beast, he turned and left. In front of the hut, only Lin Moyu and the Di Ting Beast were left. The Di Ting Beast said slowly, fellow Taoist Lin, please sit down and have some tea. Lin Moyu sat down as he was told, have I met your requirements? The Di Ting Beast laughed and said, with the spiritual flowers in full bloom, there is no injury that cannot be cured. With a voice like thunder, the Di Ting Beast directly revealed the name of the spiritual flower, which surprised Lin Moyu. How did you know that this is a spiritual flower? The Di Ting Beast said, not only do I know about the spirit flower, I also know that your name is Lin Moyu and you are from the origin continent. Lin Moyu suddenly realized, Senior is indeed very powerful, nothing can be hidden from him. The listening beast shook his head like an old scholar, I just lived a little longer and like to listen to things everywhere, so naturally I know more. Do you really want to know the origin of Zhu Shui? Facing the question from the listening beast, Lin Moyu chose yes without hesitation. He whispered, I know that I may be touching upon the greatest secret in the world. I want to know, but I don't know if you dare to tell me. The Di Ting Beast laughed, and there was a hint of helplessness in his slightly old laughter. Above the hut, a cloud of chaotic fog rose. It was unknown how the Di Ting Beast manipulated the chaotic fog so easily that it enveloped the entire area. The chaotic fog was so thick that it blocked out vision and blocked off the sky and earth. Lin Moyu asked, does this work? Di Ting Beast said, just take it as self-consolation, to make yourself at peace. I always keep my word. Since you cured Xiaolong, I will tell you what I shouldn't have said. After listening to this, what kind of consequences you have to bear is your own business and has nothing to do with me. Lin Moyu said, this is natural. If there is any cause and effect, the younger generation will bear the responsibility. The Di Ting Beast looked at the chaotic fog. Lin Moyu followed its gaze. The chaotic fog kept churning and changing. A ball of chaotic fog flew out and turned into a big gourd in the void. There were holes everywhere on the gourd, and water kept flowing out. That was the ancestral water. Under the 12 gourds, the chaotic fog also condensed into small human figures. Lin Moyu had seen this scene in the other side. Di Ting Beast said, "This is the origin of Zushui. That place is called the Land of Return." "A place of return?" Lin Moyu was shocked and blurted out, "I have been to the Guiyuan land before, and the Guiyuan land is not like this." Di Ting Beast said, "I don't know whether fellow Taoist Lin has been to the Land of Return. Although I can listen to the myriad worlds, I can't listen all the time, so there are always mistakes. Perhaps what fellow Taoist Lin saw and heard in the place of origin is not the whole picture. Anyway, this is my answer to the origin of Zushui." Lin Moyu whispered, "Then, have you ever seen an old man in a white robe in the place of return?" He was sure that what the listening beast meant by hearing was not simply hearing. He could see by listening, and hearing was seeing. Hearing the words of the old man in white robe, the Di Ting Beast trembled all over. "How did you know?" Lin Moyu said, "To be honest, Senior, I have had the good fortune to meet that person once. I got my ancestral water from him. He said that he and I have a connection. It's fate." The listening beast laughed again, but his laughter was full of helplessness. "I have also seen him, but I was seriously injured and almost died." The mouth of the Dijon beast was filled with fear. Lin Moyu knew that the beast must have seen something it shouldn't have seen. "I have only met the old man in white robe once, and I feel that he has a kind attitude and does not seem like that kind of person." The Di Ting Beast said, "Okay, let's stop asking this question here. Don't ask it again." Lin Moyu understood that the Di Ting Beast didn't want to talk about anything related to Zushui anymore. Although his question was not answered, he already had a clue. Ultimately, it points to the place of origin, a mysterious place hidden in the deepest part of the ancestral land. The last time I went there, maybe I only saw the tip of the iceberg. That place may have other secrets. Lin Moyu said, "Then do you have any other questions, Senior?" The Di Ting Beast nodded and said, "You tell me the problem, and I will set the conditions." Lin Moyu asked, "Senior, do you know a world called Huaxia? From the small world to the big world, to the origin continent, and then to today's Suwei." After finding the Di Ting Beast that has the ability to hear everything in the world, Lin Moyu has many questions to ask, one of which is where he came from. Although I don't have too many nostalgic memories of the world in my previous life, I still want to take a look at it if possible. I once saw a world that looked like Huaxia among the wonders of the big world. At that time, I also saw people walking on swords, which formed a sharp contrast with the steel jungle. Di Ting Beast said, "I know, my condition is tea." Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. "Tea?" Di Ting Shou Dao, "I want better tea leaves than Su Dao tea, and better water for brewing tea." Lin Moyu suddenly understood and took out a few leaves of the world tree and some gold and silver tree juice. "Take a look at these and see if they are pleasing to your eyes." The Di Ting Beast's eyes glowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes." Seeing its reaction, Lin Moyu realized something was wrong. However, he did not say it immediately, but instead sent the world leaf and the gold and silver tree juice to the listening beast. "Since it is possible, please tell me, Senior." Di Ting Beast Dao, the virtual world reflects thousands of worlds, and there is more than one world called Huaxia. Do you have more information? Lin Moyu said, "In the Huaxia world I mentioned, there is a country called Dragon Country. Their writing is like this." As he spoke, Lin Moyu drew a few words. "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao." The Di Ting Beast looked at these words and said, "According to what you said, there are 3 such worlds in total. These 3 worlds are all located in the Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, not far from each other, and in the same small spiritual realm. I can give you the exact location, but if you want to go to the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm, it might be a little difficult." Lin Moyu asked, "What's the difficulty?" "Listen to the beast. The first is the realm. The reason why the Great Spirit Realm is called the Great Spirit Realm is that it is governed by the innate origin virtual treasure. There is an obstacle similar to the world barrier at the edge of the Great Spirit Realm. Secondly, after leaving the Great Spirit Realm, there will be a vacuum. It is different from the vacuum zone in the Great Spirit Realm. There are dangers everywhere. Even the king of the small spirit realm can easily perish in it. Finally, there is number 003 direction in the vacuum of 10,000 paths. It is not easy for you to find the way to Jinmu. The above 3 points are the difficulties. Little Spirit Realm King knows this problem, so I will not set any conditions. Lin Moyu wrote it down. Is there a way to reach Jinmu Great Spirit Realm safely? The D-Ting Beast laughed and offered a condition, a spiritual flower. Without saying anything, Lin Moyu directly sent a spiritual flower to the listening beast. He had plenty of spiritual flowers, and exchanging a spiritual flower for an answer was worth it to him. D-Ting Beast Dao, the Emperor can use the innate origin virtual treasure to cross the 10,000 vacuums. If you really want to go, you can find a way to find the Emperor and ask him to help. But whether it will succeed or not, I don't know. I can tell you one thing for free. According to the world you are in, the Emperor should have been busy in the past 100,000 years. The Nine Treasures resonance has just ended, and the Emperor is very busy. 100,000 years. It actually took so long, which was beyond Lin Moyu's expectation. Fortunately, it is not urgent for me to return to the world of my previous life, so there is no rush. Lin Moyu continued to ask, next question, there was a magic weapon called the Divine Summer Tower, and its owner was named Ming Anwen. Do you know where he is now? As soon as this question was asked, the D-Ting Beast's expression suddenly changed, and its eyes became sharp and dangerous. Lin Moyu looked into its eyes and could feel its inner uneasiness. After a moment, the D-Ting Beast slowly uttered 2 words, I don't know. Lin Moyu talked with D-Ting Beast for a long time and asked many questions. Many questions have been answered. In fact, there are very few things that Lin Moyu doesn't know now. The questions he asks are at a level higher than most people would think about. The D-Ting Beast also gained a lot from Lin Moyu. After that, it was almost a spiritual flower for every question, and the D-Ting Beast made a fortune. After a long time, Lin Yu said goodbye to the D-Ting Beast. King Huanxin was waiting outside, King Longhu was beside him, and the 2 little kings of the spirit realm were talking, and they seemed to have a harmonious relationship. The little python closed its eyes, with 2 kings of the small spiritual realm beside it. The little python felt very uncomfortable, but did not dare to say anything. Longhu Wang's injury has healed, and when he saw Lin Moyu, his eyes were a little complicated. King Hun Xian smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Lin, have you finished your questions? Lin Moyu nodded, okay, let's go. King Huanxin nodded and said to King Longhu, we may stay in Longhu small spirit realm for a while, please don't mind, fellow Longhu. King Longhu snorted, I don't care about you. As it spoke, it flew into the fog to find the listening beast. This scene made Lin Moyu feel that Longhu King was like a child who had not grown up, at least in terms of temper. Lin Moyu sat on the little python and said to King Huanxin, please lead the way, fellow Huanxin. I have something else to think about. King Hun Xian nodded and led the way without disturbing Lin Moyu. It was very tactful and knew when to shut up. It also knew that Lin Moyu must have asked a lot of questions, and now it needed time to sort them out. Thinking back to my past, it was the same. Lin Moyu did have something to think about, but he was not thinking about any problem. Instead, he was thinking about the D-Ting Beast itself. He asked a lot of questions later, and those questions seemed to have no connection, but in fact they were vaguely connected. From the question itself and the answer of the D-Ting Beast, Lin Moyu could see something deeper. During this time, the reactions of the listening beast were all in sight. The D-Ting Beast is a virtual beast that has lived for countless years. No one knows its realm or its strength. All they know is that it has the unique ability to hear everything in the world. The current emperors are basically its juniors. It can be said that in the virtual world, the D-Ting Beast has the highest seniority and has lived the longest. Normally, the emotions of this kind of being should be extremely stable, with no joy or anger. But it is not the same for the Ting beast. It can also be startled. Its actions can deceive people, but its eyes cannot. Anything that can shock the Ting beast must be no small matter. For example, when Lin Moyu mentioned Shinxiata and Meng Anwen, the Ting beast said that it didn't know, but in fact its eyes had already betrayed itself. The Ting beast knows about Shinxiata and Teacher Meng, but in its mind, Shinxiata is very scary, so it dare not say it. Even Zhu Shui can find a way to say it, but it doesn't dare to mention Shinxia Tower, and it doesn't even dare to use the Chaos Mist to demonstrate it. What is it afraid of? Are you afraid of Teacher Meng? Or are you afraid of the person behind Teacher Meng, the old man in green robe? Although he didn't know the specific answer, Lin Moyu was certain that Meng Anwen should still be alive and Xia Ta should still be there. And where did those destroyed ancient battlefield ruins in the big world and those things that looked like the Shinxia Tower come from? At that time, Meng Anwen also left some information, which all indicated that there was someone behind Meng Anwen. Otherwise, with Meng Anwen's strength, he would not be able to leave such a big mystery to himself. The person behind Meng Anwen is also one of the people behind the small world. Without a doubt, it is the old man in green robe. In other words, the listening beast knew of the existence of the old man in green robe, but dared not even mention him. This further proves that the temper of the green-robed old man may be worse than that of the white-robed old man in Zhu Shui. Once it is mentioned, it may be life-threatening, so Zhong dare not say it at all. It seems that if I want to solve this mystery, I can only wait until I reach the same level as the old man in green robe. According to the Ting beast, not all emperors want to transcend, but in the history of the virtual world, the emperors have changed many times. The emperors have no worries about their lifespan. If they don't find a way to transcend, they will be immortal. So where have these emperors gone? The Ting beast actually had the chance to become an emperor, but it never became one. Instead, it secretly trained several emperors. Why was that? During the conversation with the Ting beast, Lin Moyu keenly captured some information. The Ting beast does not want to be the emperor. It is like a being standing behind the emperor, able to cultivate one emperor after another, and it does not want to become the emperor. It can watch the changes in the virtual world and the replacement of emperors over countless years, and watch the changes with a smile. At the same time, it didn't want to be detached. The instincts that belonged to virtual beasts were completely ineffective in it. It's like a stake, firmly stuck in the virtual world and can't be seen. There must be a reason for all this. Something bad will definitely happen after becoming the emperor. In addition to these things, the most important point is that the listening beast knows the leaves of the world trees and the juice of the gold and silver trees. If it was said that it saw it when he took out the world tree juice for Soul Heart King, Lin Moyu felt that this possibility was very weak. There is only one possibility. It has always known that it has the leaves and sap of the world, and knows their effects, so it doesn't even need to try. Moreover, it asked for spiritual flowers right away and didn't want anything else. The price was already marked and it didn't ask for an exorbitant price. It seemed as if it had known it was coming and had already made preparations and decided on a price. Everything feels weird. When I proposed the Huaxiao world, Ting beast gave the answer without any hesitation or even thinking about it. It was as if he had already anticipated that he would ask these questions and had prepared the answers long ago. Including mentioning the 3 Huaxiao worlds and the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm and the difficulty of crossing the Great Spiritual Realm, it spoke too quickly. If you answer too quickly, there will be problems because the answers have been prepared long ago, just waiting for you to ask. In the subsequent questions, the Huaxiao world was mentioned several times. Judging from the tone of the Ting beast, it seemed that I should go to the Huaxiao world. Lin Moyu even wondered for a moment whether the Ting beast knew that he had traveled from a certain Huaxiao world. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I felt that the Ting beast was not normal, but I had no evidence. At this moment, the voice of King Han Xian rang in my ears. Fellow Taoist Lin, we are here. The Di Ting, Wang Li Heo, beast was drinking tea alone, when suddenly, a white shadow appeared in front of it. The Diting beast trembled, and slowly lowered its head, its eyes full of respect. Diting has heard of days. In front of the Di Ting beast, an old man in a white robe appeared. If Lin Moyu were here, he would be able to recognize that this old man in white robe was the one who gave him the ancestral water. The old man in white robe said, "Give it to me." The Di Ting beast took out the leaves, sap and spiritual flowers of the world and handed them to the old man in white robe with great respect. The old man in white robe nodded in satisfaction and took the things away, whispering, "Your behavior just now was a bit out of line. I guess he saw something." The Di Ting beast trembled all over and lowered its head, not daring to speak. The old man in white robe said, "It doesn't matter. You have accomplished this task. This is your reward." The old man in white robe gave a few more instructions before leaving a small gourd on the table. The Di Ting beast took a deep breath, put away the gourd, and whispered, "Little Jin Luo, come to the garden." The Golden Claw Emperor, who was very busy in the mouth of the Di Ting beast, quickly appeared in front of the Di Ting beast after it gave an order. The Golden Emperor was covered in golden light, but after his arrival, the golden light quickly faded and the Emperor's pressure also disappeared. It looks like a giant lion, with its hair shining like gold. It came to the Di Ting beast and said respectfully, "Teacher, what do you want me to do?" Emperor Jin Luo respectfully called the Di Ting beast his teacher. If this title were to spread, it would be enough to shock all the kings of the lesser spiritual realms. Everyone knows that the Di Ting beast raised the Golden Ao Emperor, but no one knows that the Golden Ao Emperor is the Di Ting beast's disciple. Di Ting beast said, "Please do something for me. If a human named Lin Moyu comes to you and asks you to take him to Jinmu Great Spirit Realm, you should say you are busy." Jin Luo narrowed his eyes. He offended the teacher? "Do you want me to eat it?" The Diting beast glared and said, "Just say what you want to say. Don't do anything unnecessary." Emperor Jin Luo said, "Oh." He realized that he was overthinking. "I know. I won't see him. I just don't know what he looks like. Don't make any mistakes." Golden light shot out from the eyes of the Di Ting beast, interweaving with the appearance of Lin Moyu. Emperor Jin Luo was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be him. "I have seen him before." Di Ting beast said, "Tell me how you saw it." Emperor Jin Luo said, "The 170 rings of the 9 treasures just ended. I sensed that someone had killed some of the small spirit realm kings and merged with the small spirit realm, so I went over to give him some warnings." Di Ting beast said, "Okay, if he does something similar again in the future, you don't have to care about it and let him do whatever he wants." Emperor Jin Luo said, "Isn't that breaking the rules?" The Di Ting beast laughed and said, "Who sets the rules in the virtual world?" Emperor Jin Luo was stunned for a moment. "Part of it was decided by you." The Di Ting beast chuckled and said, "That's fine, just treat it as a retreat and don't bother with his business. Here is some ancestral water, you can use it to make tea, it should be good for you." A large amount of ancestral water flew out of the gourd. Jin Luo quickly took out his magic weapon to take away the ancestral water, shouting, "Thank you, teacher. Ancestral water is a good thing, not a drop of it can be wasted." There were as many as 1,000 drops of ancestral water flying out, and Emperor Jin Luo was extremely happy. Di Ting beast said, "Go back, remember what I said, don't worry about Lin Moyu's affairs." After the Golden Pan Emperor left, the listening beast muttered to himself, "It seems that time is running out. Lin Moyu, is he the person you are waiting for?" Soul Heart King dispelled the chaotic fog in front of him. "It was here that I accidentally discovered a soul world, and then I saw that world." Lin Moyu nodded, "I'll look for it." Virtual beasts cannot see the power of the Tao, so naturally they cannot find the specific location of the real world. Every search is a matter of luck. In the history of the virtual world, there have indeed been a few small spiritual realm kings who, as if by chance, found the origin core of the real world. Through the origin core, they entered the real world. After entering, some people successfully took root in the real world, called themselves ancestors, and even returned to the virtual world to tell other small spiritual kings. But there are also people who have never been heard from again and have died. Transcendence is the instinct of soul beasts in the virtual world and a desire engraved in the deepest part of their souls. Even if there is danger, the little spirit realm king will continue to search, hoping to transcend the virtual world. King Huanxin is very smart, so he chose this relatively safe world. Although the world is weak, it will be the strongest after entering it. It can be called the master of the world. It can completely guide the world and make it stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu searched along the lines of the avenue. It was a meticulous job, and the process of sorting out the mess was endless, so there was no need to be impatient. King Hun Xian remained silent, not daring to disturb Lin Moyu at all. It had been good friends with Lin Moyu before and had done so many things for him, and it truly regarded Lin Moyu as a friend. Isn't it now that we are seeking? He had done this kind of thing before, and some people had helped him find it, but unfortunately they were all unsuccessful. There were even a few people who died on the way to Longhu Small Spirit Realm for various reasons. But this time, King Han Xian felt that he might really have a chance. Lin Moyu moved slowly in the void, sometimes left, sometimes right, seemingly without any clue like a headless fly, but only Lin Moyu knew what he was doing. In his sight, countless avenues were densely intertwined, like a tangled ball of wool. He had to slowly sort them out and find the final thread. He stretched out his hand, used his soul power to pick up a trace of the power of the Great Tao, and carefully searched along the power of the Great Tao. After searching for a long time, he found that he was looking in the wrong direction. This strand of power was going far away, so he had to change direction. He is not a Taoist master, and does not have the corresponding power of the Tao to guide him. Therefore, it is difficult for him to accurately locate the position through the power of the Tao, and he can only try and error again and again. Despite repeated failures, Lin Moyu remained calm and continued to search patiently. As time went by, King Han Xian was getting a little anxious, but Lin Moyu still didn't give up and continued searching. King Han Xian wanted to tell Lin Moyu several times that if he couldn't find it, he could just forget it, but after thinking about it, he finally couldn't say it out loud. Lin Moyu didn't give up, so how could I give up? Suddenly Lin Moyu said, I know what to do. King Han Xian raised his head suddenly, his eyes gleaming. Did fellow Taoist Lin find it? Lin Moyu shook his head. I didn't find it, but I know how to find it. During this period, I found that although these great powers are chaotic, there are still traces to follow. Seeing Lin Moyu's confident look, King Huanxin also gained confidence. Lin Moyu, while thinking, he began to draw the rune. His idea came from the Thousand Daos and Myriad Things formation. The Thousand Daos and Myriad Things formation could filter the power of the avenues, making the separation of the power of each avenue clear. If one mastered this ability, he could also sort out the power of the avenues and form an effect similar to that of a world barrier. If it can be turned into a talisman and then made movable, then the direction of the power of the avenue can be quickly sorted out, thus finding the barrier of the real world. The closer you are to the world barrier, the more orderly the history of the Tao will become. Lin Moyu drew the talisman according to his own ideas. This talisman is equally complex, and contains the most core functions of the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation. The complexity of the talisman made King Huanxin dizzy, and finally he could only look away. The more this happened, the more confident King Han Xian was in Lin Moyu, and felt that this time he had it safe. Lin Moyu carefully drew the talisman and activated it with a surge of soul power. The talisman flew out slowly, glittering in the void. Wherever it passed, the power of the Tao was sorted out bit by bit, like a ball of colorful wool, finally becoming clearly distinguished. Lin Moyu finally saw the direction of the power of the Great Tao and whispered, the power of the Great Tao is most chaotic near the world barrier. The farther away from the world barrier, the chaos will gradually weaken and eventually become orderly. It's just that in the chaos, we can't find a more chaotic direction because the differences are so small. Now that everything has been sorted out, we just need to go in the direction of relative chaos to find that world. While talking, Lin Moyu had already found the direction, and with the divine talisman leading the way, he slowly headed in the right direction. The divine talisman combed the lines of the avenue and moved slowly along the lines. It was not fast, but it was no longer a headless fly. King Hun Xian sighed, fellow Taoist Lin's magic talisman technique is truly amazing. I wonder what the name of this talisman is. Lin Moyu said, this talisman was just created. I will name it the Seeking Boundary Talisman. Soul Heart King smiled and said, the World-Seeking Talisman, the World-Seeking Talisman, is very good. It's really good. Lin Moyu was also very satisfied. The creation of the Seeking Boundary Talisman was not only for the Soul Heart King, but also for myself. With the World-Seeking Talisman, it would be much easier for me to search for other worlds in the future. The virtual world reflects all the worlds. The world is endless, with strong and weak, life and death. If one wants to make the world burning fire stronger, refining the world is the fastest way, and its efficiency is many times faster than refining the virtual world. Hundreds of thousands or millions of virtual beasts are no match for a ruined world. Moreover, the world crystals obtained by refining the world can also accelerate the evolution of one's own universe. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the evolution of the universe was very important. Its importance is not much less than one's own cultivation realm. If one wants to become a truly powerful person, one must perfectly evolve the heavenly world. The more powerful the universe is, the more benefits it will bring to you. Lin Moyu has always believed in his intuition. Since his intuition tells him to do this, he will follow his intuition. The speed of the boundary-seeking talisman gradually slowed down. Lin Moyu said, the power of the avenue ahead has become more chaotic, and the speed of the boundary-seeking talisman has also slowed down. It seems that we are almost there. The body of King Hun Xian was twisted with excitement. His long-cherished wish was about to come true. King Hun Xian had difficulty controlling his heart of Tao, giving people the illusion that his soul would collapse at any time. It took a while for the Soul Heart King to calm down. Seeing this, Lin Moyu knew how much the Soul Heart King hoped to transcend the virtual world. This subconsciousness, deeply rooted in the deepest part of the virtual beast's soul, is undoubtedly displayed in the Soul Heart King. This also raises a question, where does this subconsciousness come from? Lin Moyu has always believed that everything has a source. The entire virtual world and countless virtual beasts have the same idea, which is determined by the rules. The key is who made this rule. From what we have seen so far, apart from the Di Ting beast and the Emperor, it seems that no one can resist the desire for transcendence. The speed of the boundary-seeking symbol was still decreasing, but it never stopped, and it would change direction from time to time. Lin Moyu and Hun Xian Wang were not in a hurry about this, they just followed slowly. After flying slowly for several days, the boundary-seeking talisman finally stopped completely. In the eyes of King Hun Xian, the world ahead was no different from any other place. Lin Moyu felt something was wrong, but couldn't see much. Now that the boundary symbol has stopped, there must be something different ahead. Let me take a look. Lin Moyu flew forward, past the boundary-seeking symbol, and suddenly came into contact with a soft invisible barrier. The barrier did not stop him, allowing him to pass through smoothly. Once he crossed the barrier, he found that the power of the Tao became orderly. There are two completely different feelings inside and outside the barrier. Although the world barrier really exists, it is invisible. Its existence only applies to the history of the great Tao. The world barrier can filter the power of the Tao. All the power of the Tao that passes through the world barrier will be screened, allowing the useful ones to come in and the useless ones to be kept out. This world is not powerful, its principles are incomplete, and it is far inferior to my own world. Whether the world is strong or not cannot be judged solely by whether the power of the avenue is strong, but also by whether the number of avenues is complete. The more avenues there are, the greater the potential of this world. In Lin Moyu's view, the world in front of him does not have much potential. But Soul Heart King still chose this world, and he had his own reasons. Although this world is weak and primitive, no one competes with it, so it can become the real leader of this world. Under its leadership, the world will be able to develop along the trajectory he wants. It doesn't matter if it is not strong now, it can make the world stronger. Soul Heart King has this confidence. At the same time, because there is no one to compete with it, the transcendence of the mind can be said to be very safe. Lin Moyu withdrew from the world barrier and whispered under the urgent gaze of Soul Heart King, "Found it." King Hun Xian was excited again and said sincerely, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist Huanqin, don't thank me so early. The origin core has not been found yet. Song is just beginning now." Soul Heart King Dao, with fellow Taoist Lin's ability, it is only a matter of time before you find the origin core. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I hope I won't disappoint you, my fellow Taoist." He brought Soul Heart King into this nameless world and passed through the world barrier again. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the changes in the power of the great Dao. However, King Hun Xian didn't feel anything at all. As a virtual beast, he couldn't feel the changes in the power of the Tao at all. Only when he drinks the Shu Dao tea can he briefly see some of the history of the heavenly Tao. Virtual beasts have their own advantages and disadvantages. The Tao is fair and gives opportunities to all living beings, but it also sets thresholds and creates difficulties for them. It is not easy for anyone to reach the top. Entering the world was equivalent to having a range. Lin Moyu dispersed a large number of skeleton gods and began a carpet search. This world is neither strong nor big. Although the skeleton god cannot find the origin core immediately, at least he is no longer a headless fly and can greatly shorten the time. Hundreds of billions of skeleton gods were scattered, and Soul Heart King sighed, "Fellow Taoist Lin actually has so many puppets, which really saves a lot of trouble." Lin Moyu said, "More people means more work. Have you ever thought about commanding a large number of virtual beasts to search for it, Brother Huanqin?" Soul Heart King shook his head. "No, if we let them search for the origin core, they will probably rush in as soon as they find it. When a virtual beast sees the origin core, it is no different from a dog seeing meat. It will definitely rush over to grab the food regardless of the consequences." Lin Moyu smiled and expressed his understanding. Under the search of the skeleton god general, the structure of this world was gradually explored. Soul flames danced in the chaotic fog. This world was too weak. The creatures in it had no soul world, only soul flames. In other words, their strength has not even reached the super god realm. Although Lin Moyu could see these soul flames, he could not touch them. The rules of the virtual world will protect the weak, and as long as the soul world has not been formed, they will not be harmed. Lin Moyu once again experienced the fairness of the rules of the Tao. After going back and forth in the world, searching over and over again like digging deep into the ground, he finally made some discoveries. There is an area where the fog of chaos is particularly dense, much thicker than other places. But this area is invisible to King Hun Xian's sight. Just like the power of the Tao and the world barrier, Lin Moyu is visible but the virtual beast is invisible. At the same time, Lin Moyu discovered that the power of the avenue that entered the world was vaguely concentrating here. At this moment Lin Moyu realized that he had found the core of the origin. He took a deep breath and said, "I think I found it. Please follow me, friend Xian." King Huanqin became excited again. "Please lead the way in, fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu came to the chaotic fog and waved his hand, trying to disperse it. But it did not work. There was no movement in the chaotic fog before him. King Hun Xian was obviously puzzled. "Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you doing?" In his opinion, there was nothing in front of him, and Moyu was just exerting powerful force into the void. Lin Moyu knew that King Huanqin couldn't see it. "The origin core should be right in front of us. In my opinion, this is a lingering chaotic fog, but in the eyes of fellow Taoist Huanxin, there should be nothing here. King Hun Xian nodded. There is indeed nothing. The chaotic fog here was so thick that Lin Moyu tried to enter it, but found it pitch dark. He immediately retreated and began to try to disperse it again. The fog of chaos is invisible and cannot be dispelled, which is very strange. But the more bizarre it is, the more problems there are. The skeleton gods were dispatched again, and a large number of skeleton gods entered the chaotic fog. As a result, the skeleton gods lost contact as soon as they entered, as if they had entered another world. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with a bit of solemnity. It's really a bit strange. What are these things? He was already certain that the chaotic fog before him was not ordinary. It may be something like a fog of confusion, but it is not really a fog of confusion. King Hun Xian said, "Would you like me to give it a try?" Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Although the Soul Heart King couldn't see it, it didn't mean that its power couldn't affect it. He immediately said, "Try in the direction I pointed." King Hun Xian nodded, and blasted out in the direction Lin Moyu pointed. King Hun Xian exerted all his strength, and the power shipped to space. The originally thick fog was impacted and became a little thinner. "It works, try again," Lin Moyu whispered. The Soul Heart King launched one attack after another, bombarding the place where Lin Moyu pointed. At this time, it also realized that something was wrong. Its attack disappeared so quickly, as if it was absorbed by something. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary, so he bombarded them even harder. Lin Moyu gradually saw some clues. Because the Soul Heart King was a virtual beast, its power was different from his own. So what if I used the innate virtual treasure? He did it as soon as he thought of it. With a move of consciousness, an innate virtual treasure flew out, controlled by an illusory body, and attacked the fog, which dissipated faster. Lin Moyu finally understood that although he could see the mist, the power from the real world was useless against it. The power of the Soul Heart King is useful, but he cannot see the fog. The rules of the Tao set up one threshold after another. No matter who it is not easy to find the origin and core of the world. If this is a powerful world, after finding the origin core, we will still have to face the powerful will of the world. For example, in the origin continent, all outsiders, whether they are cultivators from other real worlds or virtual beasts, will be regarded as invaders by the world's will. Not only will they be rejected, the world's will also let all the strong people in the world come together to fight. So I want to transcend through the origin core. Being able to dominate a world, perhaps only someone like the Emperor can do it. For someone like Soul Heart King, choosing a world that is not that powerful is actually the best option. From this, we can see that King Huanxin is very clear about his own strength and will not be too ambitious and choose something he cannot do, which would be tantamount to committing suicide. This world is not like the dead world, its origin core is well protected. The two of them put in a lot of effort and finally broke through the thick fog completely. The core of the origin of the world finally appeared. It was also a ball of light, but it contained a strong sense of the great Tao. There was a gleam in King Han Xian's eyes as he stared at the core of the world's origin without blinking. As long as it enters it, it can achieve transcendence, leave the virtual world, and become a creature in the real world. And even if this world is not strong, its strength is enough to become the eyes of the world. This allows you to experience the real world and its diversity, rather than living in a virtual world day after day. There was desire in the little python's eyes. As a virtual beast, it also wanted to enter the core of the origin. Gradually, the little python's eyes became confused, and Jinping instinctively approached the core of the world's origin. Lin Moyu slapped the little python and knocked it unconscious, then used a magic talisman to pack it up and put it into the storage ring. The temptation of the world's origin core to virtual beasts is too great. Soul Heart King can barely endure it, but the little python can at all. Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist Huanxin, why don't you recover your strength first? By the way, I will also study the core of this living origin world." King Huanxin understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words, which was simply asking him to slow down and study it more. Now he obeyed Lin Moyu's words, said it was no problem, and started to recover his strength immediately. In order to blast through the fog just now, Soul Heart King had already consumed most of his strength. After entering the core of the world's origin, I don't know what will happen. It's better to restore my strength to its peak to avoid any accidents. At the same time, Lin Moyu can also take a look at what is different about the core of the origin of this living world. The one I encountered last time was a dead origin core, which contained nothing but some great power. But the origin and core of this world before us is far more than that. Lin Moyu saw a vast amount of Dao power. Although this world was not strong, the Dao power was still quite strong, but the number was small, only 100. It is far inferior to the tens of millions of avenues in the origin continent. With fewer great ways, the power will be weaker. Less has its advantages. At least the pressure faced by Soul Heart King will be less. In addition to the different power of the Tao, Lin Moyu also saw something else. These mists are the destiny of the world, and these lines should be cause and effect. The fate and cause and effect of billions of lives in the great Tao all converge here. If you refine the sutras in this world, you will bear the fate and cause and effect of this world. I always try to avoid getting involved in too many karmas, but I never thought that the path of refining the world would lead to such a huge karma. The cause and effect in the core of the origin affects every living being in the world. Once such a huge cause and effect is formed, there will be more or less trouble. However, because he was refining the entire world, most of the causes and effects would be resolved during the refining process. But it is only the majority. Even if only a small part of the billions of living beings is left, it is enough for Lin Moyu to drink a pot. 3.0 unless he can do it very cleanly and truly not be affected by cause and effect, but it is difficult to do so. Lin Moyu is not a murderer. If the other party does not provoke him, he will not refine the entire world at will. It seems that I have to look for worlds without living creatures in the future. This world in front of us is suitable. It's not very powerful, and there aren't many intelligent creatures. Even if there are causal relationships, they can be easily resolved. It would be great if there was a magic weapon that could connect cause and effect, but unfortunately such a magic weapon is hard to come by. Soul Heart King finally recovered completely. It bowed deeply to Lin Moyu and said, "Friend Lin, I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again after this separation. If we can meet again, no matter what you want, Soul Heart will do its best." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tuanxin, you are too kind. I hope that fellow Taoist Tuanxin will successfully transcend and become the master of the world." Fellow Taoist Tuanxin laughed and said, "Thanks to fellow Taoist Lin for his good words, I am leaving now." King Han Xian rushed into the core of the world's origin with ease and determination. Boom! The terrifying power erupted from the core of the world's origin. No matter how weak this world is, it is still a complete world. It is alive and has a will. At this moment, King Huanxin, as an outsider, collides with the will of the world. No matter how weak this world is, it is still a complete world. If Soul Heart King wants to transcend, he has to fight against the entire world, which is not an easy task. Waves of terrifying power erupted from the core of the world's origin as Lin Moyu continued to retreat. The power of the avenue in the world was surging, and Lin Moyu felt his own insignificance. With his current strength, he was completely unable to fight against the entire world. He kept retreating and only stopped after he was far away. He was already more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the core of the world's origin. During this process, he kept a close eye on the core of the world's origin. The process of Soul Heart King's confrontation with the worlds would trigger the world's most basic power. Through observation, Lin Moyu can better understand the underlying world. Maybe it won't benefit him much on the surface, but in the subtle process, the benefits will evolve naturally. The space behind him twisted, chaotic fog rolled, and accompanied by the sound of rushing water, King Longhu flew over. It stopped beside Lin Moyu, also staring at the world's origin core without blinking, and made a low sound. It went in? Lin Moyu nodded, "Go in." King Longhu whispered, I didn't expect that he would find the origin core. Lin Moyu asked, do you know that the origin core is here? King Longhu snorted lightly, with a little arrogance, this is my small spiritual domain. I know everything here very well. How could I not know? Lin Moyu didn't really believe what Longhu Wang said, he just hummed and didn't say much. King Longhu seemed to be irritated by Lin Moyu's attitude. This king has always known that the core of the origin of the world is here, and I also know that King Huanxin has been looking for it. Song is that this master deliberately did not say it. Lin Moyu casually asked, why don't you say it? Longhu Wang Dao, entering the core of the world's origin is extremely dangerous. You can't just go in if you want to. For a king of a small spiritual realm like us, entering is a matter of life and death. Although this world is weak and its vitality is no more than 30%, I am not telling it because I am actually protecting it. You may seem to be helping it by doing this, but you may actually kill it. Lin Moyu said, some people are dead, but they are still alive. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Longhu Wang was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Lin Moyu said, you don't understand. Fellow Taoist Huanxin's greatest wish is to transcend. If it weren't for the belief in transcendence that supported it, perhaps it would no longer exist. Longhu Wang obviously didn't believe Lin Moyu's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Moyu shook his head. There are some things you won't understand. Fellow Taoist Huanxin is determined to be detached. I believe it will succeed. Then Lin Moyu added, but your mind is not stable. If you try to transcend, you will surely die. King Longhu was immediately enraged and let out a dragon roar. How dare you despise me? Lin Moyu glanced at him coldly. It's not contempt. I have never taken you seriously, so how can I despise you? The Dragon Lake King was furious. The sound of water was loud, and water kept splashing around its body. You are looking for death. Lin Moyu said, I advise you not to mess with me. I have killed dozens of kings along the way, and I don't mind killing one more. The king of Longhu was so angry that he was shaking all over. Lin Moyu not only ignored him, but also threatened him. It said coldly, can you kill the king of the small spirit realm? Lin Moyu is only a third-class soul. No matter how weak the king of the small spiritual realm is, he must be stronger than a first-class soul. The gap between a third-class soul and the king of the small spiritual realm is immeasurable. How can Moyu kill him? Lin Moyu said, you can try it. Just give it a try. Longhu Wang's voice suddenly stopped. He saw a ball of flame burning in Lin Moyu's hand. Just seeing it, the Dragon Lake King was covered with hair, and it quickly retreated to distance itself from Lin Moyu. You actually have the great Tao essence fire. Lin Moyu ignored it and continued to stare at the origin of the world. At this time, in the core of the world's origin, the battle between the Soul Heart King and the world will has reached a white-hot state. Seeing that Lin Moyu still ignored him, King Longhu felt ignored again, with unspeakable anger in his heart. It stared at the Tao essence fire in Lin Moyu's palm, as if it was calculating whether the Tao essence fire could kill it. It is true that it is afraid of the Tao spirit fire, but it is also very angry. Being ignored in his own little spiritual realm, anger began to gradually overcome reason. A moment later, it let out a dragon roar, and a lake rose up behind it, raising huge waves that hit Lin Moyu. Because of the Tao essence fire, it did not come close, but only mobilized the Tinshu treasure to attack. Lin Moyu glanced over, shook his head slightly, and the Necom talisman flew out. The divine talisman unfolded, and thousands of images instantly enveloped the void, directly swallowing up King Longhu. Countless strange visions came towards him, and King Longhu was suddenly panicked. The huge waves were swallowed up by the thousands of formations, and not a single ripple was raised. At the same time, Lin Moyu flicked his finger, and the world-burning fire fell into the formation and enveloped King Longhu. The fire of burning the world was burning fiercely, and the strange vision of the formation and the avenue was corroding down, and King Longhu suddenly cried out in dismay. King Longhu struggled frantically in the formation, but the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation was too powerful and contained infinite strange visions. It rushed from one area to another, enjoying the baptism of various strange visions, and could not get out at all. After Lin Moyu released the formation, he no longer paid any attention to it, ignoring its screams and continuing to look at the core of the origin world. The Soul Heart King was still fighting, and his power continued to radiate, which Lin Moyu could feel clearly. Its power is fused with will, and the Soul Heart King is full of fighting spirit and enthusiasm. Transcendence is its pursuit, and for the sake of transcendence, the Soul Heart King can give up everything. Countless years of preparation, countless years of waiting, all for this moment. Its will not change until it dies in battle. Will is also the heart of Tao, and even more so power. As long as the will is not destroyed, the Soul Heart King will not be defeated. Lin Moyu also gained insights from this. If one's heart is firm and one's will is indestructible, then one will surely succeed. He paid full attention to King Huanxing and ignored King Longhu, who was screaming beside him. The screams of the Dragon Lake King became weaker and weaker, and his breath dropped rapidly. Even the innate treasure could not protect him. The lake water continued to evaporate and became weaker and weaker. Just as the Dragon Lake King was about to give up, suddenly a golden light shot out from its body, and the shadow of the De-Ting Beast appeared in the void. The De-Ting Beast's claws moved slightly and grabbed the Dragon Lake King. Then, it ignored the world-burning fire and the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation and directly grabbed the Dragon Lake King out. Lin Moyu turned his head and looked at the De-Ting Beast with indifferent eyes. He knew that the De-Ting Beast was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Just a clone condensed by its will could ignore the burning world fire and pull the Dragon Lake King out of the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation. But Lin Moyu was not afraid at all, he just watched quietly. The De-Ting Beast sighed softly. "Friend Lin, for my sake, can you spare its life?" Lin Moyu didn't have to kill the King of Longhu, so he might as well save his face and said, "Return." The De-Ting Beast nodded, "Thank you." It let go of King Longhu and shouted in a low voice, "Apologize to fellow Taoist Lin." Wang Gang of Longhu escaped death, but his body was burned black and purple, and he looked very miserable. Fortunately, it was the king of the small spiritual realm, with great strength and the nourishment of the innate virtual treasure. The chaotic mist turned into lake water and fell on it, allowing it to recover a lot. I thought that the De-Ting Beast had saved me, so I could ask the De-Ting Beast to teach Lin Moyu a lesson. But after hearing the words of the De-Ting Beast, the soul of the Dragon Lake King suddenly sank to the bottom of the lake. It was like a child throwing a tantrum, stubbornly saying, "I won't apologize, I'm not wrong." The tone of the De-Ting Beast quickly became stern. "If you don't apologize, you will have to leave the Jinluo Great Spirit Realm." At this moment, Longhu Wang's expression was as rich as that of a human being. His eyes showed 7 points of grievance and 3 points of unwillingness. In the end, he gave in and said to Lin Moyu, "I was wrong. I'm sorry." Lin Moyu didn't say anything, just hummed, which was considered as accepting its apology. King Longhu was very unhappy at the moment. He had cursed Lin Moyu countless times in his heart, but at the same time he was deeply afraid of Lin Moyu and didn't even dare to look Lin Moyu in the face. De-Ting Beast said, "The child is ignorant, Brother Lin is magnanimous, don't worry about it, I will discipline it after returning." Lin Moyu nodded and threw out a spiritual flower. "As long as they are not killed, they can be saved." Hearing this, the Dragon Lake King shuddered. It was not stupid. Lin Moyu's words clearly told the De-Ting Beast to go back and give it a good treat, and then use the spiritual flowers to heal its wounds. This man is so vicious. King Longhu muttered in his heart, and at the same time his fear of Lin Moyu deepened. The De-Ting Beast put away the spiritual flower and said, "Thank you, Brother Lin. I will leave first." As it said this, it told King Longhu to go back. King Longhu was eager to leave immediately and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu thought thoughtfully, the attitude of the Dieting Beast is a little too good. The previous exchange was fairly equal, neither condescending nor servile. What on earth happened that made the Diting Beast treat me so well? He probably knew that the Dragon Lake King was the pet of the Diting Beast. It was indeed a little abnormal that the Diting Beast was not angry at all when the pet was bullied and even apologized to him. However, Lin Moyu did not dwell on this matter too deeply. There are too many things in the world that are hard to understand, so there is no need to worry too much about trivial matters. His attention is still on the core of the world's origin, and the battle between Soul Heart King and the worlds will continues. The Soul Heart King is determined and never loses the upper hand in the fight, constantly launching attacks on the world's will. The world will firmly guard its own world. At this time, it is no longer a competition of strength, but a test of the soul, heart, and kingly heart. Lin Moyu could feel the powerful Tao heart of Soul Heart King. After countless years of accumulation, its Tao heart was almost turning into an obsession. Therefore, for King Han Xin, this battle means victory or death, and there is no such thing as failure. When a powerful being is no longer afraid of death, the power it can exert is quite terrifying. The fight went from intense to stalemate, and from being evenly matched, to King Han Xin gradually gaining the upper hand. The Soul Heart King began to erode the will of the world. He wanted to leave his eternal and indestructible mark in this world. Lin Moyu watched the whole process, and he knew very well that he was witnessing the birth of a transcendent being. In the history of the virtual world, there are only a handful of people who have been able to successfully transcend. This moment is extremely precious. How can we miss it? The Soul Heart King eroded the world bit by bit, and the worlds will retreat it again and again until there was no way to retreat. Finally, the only remaining resistance of the world was disintegrated. Lin Moyu could feel that the world had completely collapsed and became food for the Soul Heart King. From this moment on, Soul Heart King replaced the world's will and became the master of this world. The core of the world's origin rumbled, and a huge amount of chaotic fog rushed towards the core of the world's origin. The surrounding avenues vibrated, and various avenues were buzzing, as if cheering for the birth of the New World Olympics. The world has not changed, it just has a new owner. The replacement of the old with the new is like the rebirth of the world, and the avenue naturally cheers. History belongs to the victor. Lin Moyu said to himself, no one would care that this world belonged to Hui before. Others will only know who is the current master of the world. The chaotic fog wrapped in the power of the great Tao continuously flowed into the core of the world's origin. The entire world benefited from the Soul Heart King and became increasingly powerful. As soon as King Huanxin became the master of the world, he began to lead the changes in the world. This world used to be nameless, but now it should be called the Soul Heart World. A moment later, the shadow of Soul Heart King appeared outside the core of the world's origin. It transformed into a human form and saluted from a distance to Lin Moyu. Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. I will never forget this kindness. Lin Moyu flew over and said loudly, congratulations to fellow Taoist Huanxin for getting what he wanted. This world will surely become stronger under the leadership of fellow Taoist Huanxin. King Huanxin shook his head. Whether the world is strong or not, Huanxin does not have too many extravagant expectations. Everything has a destiny. The Great Way cannot be violated. Some things cannot be forced. Lin Moyu frowned. What do you mean? Soul Heart King suddenly sighed. The transcendence that we virtual beasts desire is actually just falling into another circle. But it is not easy to get to this point. I dare not ask for too much. I will just go with the flow from now on. It thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, fellow Taoist Lin, do you believe in fate? Unexpectedly, Soul Heart King would suddenly ask this question. Lin Moyu said, I don't believe it, but I don't believe it either. King Han Xin laughed, it's better if you don't believe it. Once you believe in fate, your achievements will be like this. I have no way to repay fellow Taoist Lin for his kindness. Here is a world force that is my intention. I hope fellow Taoist Lin will not despise it. As he spoke, a ball of faint light condensed in the palm of King Hun Xian's palm, and the faint light contained the most fundamental history of the world. Lin Moyu felt that this world power was about 80% similar to the power in the world crystal. Lin Moyu said, "In this way, your world will be damaged." King Hun Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, you can recover." Lin Moyu did not refuse too much and accepted the power of the world. This world power is more powerful than the world crystal that he had refined before. After all, that was a dead world, Qian Nuo Zhao, while this world is full of vitality. The two are incomparable. Soul Heart King said, "This king has just taken over the world, and there are still many things to do, so I will no longer accompany fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu bowed slightly, "Then we will meet again if we are lucky." "See you again." The two said goodbye, and the core of the world's origin spewed out thick fog, completely obscuring itself. Then the core of the world's origin began to change position, and the entire world began to move. Lin Moyu knew that this farewell might be forever. He watched the soul and heart world go away. The world was so vast, and their existence was like a drop in the ocean. If they wanted to see each other again, it really depended on fate. Lin Moyu's eyes seemed thoughtful. In just a few words, King Hun Xian had revealed a lot of information. The transcendence it pursues is not transcendence in the true sense, but just jumping from the circle of the virtual world to another circle. King Hun Xian was telling himself not to become a minister of the world like him. Don't become the master of the world. Although King Hun Xian did not say it explicitly, Lin Moyu still caught the true meaning from his words. Obviously, King Huanxin learned some new information after becoming the master of the world. This information can be hidden in the deepest part of the world, and can only be known by becoming a creature of the world. And it can't be a big world, it must be like the origin continent, with an independent avenue, a real world with a huge projection in the virtual world. Lin Moyu pondered over the words of the Soul Heart King, among which the 4 words "Do you believe in fate?" were the most important. Gradually, he understood the meaning of these 4 words. The so-called fate is not destiny, but fate. Destiny is too mysterious, in short it is just an upper limit. Everyone has his or her own upper limit, which is made up of many factors, such as energy, opportunity, effort, Tao heart, etc. For various reasons, it is difficult for most people to truly reach their upper limit. There is an upper limit to living beings, and so does the world. After Soul Heart King has mastered the world, his own world becomes extremely powerful. But he saw his own ceiling because of this, which was a despairing thing. But due to certain rules, Soul Heart King could not tell this, so he asked, "Do you believe in fate?" Lin Moyu naturally doesn't believe in fate, and the upper limit is not impossible to break, but once you believe in fate, the upper limit will basically not move. The Soul Heart King warned himself not to become the master of the world, but he did not know that he was already the master of the world. It's just that he is not the master of the world like it, but the master of his own world. There is no limit to your own world. Even if there is, it must be smashed. After all, King Huanxin had good intentions, so Lin Moyu naturally accepted it. No wonder the Di-Ting beast never considered transcendence. Perhaps the several emperors who were on good terms with it would not consider transcendence either. Transcendence is not true transcendence, but moving from a smaller circle into a larger one. In fact, those who dare to transcend are the real heroes. They are not willing to be trapped in a circle, and they dare to try. Lin Moyu felt that Soul Heart King was still brave. From its words, it could be known that it was not resigned to its fate, and it even thought about breaking the upper limit. How can we laugh at such people for being stupid? On the contrary, the likes of the Di-Ting beast, although powerful and having lived for countless years, are somewhat looked down upon. Lin Moyu did not stay any longer and turned away. The Soul Heart King had gotten what he wanted, and it was time for him to do his own thing. He needs to continue training. A third-class soul is not enough. After completing his mission in the Origin Continent, he will accompany Antares to fight his way onto the Dragon Avenue, and the strength of a third-class soul is far from enough. Through the induction with the soul world, Lin Moyu knows that everything is fine in the soul world. It has been more than 160 years since I entered the virtual world. According to the evolution of the origin continent, if nothing unexpected happens, in a few decades, the grade 7 soul will be able to enter. By that time, the strong ones from the great Tao of heaven will completely suppress the strong ones from the origin continent. But as long as I can suppress it myself, generally nothing will go wrong. Several top forces in the origin continent all have backgrounds in the great Tao of heaven. Although they are not strong, they can still have some influence. Moreover, they did not dare to act recklessly on the origin continent. But if time is longer and a 6th class or 5th class soul comes in, it will be hard to say. It seems that there are still hundreds of years left, but in fact, hundreds of years are just a moment. The tidal storm had just passed, and many virtual beasts in the virtual world had suffered casualties and were still recovering. For Lin Moyu, it became more difficult to lure and kill a large number of virtual beasts, and the efficiency was greatly reduced. He went to those small spiritual realms that he had never been to, used the undead army to attract virtual beasts, and then used the 1000 Dao Wanxiang formation to trap and kill them, and refine them into soul crystals. As the realm improves, the number of soul crystals required becomes more and more abnormal. In order to advance to a higher realm, Yu Xiao would need tens of thousands of high-quality soul crystals. Lin Moyu felt that the speed was a bit slow. He never thought that among those old-school Dao realm masters, there were not many who could reach the 3rd-grade frozen state. Each of them has practiced for hundreds or tens of millions of years. Others have spent vast amounts of time to cultivate, but he has caught up in just a few hundred years, and he even complains that it is too slow. If people knew about this, everyone would probably want to beat him to death. On the origin continent, after the dramatic changes in heaven and earth, the great Tao has evolved for more than 300 years, and finally allowed Shui and other souls at the end of the Tao realm to come in. A 6th-level soul master is no longer considered a weakling, and a single strike is enough to cause damage to the origin continent. Even after more than 300 years of nourishment from the great Tao, the origin continent is now much stronger than it was 300 years ago, but it still cannot withstand the wanton destruction of a 6th-level soul master. Therefore, the great Tao has its own rules. If anyone dares to cause harm to the origin continent, the great Tao's punishment will be severe. Those who came in at the Tao realm basically came in to preach and would not cause a big fight. On the land of Middle-earth, Lin Moyu still exists, and Antares has remained motionless for more than 100 years, like a dragon mountain. If it weren't for the dragon breath constantly spewing out of its nostrils, others would have thought it was dead. The Tao realm powerhouses who came from the great Tao beyond heaven lived in peace, but the local forces on the origin continent were not so peaceful. There is originally discord between many forces, and even with external pressure, it is impossible to suppress them indefinitely. After a period of silence, conflicts inevitably occurred, starting with small-scale conflicts and then evolving into large-scale conflicts. Dao Zuns joined the battle, and the scale of the battle gradually expanded. Afterwards, the defeated forces sought help from all sides. On the origin continent, the forces were complicated and intertwined like a spider web. Finally, the top forces began to take action. But it was only then that the strong men from the top forces discovered that those small forces were not simple, and the purposes behind the conflicts were not simple either. Although some small forces are not large in scale, they have a long history and are backed by powerful people from the outer world. With the support of the strong, they began to have their own ideas and planned to break away from the control of the top forces. The fight escalated again and began to evolve towards the Tao realm. Because the origin continent has become solid enough, the Tao realm of the ninth order soul can already take action. As long as they don't act recklessly, the Tao will not punish them. Afterwards, the origin continent became even more chaotic, with battles taking place everywhere. It's not just Nanzhou, it's the same in Dongzhou as well. Finally, even the demon tribes in Beizhou began to fight each other. Many ancestors of the demon clan began to return from the Great Road outside the heaven, and several royal families were suppressed instead. The Demon King did not appear during this period and seemed to no longer care about the affairs of the Demon Clan. On the contrary, Shijo became the most peaceful. The Origin continent was in chaos, but fortunately everyone was exercising restraint and it didn't really turn into a mess. It was not until 10 years ago when the Hansui Holy Sect and the Wendao Sect officially went to war that the situation really boiled over. Then a conflict broke out between the Seven-Star Holy Land and the Wu family. The human race in Nanzhou suffered heavy casualties, with many dying from serious injuries. But overall, it still maintains a relative balance. A year ago, a road-protecting fortress slowly emerged on Tianwai Avenue. Due to some special reasons, the outer avenue did not block the road protection fortress. A road-protecting fortress suddenly appeared in the void and slowly flew into the Origin continent. Its appearance attracted the attention of many people, and all the Dao Realm Masters showed expressions of shock. Weren't all the fortresses destroyed in the Origin catastrophe? Who repaired the fortresses? This is not important. What is important is how one gets into the dirty Dao fortress. The core materials of the fortress come from the Origin continent. They can be regarded as part of the Origin continent and will naturally not be blocked. When the Dao Guardian Fortress was at its peak, its combat power would not be much worse than that of a 4th-level soul at the Dao realm. If it has really been repaired, wouldn't it be invincible? What invincible? Look at the dragon in Zhongzhou. Who dares to claim to be invincible when he is around? No, the Fortress of the Guardian can be considered as part of the Origin continent. Attacking the Fortress of the Guardian is equivalent to attacking the Origin continent. Yes, even if the dragon is very powerful, it dare not attack the fortress, otherwise it will be punished. The person who came up with this idea is really amazing. In this way, the balance of power among all parties in the Origin continent will be completely broken. If the balance of the Origin continent is broken, even if I am given the mandate of heaven, I will not be able to escape punishment. Amidst the discussions, they wanted to see how Lin Moyu would respond. No matter what you do, it seems difficult to break the impasse. The one who can repair the fortress is definitely not an ordinary person, and people will instinctively think of the Hell Alliance. Ever since the Hell Alliance suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Moyu, they have made it clear that they will definitely make Lin Moyu pay the price. So most likely they were the ones who did this. Antares looked at the fortress that protected the entrance to the Origin continent. His eyes narrowed slightly. I haven't even gone to look for you yet, but you guys are the ones who are looking for trouble with me. He was different from ordinary Dao Realm Masters. He felt the aura of the Dragon Clan from the protective fortress. This road-protecting fortress was repaired by the Dragon Clan. In other words, Yinva Tutu was targeting him. If he did not take action, the fortress would have enough power to break the balance of the Origin continent. Whatever it does, whatever side it takes, the balance will be completely upset. When the Origin continent is damaged, it will be Lin Moyu who will be punished. If you do it yourself, it would be equivalent to attacking the Origin continent, and you would be the one to be punished. I have to say, this plan is indeed very vicious. Antares said coldly, "Do you really think I care about this little punishment?" He exhaled dragon breath, and countless divine dragons flew out from the dragon breath, instantly submerging the protective fortress. The road roared, and the road-protecting fortress glowed brightly, erupting with powerful force. The Guardian Fortress was once the main defense circle of the Origin continent. Its combat power is powerful. Even if it is far less powerful than before, it will not be lower than the Dao realm of the 5th-level soul. The formations in the protective fortress were activated one after another to launch a counterattack. But facing Antares' attack, the Avenue Fortress was clearly not strong enough and was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Antares breathed out dragon breath, and the entire fortress was burned to ashes. The avenue roared incessantly, and streaks of rosy light appeared on the Origin continent. The rosy light was like a rainbow, seemingly beautiful but emitting a fierce murderous intent. Antares broke through the protective fortress, believing that he had attacked the Origin continent and that the avenue would punish him. Antares raised his dragon head high, fearless, Come on, I want to see how severe the so-called punishment is. The rays of light turned into a giant whip and lashed at Antares. Its skin was torn and flesh was exposed, and streams of original energy overflowed from the wounds. Under the punishment of the great Tao, Antares' power is declining. But even so, Antares remained motionless. He said loudly, "Listen to me, you bastards in the Dragon Clan. We have another debt to pay. When I come, you all clean your necks and wait. I'll give you a chance. If anyone escapes from the Dragon Clan before I arrive, I'll spare him. Everyone who is still in the Dragon Clan will die." Antares' voice rushed into the avenue of heaven with madness. Everyone was shocked that Antares' killing intent was so strong and the hatred between him and the Dragon Clan had reached such a level. Hatred will accumulate, and not many people can understand Antares' hatred, except Lin Moyu. Just when everyone felt that Antares' murderous intent was shocking, an even more powerful murderous aura suddenly rose up. The murderous aura turned into black mist, and then turned into a storm that rolled back and dispersed all the whips on the road. Then the murderous aura rushed up to the avenue outside the sky, and a road suddenly emerged, resonating with the murderous aura. When this avenue appeared, powerful Tao Realm Masters nearby retreated one after another, each with a look of horror on their faces. Killing Avenue. Oh my God, there is actually someone who can comprehend this great way. How many lives must he have killed? The Slaughter Avenue has not appeared for many years. Could it be that another god of slaughter has descended upon the world? Even if it is the Horned Dragon Star-Lord who is in charge of killing on the Thousand Star Avenue, it is impossible for him to summon the Slaughter Avenue. The road of killing is out, lives are in ruins, and disaster strikes again. Under the shocked gazes of the Tao Realm Masters, Lin Moyu slowly flew out. A strong murderous aura gushed out from Lin Moyu, and everyone then realized that Lin Moyu was the master of the murderous aura and the one who summoned the killing heaven. Then Lin Moyu waved his hand, the murderous aura rose and merged with the avenue of slaughter, and a man in black appeared in the void. The man in black stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping across the void outside the sky. All those in the Tao realm who were swept by his gaze felt a chill down their spines. Lin Moyu used his illusory body to merge all his murderous aura, and combined it with the avenue of slaughter to form an avatar that controlled killing. This clone possesses the combat power of the third-level soul realm, which is enough to crush anyone in the current origin continent. 0. Lin Moyu emitted a white light that turned into raindrops and fell on Antares, and Antares' hideous wounds healed quickly. The next moment, a majestic aura burst out from Lin Moyu's body, and the avenue of aura emerged, turning into clouds and mist that enveloped Antares. Antares let out a comfortable dragon roar, and the strength that had been damaged just now was completely restored at this moment. Lin Moyu said loudly, "The Dragon Clan's move is to block Lin's path, which is already a blood feud. This hatred can only be repaid with blood. When the destiny ends, Lin will go to the Dragon Clan. There are many fortresses protecting the road. Since the dragons like to build them, let's build as many as we want." As he finished speaking, the power of the great Tao in the origin continent flowed upstream and struck the void outside the sky with a loud bang. The fortress that was originally hidden in the space layer has emerged. The protective fortresses are of different shapes and are all damaged, but they all have the aura of the origin continent because the materials used to shape them come from the origin continent. Hundreds of fortresses fortified the way just stayed in the void outside the sky. Lin Moyu said loudly, "Anyone who builds it will be the enemy of Lin Moyu. You can give it a try." Then he looked into the distance, which was the direction of Nanzhou. "Nanzhou is a bit too chaotic, stop it." His words seemed to represent destiny. Countless thunders fell from Nanzhou, and his voice spread throughout Nanzhou along with the thunders. Everyone in Nanzhou who was fighting at this time stopped. But not everyone took Lin Moyu's words seriously. They stopped and then fought again. But the next moment, thunder struck, blasting the disobedient people into pieces. Lin Moyu saw all this and snorted, "Those who don't obey should be cut off from the door." No one knows what happened to Lin Moyu. How could Lin Moyu become so terrible in just a few hundred years? Use murderous aura to dispel the punishment of the Great Tao, condense the body of the Great Tao, and then speak out the law and bring down the punishment of thunder. At this moment, Lin Moyu is like the spokesperson of the Avenue. Everyone was shocked, but anyone with a bit of common sense could sense that Lin Moyu was not to be provoked at this moment. Lin Moyu, who was granted the mandate of heaven, can manipulate the Tao to a certain extent. If you face Lin Moyu head-on at this time, to a certain extent, you are facing the Avenue. As a practitioner under the Great Tao, what is the difference between going against the Great Tao and seeking death? The road roared, the rays of light reappeared, and punishment came again. This punishment was aimed at Lin Moyu for dispelling the previous punishment against Antares. The way of justice is fair. Reward where it is due and punish where it is due. Merits and demerits never offset each other. Lin was fully aware of the 727th silence on this matter, and he accepted it calmly. He had previously used murderous aura to summon the Avenue of Slaughter in order to dispel the Avenue's punishment and condense the Avenue's body. Now that the punishment of the Great Tao has fallen, it has also fallen on the Great Tao body of the Great Tao of Slaughter, and has not found his real body. Lin Moyu's heart is as clear as a mirror. He says that the Great Way is impartial, but there is no such thing as true impartiality. If someone else were to do this, they would have already troubled the original body, not bothered about looking for a clone. But Dedeo found his own clone, which could be considered as a shield to a certain extent. After all, he and Dedeo are now on the same side. The rosy glow turned into a whip of the Avenue and lashed over, beating the Avenue of Slaughter's body so hard that its skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Lin Moyu had no problem letting the body of Slaughter Avenue be punished. His murderous aura was inexhaustible. It didn't matter if the body of Slaughter Avenue was broken up. It wouldn't hurt him at all. The murderous aura was just the result of what he had done over the years. To him, it was a bonus and was dispensable. Antares stared at Lin Moyu. Boy, you are really good. What have you been through in these years? In the world, only Antares could see Lin Moyu's cultivation clearly. At this time, Lin Moyu had already reached the Tao realm of the high-level third-class soul. This speed of cultivation is enough to scare everyone to death. A mere few hundred years is equivalent to 1,000,000 or even tens of millions of years for others. Lin Moyu smiled without saying anything. With a thought, divine symbols were drawn in the void in an instant. He used his soul to draw divine runes, and drew hundreds of them at the same time. The speed was a bit slow at the beginning, but then it got faster and faster. It took less than 10 seconds to draw 100 talismans at the same time, and the talismans combined with each other to form a formation. Then another 100 talismans were drawn, and this time the speed was even faster, taking only seconds. Then the third batch of talismans took only 4 seconds. Antares' dragon opened his mouth wide, unable to speak, his eyes full of astonishment. He was shocked, which was seen as frightening by others. Drawing talismans is nothing, those in the Tao realm know a little bit about it. But if you draw 100 pieces at the same time, that's a different story. Moreover, Lin Moyu didn't do anything at all. He just used his soul power to draw the talisman, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It only took 1 second to draw the 4th batch of divine runes. 1 second of time is not much different from a thought turning into a talisman. Someone exclaimed, "One thought can turn into a talisman. He can turn into a talisman with just one thought." It's not even as good as a talisman that can be formed with just one thought. It still needs 1 second, but he can draw 100 talismans at the same time, which is even more terrifying than a talisman that can be formed with just one thought. Is he a pervert? How can you play with a magic talisman like this? It is already a legend that he can create a talisman with one thought. He can almost create hundreds of talismans with one thought. Those talisman masters can find a place to hide themselves. Thousands of divine runes sparkled in the air, interweaving into a sea of divine runes, and Lin Moyu finally stopped. Antares then asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Moyu said lightly, get used to it. The virtual world is still a little different from the real world. I'll show my fists and warn some people not to bother me for the time being. If you want to kill me again, I'll have to set up a formation. One thing, multiple purposes. The divine symbols intertwined with each other and quickly formed a formation. In an instant, the origin continent was filled with wind and clouds, and thousands of avenues turned into mist and were attracted by the formation, enveloping Lin Moyu and Antares. This formation is a simplified version of the Thousand Daos and Myriad Things formation. Although its power is not as strong as the one in the virtual office, it is enough to deal with the Tao realm of the second-class soul. With the evolution of the Great Way in the origin continent, the power that can be accommodated will increase by one level almost every 100 years. Now the Tao realm of the sixth-class soul can come in, so in another 400 years, the Tao realm of the second-class soul will also be able to come. By then even Antares will be in trouble. After all, it is not easy to take action in the origin continent. Once damage is caused to the continent, he will be punished. But with the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation, there is no need to worry so much, and we can use the formation to deal with it. This formation is not only a deterrent to Lin Moyu, but also an attempt for him. He did not use the origin crystal as material, but purely used soul power to absorb the power of the avenue to maintain the existence of the talisman. Considering his current level, using origin crystal as the material for the talisman is not the most brilliant method. The best way is to use the power of the Tao to merge with your own soul. In this way, the materials of the talisman will be inexhaustible and the effect will be excellent. This is also the insight that Lin Moyu gained in the virtual world. Now after trying it in the origin continent, he confirmed that it is also applicable. After setting up the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation, Lin Moyu refined another formation disc and handed it to Antares. When I'm not around, I'll have to trouble you to control this formation. If the Great Tao punishes you, you can also control my killing body to take the punishment on my behalf. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky. The whip of the Great Tao was becoming less and less, and Deruan's punishment was coming to an end. The killing body recovered in the twisting, the murderous aura was invisible and intangible, between reality and illusion, and was not easy to break. Antares asked, "How long do you plan to go?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I don't know either. I have reached a bottleneck. This step is very difficult." Antares said, "When a third-class soul steps into a second-class soul, is there a big bottleneck?" He thought back to the past, and it seemed like he had never encountered any major bottlenecks. Although it is not easy, you won't get stuck either. Lin Moyu was able to reach the high level of the third-class soul in just a few hundred years, so how could he encounter a bottleneck? Lin Moyu said, "My situation is a bit special, and I can't explain it in a few words. After I finish dealing with things here, I will enter the virtual world again on March 4th. Antares said, "What are you going to deal with here?" Apart from some local forces, the guys from Tianwai Avenue are relatively honest and have not caused any trouble. Lin Moyu said, "Everyone has selfish desires. The ancestor of Hanshui Holy Land is my friend, and the Holy Lord is my sister-in-law. I have to help with some things." Antares laughed, "So that's how it is. You used to be a person who flirted with everyone, and you haven't changed at all after coming to the origin continent. You won't understand." Lin Moyu was too lazy to explain to him that the dragon race was completely different from him in this regard. Thick fog rose from the thousands of phenomena formation, and the power of the Great Tao spread out, sweeping across the sky and earth, obscuring the figures, and only the dragon head of Antares was faintly visible. With the formation blocking, no one can see Lin Moyu's realm, and no one knows what Lin Moyu will do next. Lin Moyu did encounter a bottleneck when he came back this time. Ever since King Hun Xian transcended, he has been hunting virtual beasts everywhere in the Golden Claw Great Spirit Realm. Because of the warning from Emperor Jin Ao, Lin Moyu did not hunt the Little Spirit Realm King again. But because the tidal storm has just ended, many small spirit domains are not in a lifeless state. When encountering such a small spiritual domain, Lin Moyu would not be polite and would directly take the small spiritual domain for himself. The number of small spiritual realms he controls is increasing, and now the number has reached 100. It's just that the small spiritual realms are too far apart and separated by other small spiritual realms, so they cannot be integrated and cannot bring any benefits to Lin Moyu. His cultivation became stronger and stronger in the process of slaughtering virtual beasts and refining soul crystals. He was promoted to the high level of 3rd grade soul in just over 100 years. But after that, no matter how you refine the soul crystals, you can't advance any further. Finally, he returned to the small spiritual realm of Soul Heart King. Because Soul Heart King was transcendent, the small spiritual realm of Soul Heart was ownerless at this time, and the distance was close, so he merged with it. Lin Moyu naturally became the king of the Soul Heart Small Spirit Realm, and merged the Soul Heart Small Spirit Realm with his own Small Spirit Realm. After the fusion, Soul 15 was strengthened, but not much, and could not help him break through to the 2nd-class soul. Lin Mofin realized that he had reached a bottleneck. Then he returned to his own soul world, and with the help of the Avenue of Destiny, he pondered over his bottleneck. He meditated in his own spiritual world for nearly 50 years and finally found some clues. In fact, he had returned 50 years ago, and he knew everything that had happened on the Origin continent recently. He knew that his deterrence would become weaker and weaker over time until it disappeared completely. Moreover, the gang in Tianwai Avenue will definitely continue to cause trouble. The emergence of a road-protecting fortress is also normal. We are not afraid of a powerful enemy, but we are afraid of an enemy hiding in the dark, like an invisible poisonous snake that can attack at any time and catch us off guard. If this poisonous snake could be exposed, it would not be so dangerous. So Lin Moyu activated the power of the Avenue and brought out all the fortresses that protected the Avenue, just to make things clear. If you want to be my enemy, just do it openly without any tricks. If you want to use the road-protecting fortress, there is no problem. Everyone can go ahead and do it openly. Lin Moyu told Antares all his thoughts, and then he left with the authority temporarily given to him by the Avenue. Under the cover of the 1,000 formations, no one except Antares knew that Lin Moyu had left. Lin Moyu appeared in the sky above Nanzhou, with a huge city below. Snow was flying all over the sky, and large flakes of snow fell from the air. Lin Moyu's figure also merged with the snowflakes, and no one knew of his existence. Countless sounds came into my ears from the city 10,000 meters below. The battle between Hanshui Holy Land and Wendao sect is getting more and more intense. It is said that several cities within a radius of 100,000 miles of the battlefield have become ruins. That's right. The situation here in Hanshui Holy Land is not good. They evaluated everyone in the city early. But the situation over there in Wendao sect is miserable. Many people are suffering. There are 6 large cities and 13 small cities in the Dao sect, with more than 16 million people, and not a single one is alive. Alas, when the gods fight, the mortals suffer. Those people are so miserable. I don't know when this war will end. I heard that the Wendao sect deliberately let these people die. They are preparing a secret method. If it succeeds, the Hanshui Holy Land will be badly injured if it doesn't die. Lin Moyu changed another city and heard more voices. In recent decades, the land of South Africa has been extremely unstable, with constant fighting among various forces of all sizes. From small fights between small forces to fierce fighting between large forces, a large number of practitioners died. However, more people died than ordinary people. They were affected and the casualties were difficult to calculate. The Hanshui Holy Land is quite caring towards ordinary people in its area. They always evaluate in advance, so the casualties are much better. As for forces like the Taoist sect, they treat human life as worthless and do not care at all. They even use these ordinary people to perform secret techniques, and their methods are extremely vicious. Because these people are all native creatures of the origin continent, no matter how they fight to the death, it is an internal affair of the origin continent, and the Tao will not care at all. But Lin Moyu has to care, because he is a human being, and humans have selfish desires, and he stands on the side of Hansui Holy Land. According to my calculations, there are several reasons for the bottleneck. One is cause and effect. If cause and effect are not severed, they will become shackles and exert influence from the dark. The second is the universe. I am the master of the universe. The universe is not strong and perfect enough, so it forms shackles and becomes a bottleneck. Over the past 50 years, through repeated deductions, Moyu has found many reasons. The second reason is very likely, but it is also difficult to solve. As for whether it is the first reason, then try to cut off the cause and effect. If it works, you will definitely know it. Cutting off cause and effect does not mean cutting off emotions and righteousness. It can be done in many ways. I once let the Taoist sect go, which left me with trouble. Countless people died because of visiting the Taoist sect. Although their deaths had nothing to do with him, Lin Moyu still felt that there was more or less some cause and effect. If he had personally destroyed the Wendao sect back then, these people might not have died. Of course, the law of cause and effect cannot be predicted. Perhaps these people will still die for other reasons, but it will definitely have nothing to do with oneself. This time, in order to verify whether his bottleneck is related to this, Lin Moyu wants to give it a try. His method was simple, to completely wipe out the Taoist sect and sever the cause and effect. If after resolving the cause and effect, your bottleneck is loosened, it will prove that your guess is correct. If there is no change, try another method. Lin Moyu looks at 760. This method kills two birds with one stone. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. At the border between Hansui Holy Land and Wendao sect, the land of chaos has been destroyed due to a series of battles. The original spiritual veins of both sides collided with each other, destroying the terrain, and this place has become a ruined land. The nearby cities were all in ruins, and even the nearby spiritual beasts had died out. Lin Moyu came here and felt the calls of countless wronged souls. Countless people died here. Practitioners who come here will feel depressed and uncomfortable. The power of the Avenue of Time vibrated, and Lin Moyu pointed his finger. Go back in time. The Avenue of Time casts a shadow, and what happened here is reappearing. During the war, the Wendao sect ignored ordinary people and watched them die. Afterwards, the disciples of the Taoist sect held magic weapons and used these souls to refine magic weapons. They want to use these magic weapons that are filled with souls to perform a vicious secret technique. Lin Moyu knew that the inheritance of the Wendao sect came from Tianhui Dao, and the people of Tianhui Dao naturally would not take ordinary people on the origin continent seriously. It is natural to be able to do such a thing. With one thought, countless people died because of me. I have to bear the consequences. Afterwards, the killing was done to end the cause and effect, without asking right or wrong. Lin Moyu spoke with great words, using his identity to tell Dedeo that he was going to kill someone. Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the Taoist sect. At the frontline base of the Hansui Holy Land, all the strong men of the Hansui Holy Land are here. Gu Hanjing sat in the first seat, and Gu Hanyu, the founder of the Hansui Holy Land, sat beside her. Although Gu Hanyu has the highest status and the strongest strength here, he still gives the first place to Gu Hanjing. The reason is simple, because Gu Rangjing is Lin Moyu's sister-in-law. Just for this reason, no one dared to snatch Gu Hanjing's position. Not to mention that Gu Hanjing is now a 7th-level ancestor. Even if she is just an ordinary person, everyone must respectfully let her sit on the throne of the sect leader. They all saw how strong Lin Moyu was. Anyone who dares to bully Gu Hanjing will be in trouble. Gu Hanjing said, some time ago, the 6th-level souls could enter the origin continent, and the strongest ancestor of the Dao sect came. Everyone in the Hansui Holy Land had a solemn look on their faces. The founder of the Taoist sect had arrived the day before yesterday with the cultivation of a 6th-level soul, which put a lot of pressure on them. This problem is a bit tricky. Gu Hanyu is only a 7th-level soul. Even if he is a high-level 7th-level soul, there is still a gap between him and a 6th-level soul. The balance of power between the two sides was broken, and the situation of the Hanshui Holy Land became difficult. Gu Hanyu said, I can deal with Dao Jun when Dao together with Shulao, but besides him, there is another Dao Jun in the Dao sect. Gu Hanjing said, that Taoist Wenxiu is an 8th-level soul, and Sangzu and Bingzu are both 9th-level souls, but Sangzu and Bingzu can fight with all their strength in the origin continent, but Taoist Wenxiu can't, so we can deal with it. The key is that we have tied up the Dao realm of the Dao sect, so we don't have enough Dao 9 realm venerables. According to the intelligence, the Daoist sect is preparing a secret method that uses the souls of tens of millions of dead as a guide. Once successful, it will pose a threat to us. We wanted to stop them, but the Dao sect had a 6th-level soul ancestor in charge, so our action ended in failure. So I plan to attack the Dao sect with all my strength before they complete the secret method. Even if it costs me some money, I must stop them. Gu Hanyu said, I know this secret method of the Daoist sect, called the 10,000 Spirits Sacrifice Soul, is an ancient curse technique. It is indeed strange and powerful. Once you are cursed, your cultivation will suffer a great drop at best, or your soul will be annihilated at worst. Moreover, this technique is not targeted at individuals. Its scope is large enough to cover a large area of our holy land, and even the origin of the spiritual veins will be affected. I agree with Jing Zong's approach. We must stop them even if it costs something. Gu Hanjing continued, if I fail to stop it, I plan to go find my brother-in-law. Gu Hanjing didn't want to disturb Lin Moyu unless it was absolutely necessary. If there is really no other way, I can only shamelessly go to him. After all, he is my brother-in-law, I can't just stand by and watch him die. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, Brother Hanyu, the secret technique of the Dao sect has been activated. Everyone was suddenly startled and immediately flew out into the air to watch from afar. 100,000 miles away, a black cloud rose up, and countless undead spirits came from the black cloud. The screams became louder and louder, and soon even they could hear them clearly. The cries of the wronged souls became more and more mournful, and even practitioners like them felt a sinking pain in their hearts and an indescribable discomfort when they heard it. The Wendao sect used a powerful secret method to turn the Hanshui Holy Land into a haunted place at the cost of tens of millions of dead souls. Gu Hanjing looked solemn. It was completed so quickly. Was our information wrong? Gu Hanyu said, perhaps they were afraid that something might happen if they were late, so they launched the attack in advance. It seems that the power is not as strong as it was at its peak, but it is enough. If this secret technique were to explode within the Holy Land, all living beings within 1,000,000 miles would be affected. But it's too late for us to stop it now. It seems we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. The powerful men from the Wendao sect stood in front of the black cloud, and they would be blocked even if they went past. At this point they can only do their best. Gu Hanjing thought for a moment and said, First Ancestor, please take a few old ancestors and try your best to stop it. I will go find my brother-in-law right away. As soon as she finished speaking, the old tree's voice slowly emerged. No need to go, fellow Daoist Lin is already here. Lin Moyu appeared in the air, and his clear voice resounded through the heaven and earth. The Dao sect sacrificed tens of millions of lives and annihilated humanity, which should not exist in the world. Today, Lin, in order to help the destiny, will resolve the cause and effect between the Dao sect and the heaven and earth on behalf of the great Dao. After today, there will be no more Daoist sect in the world. He waved his hand, and the fire that burned the world exploded, turning into a sea of fire and falling down. The fire of burning the world officially demonstrated its power on the origin continent, and the color of the fire of burning the world illuminated the land of South Continent. In an instant, the disciples of the Dao sect screamed in agony. The souls of some Tao masters with weaker cultivation were annihilated in an instant, and their bodies turned to ashes in the sea of fire. Those with stronger cultivation base will use magic weapons to resist with all their might, but they cannot resist for long. The two Tao realm masters in the Tao sect tried their best to fight against the world-burning fire, but it was of little use. Not only could they not save others, they could hardly even save themselves. The black cloud formed by the secret method of all souls soul sacrifice also quickly wilted in the fire of burning the world. Lin Moyu arrived, as if he had come from heaven, and he unleashed a fire that burned the world without mercy, not giving Wen Dao Zongqiao any chance at all. He made it clear that he was here to kill people, not to reason. The flames shot up into the sky, attracting the attention of countless people from the outer world. It's Lin Moyu. When did he go to Nanzhou? What did he say just now? He wanted to destroy the Tao sect. The conflict between the Dao sect and the Hanshui Holy Land is an internal conflict in the origin continent. What does it have to do with him? He is relying on the will of heaven to do whatever he wants. Does the Tao really not care? Lin Moyu is also a living being in the origin continent. His killing of the Tao sect is also an internal struggle in the origin continent. The Tao will naturally not care. Lin Moyu has too much power, he controls everything. What realm is he in now? He seems to have become much stronger. Let's see him. Someone used a magic weapon to check Lin Moyu's realm. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and his thought became a talisman. Several talismans flew out instantly and exploded in the air. Those who were checking Lin Moyu's cultivation had their magic weapons exploded at the same time, and they could not see anything. In the sea of fire, the founder of the Tao sect, Dao Jun Dao, rushed out roaring, "Lin Moyu, I will fight you to the death." Lin Moyu punched out casually, and the power of the avenue roared with the blood and energy in his body, shaking the void. Countless fists fell on Wen Dao Jun like a violent storm. Bang! Wang Qianhao. The body of Taoist Master Wen Dao was blown to death on the spot, and his soul was carried by the force of the fist and flew into the sea of fire, letting out a terrifying scream. Lin Moyu killed the 6th-level soul Dao Jun with one punch, which also means that Lin Moyu has the ability to ban all foreign Dao realms on the origin continent. With this punch, he was also telling everyone to be obedient and stop making trouble. Now, he is the one who calls the shots in the origin continent. Whoever makes trouble will die. Overbearing. The onlookers had the same thought at the same time. Lin Moyu never used his mouth to reason, he preferred to speak with strength, and would kill if he saw someone he was dissatisfied with. This practice makes many people feel uncomfortable. Now he is so domineering, relying on the destiny. When the destiny ends, he will surely die. That's right. Several Tao masters will take action at that time. Even if he has several Tao masters protecting him, they can only protect him temporarily, not forever. If God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. He won't live long. Lin Moyu ignored these voices and spoke to Yi Qingyan again. You can fight among yourselves on the origin continent, but you cannot harm ordinary creatures. If anyone violates this rule, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Dao sect has killed tens of millions of people. Today, I, Lin, will destroy the Dao sect to seek justice for those tens of millions of people. At the same time, I will also warn the rest of the people that if they do the same thing again, the Dao sect will be set as an example. I will destroy the sect and the clan, and I will not show any mercy. Lin Moyu's voice carried the power of the Great Tao, and with the authority given by the Great Tao of Destiny, it spread throughout the entire origin continent. Billions of creatures, including humans, demons, sea creatures, dragons, insects, and spirit beasts, all heard what Lin Moyu said without exception. Language barriers are not a problem at this moment, as everyone hears the language they are familiar with. Lin Moyu used the language of heaven, and no one under the language of heaven could not understand this statement. Even a deaf person can hear Lin Moyu's voice at any time. For a moment, thunder was everywhere in the origin continent. The avenue used its own way to tell everyone that what Lin Moyu said was true. Ordinary creatures are like ants in the eyes of some powerful people. Not to mention killing tens of millions, they wouldn't care even if there were more. But Lin Moyu knew clearly that ordinary creatures were the real roots of the origin continent. The actions of the Wendao sect this time have made their luck very bad, and his appearance is actually a punishment from heaven. Therefore, if you destroy the Dao sect, heaven will not punish you at all. But many self-righteous strong people are not aware of this kind of thing. Having a big fist is indeed a rule, but in the origin continent, the biggest fist belongs to the Tao and the will of the world, not these practitioners. The fire of burning the world is still burning fiercely. All the powerful people of the Wendao sect have died, and the millions of wronged souls in the Black Cloud have also been refined. At this point, 8 out of 10 of the strong men in the Wendao sect had died. Lin Moyu put away the world-burning fire and flew towards the gate of the Taoist sect. This was just a base, and there were still many disciples of the Taoist sect inside the gate. Those disciples may not have participated in this war, and the country's weapons have never been stained with blood. But it doesn't matter, they are going to die anyway. They may not have done anything wrong, but their mistake was joining the Wending sect. This is everyone's own choice, and everyone must be responsible for their own choice. If they are innocent, then the tens of millions of ordinary people who died are even more innocent. The Dao Dao sect is finished, and everyone knows that Lin Moyu will not let anyone go. Lin Moyu showed his cruelty to everyone and told everyone what it meant to leave no one alive. After he arrived at the Wendao sect, hundreds of divine talismans flew out, weaving together to form a simple trap. Then a large number of skeleton gods flew over and killed their way in. The protective formation of the sect collapsed, the mountains collapsed, and the sect was overthrown. The blood in the Dao sect turned into a river and nothing existed. A fire was burning, not an ordinary fire, but a fire that contained the power of the Tao. The flame was based on blood and based on soul. It burned the entire Wendao sect, and their inheritance was completely destroyed. Hundreds of years later, only traces of the Wendao sect can be found in historical records. After Lin Moyu finished all this, his figure slowly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. He disappeared, but what he did and what he said are unforgettable. Those forces that were fighting each other became obedient one by one. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would evaluate ordinary creatures first to avoid accidental injuries. If you really can't retreat, then fight in the sky and change the battlefield. Many ordinary people have set up tablets for Lin Moyu in their homes, and they regard Lin Moyu as their benefactor. The entire origin continent changed in a short period of time. In the great Dao outer heaven, all the great Dao realms looked at each other in bewilderment. After they came to their senses, they finally understood what Lin Moyu had done. My goodness, Lin Moyu's thoughts are deeper than we thought. Yes, I just now figured out what this guy is going to do. He is not doing it out of impulse, but taking advantage of the situation. The Dao sect lost the support of the people, so he used the power of the great Dao to eradicate it and announced it to the world. In this way, all ordinary people would remember Lin Moyu and be grateful to him. The power of faith. Although they are just ordinary people, they are outnumbered. How much power of faith will Lin Moyu gain from this wave? Could it be that the reason he, BFBJ, can cultivate so fast is also related to the power of faith? These Dao realms speculated on Lin Moyu's intentions, and various theories emerged one after another. In their mouths, Lin Moyu became a shrewd and scheming person. His horror lies not only in his cruelty, but also in his calculations. This also made them more convinced that there would be no benefit in not conflicting with Lin Moyu before the end of the destiny. After Lin Moyu finished dealing with the Dao sect, he returned to Zhongzhou. After explaining something to Antares, he returned to the virtual world again. The power of faith? You underestimate me. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh when he heard those words from the Dao realm. He was indeed going with the flow, but it was not really for the sake of belief. He is concerned about cause and effect and destiny. Destiny requires him to guard Zhongzhou and also to guard the origin continent. Ordinary creatures are the roots of the origin continent. If the Taoist sect disturbs the roots, it will naturally be punished by heaven. At the same time, I also took the opportunity to settle the cause and effect with Dao Zong and see if my bottleneck could be loosened as a result. But unfortunately, the change in cause and effect did not loosen the bottleneck at all. Lin Moyu also realized that it was not the fruit problem that was hindering him. Then what remains is your own world. Becoming the master of the world is a double-edged sword. Although it can lead to development and changes of the entire world and use all the power of the world for one's own benefit. But at the same time, the world can also become an obstacle to one's progress. If the world is not strong enough, there will be limits to your own improvement. This is the situation now. The vast world has put me in a bottleneck, making it difficult to make any progress. After figuring it all out, Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past, it was because my realm was not high enough that I couldn't use the leisure method. This time it's the other way around, because the universe is not strong enough, so I can't improve my realm. After knowing the problem, we need to find a way to solve it. The only way is naturally to strengthen the universe, but the universe cannot be strengthened just because you want to. There are 3 ways to make the universe stronger. One is that as time goes by, the universe will evolve on its own and become stronger and stronger. If you take the lead in this, you can speed up the evolution, but no matter how fast it is, it will take millions or even tens of millions of years. The second method is to refine other worlds and let the world's crystals be absorbed by the Great Thousand World. In this way, the Great Thousand World can quickly become stronger. However, refining other worlds is not so easy. First, you have to find the world, and also find the origin core of the world before you can use the world burning fire to refine it. If the world you find is too powerful, not only will you be unable to refine it, but you will also be in danger. Even if the world is not strong, there are billions of lives in it. Without hatred or resentment, Lin Moyu cannot kill them. It's not that he is soft-hearted, it's just that doing so would lead to endless consequences, and the immediate benefits might be exchanged for future misfortune. It would be best to find a world without any living things, or a world that is dead but has not completely collapsed. There are very few such worlds. Then there is only the third method left. The soul is flying in the virtual world. As the realm is elevated, Lin Moyu's connection with his own soul world becomes stronger and stronger. Now in the Jinluo Great Spirit realm, no matter which corner he came to, he could clearly sense his own soul world and even transmit some information. He flew towards an unknown direction while thinking about the previous questions. Over the past 100 years, I have used the world-seeking talisman to find a total of 60 worlds and fought against 8 Dao masters, but no world could meet my requirements. The world I want is too rare. It seems that I can only find a third way. In addition to self-evolution and absorbing the world's crystallization, Lin Moyu also has a third method, evolution the Great Way. Let your own universe evolve into a sufficient number of great ways. The Tao is the inevitable result of the growth and evolution of the world. All the rules of the world are determined by the Tao. Normally, the stronger the world, the stronger the Tao. Similarly, the stronger the Tao is, the more it can feed back to the world and make the world stronger. When it is impossible to absorb enough world crystals, strengthening the avenue within the world is another viable option. As for how to strengthen the avenue, Lin Moyu already has a method. Now in his own universe, there are a large number of illusory bodies. These illusory bodies carry the superficial knowledge of the great Tao that he has comprehended from his ancestral land. They bring these insights into the universe and accelerate the evolution of the great Tao. In addition, there are some liches who also carry their own avenues and help the world evolve one avenue after another. Compared to the illusory body, the great way carried by the lich is more pure and powerful. Lin Moyu was quite satisfied with his approach before, but now it seems that it is far from enough. Lin Moyu summed up his shortcomings. The number of avenues is not enough, but among the thousands of avenues, whether they are the origin avenues or the branch avenues, they are too few. The great ways in the universe are not strong enough. We need to find a way to strengthen them. It's definitely not enough to rely on my own perception. The fastest way should be to use the elemental net monster. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Moyu knew what to do next. Use the characteristics of the elemental lich to enhance your own path. So before that, we need to find the right materials to summon the elemental net monster. The level of the material cannot be low, it must be at least at the Tao realm, otherwise the Tao it carries will be insufficient and the evolution will still be slow. Moreover, after the elemental lich evolved, he had to give up this elemental lich. The number of elemental liches is limited. Even if one has reached the Tao realm of the third level soul, one can only have 30 elementals at the same time. There must be suitable materials for the great Tao realm and the great Tao beyond the heavens of the origin continent, but it's a pity that we can't get there now. So Lin Moyu set his sights on the virtual world and other worlds. There are also Tao realm materials in the virtual world, but they are just a little rarer. He has to find a way to enter other worlds and look for suitable materials. But he is not trying to invade this world, nor is he trying to compete for the top spot. He also needs to find a suitable method. As Lin Moyu's mind moved slightly, some elemental liches in the universe dissipated at the same time. All their power, at this moment, became the great road in the universe, and the seat of the elemental lich was naturally vacated. Lin Moyu felt a little reluctant to see the elemental lich, who had helped him a lot, give up. But there is no way. In order to go further, sometimes you have to make trade-offs. Over the past 100 years, Lin Moyu has found many worlds. Some of these worlds are strong, some are weak. In the strong worlds, there are Taoist masters, and he has fought with those Taoist masters before. Because it is not a battle of great powers, there is no fight to the death. But no matter which Taoist master it is, it seems difficult to talk to him and it is impossible to become friends. Those Taoist masters also knew that the two sides came from different worlds, and when they reached their level, there would be a war in the end. It was better not to make friends with such people. But before that, the two sides had no grudges or hatred, so there was no need to fight to the death. Lin Moyu soon found a world, whose name he did not know, and where Tian had been 40 years ago. At that time, he encountered a Taoist master here. This Taoist master was not a human, but a special race with a sphinx body and a human face. There are countless worlds in the virtual world. Although the human race occupies the majority, there are also many other races. Lin Moyu does not find this strange. This time, he came again and met the Taoist master with a human face again. Lin Moyu waved his hand to disperse the chaotic fog, and looked at the Taoist master from a distance of 100,000 meters. The two sides are not enemies, and the power of the great Tao of the origin continent cannot affect this place. The two sides can communicate through their souls. You're here again. The voice of the Sphinx Taoist sounded in my ears. Lin Moyu said in a clear voice, Lin Moyu has met fellow Taoist, but I don't know how to address you. Asterisk. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, but calm as water, because he didn't know the other person's temper or personality, nor did he know the habits of the other person's world. In some worlds, smiling is a provocation, while being fierce is a sign of goodwill. If you don't know, it's better to have no expression. The Taoist master with a human face and a lion body looked at Lin Moyu and said, You and I come from different worlds. We will fight one day. Why do we need to know each other's names? Lin Moyu said, Fate is unpredictable. No one can predict whether we will be friends or enemies in the future. Even if we become enemies in the future, it does not prevent us from becoming friends now. He pondered for a few breaths before speaking, I am Jincher. The communication has finally made some progress. Now that we have a beginning, things will be much easier to talk about later. Lin Moyu said, Fellow Taoist Jincher, may I ask why you want to stay outside the world? I have no hostility towards your world, I am just curious. Along the way, there are several worlds, and there are Taoist masters guarding outside the world. Lin Moyu didn't understand why he had to do this. If someone invaded the worlds would naturally tell all the Tao lords in an instant. Moreover, this invasion from the virtual world is not the biggest threat. The real invasion still depends on the real world. But the Tao lords of several worlds all did the same thing, so there must be a reason for that. Lin Moyu asked this question, firstly to want to know why, and secondly to get closer to him and pave the way for what to do next. The Golden Lion Taoist Master looked at Lin Moyu. Don't you know? Your world has no Taoist master guarding it? Lin Moyu shook his head. No, please give me some advice. The Golden Lion Taoist Master looked at Lin Moyu. You are only a third-class soul. It is normal that you don't know. It seems that your world is not strong enough. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. The origin continent is strong enough, and there are plenty of Taoist masters, but there is no need to refute what Taoist Master Golden Lion said. Showing weakness can sometimes bring greater benefits and can also make the Golden Lion Taoist Master let down his guard. The Golden Lion Taoist said, the Great Tao Contest is often the first step in the world contest. The Taoist is guarding outside the world to be prepared. If the enemy is strong, we can take the world away to avoid disaster. Although this world is strong enough, there must be a stronger world. This is a serious matter and we cannot take risks. Listening to the explanation of the Golden Lion Taoist Master, Lin Moyu already understood. He bowed to the Golden Lion Taoist Master and said, Thank you for your guidance, I have learned a lot. Taoist Master Golden Lion was very cautious, and he revealed the power of his world in his words. At the same time, he also told Lin Moyu that if there was any danger, they could escape to the whole world. As a result, some people cannot locate the real world through the position of the world in the virtual world. This reminded Lin Moyu of the origin continent. Back then, the origin continent was extremely powerful. Was it because it was too powerful that there was no Taoist master guarding it? To the extent that, the origin continent even hopes that another world will attack them so that they can launch a counterattack. If this is true, the extreme self-confidence has dealt a heavy blow to the origin continent, and it will take tens of millions of years to recover. Being able to survive until now is already a sign of good cloud energy in the origin continent. Perhaps it was because he saw Lin Moyu's third-class soul cultivation and knew that Lin Moyu was really not here to compete in the Great Tao that the Golden Lion Taoist Master was willing to say a few words to Lin Moyu. But even so, 317 relaxed its vigilance a little. It was difficult for creatures from different worlds to truly trust each other, and it was considered good that they did not fight each other as soon as they met. 10,000 meters apart, the two chatted for a long time, and Lord Jin gradually relaxed his vigilance. Lin Moyu said, I will tell you the truth. I came here specially to find you. The Taoist master of the Golden Lion narrowed his eyes slightly. I know you must have a purpose, tell me. Lin Moyu said, due to some special reasons, Lin cannot obtain the materials of the Tao realm, but Lin needs the materials of the Tao realm for cultivation. So, Lin wants to ask fellow Taoists to buy some Tao realm materials. The Golden Lion Taoist Master looked at Lin Moyu with suspicion. The Tao realm materials? As long as they are the Tao realm materials, it will be fine. Lin Moyu shook his head. Of course not. Taoist friend, you have some requirements for my realm. At least it should match my realm. As for the material of what attributes, I am not picky. Of course, the rarer it is, the higher the price Lin can offer. The Taoist master of the Golden Lion whispered, you and I come from different worlds, and the rules of the Tao are different. You can definitely use our materials, and we don't necessarily need what you give us. Lin Moyu looked at the Golden Lion Taoist master. If what I saw is correct, then the Golden Lion Taoist master's soul must have been injured and has not recovered, right? The eyes of Taoist Master Jincher became sharp, revealing a dangerous aura. His soul was indeed injured and had not recovered, but he hid it very well. Even other Taoist masters could not see through it. So how did Lin Moyu see through it? Lin Moyu said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand me. I have a special ability that can see if a soul is defective. Although your soul is defective, it is well hidden, but it can still be seen by Lin Moyu. In the myriad worlds, all kinds of strange abilities emerge one after another. You don't have to be surprised that Lin has this ability, and Lin has no ill intentions." As he spoke, Lin Moyu threw out a spiritual flower, which flew over 100,000 meters and arrived in front of the Golden Lion Taoist Master. "This flower can heal your soul injury. If you don't believe it, it's okay. You can find someone who has also suffered soul injuries to conduct the experiment. If it works, Lin Mao still has some here." Taoist Master Jinchu's eyes were full of doubts. He did not completely trust Lin Moyu, but when he heard that he could heal the wounds of the soul, he still found it very attractive. Lin Moyu's eyes were calm. He knew that the Golden Lion Taoist Master would definitely try. Because the soul injury of Taoist Master Golden Lion is not simple, but comes from the Black Blood realm. Having dealt with the Black Blood realm many times, Lin Moyu could recognize it at a glance. If it was just an ordinary soul injury, with his ability as a Taoist Master, he would have recovered long ago. This also means that the world of Taoist Master Golden Lion has fought with the Black Blood realm, and with the methods used by the Black Blood realm, he must be more than the only one who was injured. The Taoist Master Golden Lion created an avatar, which brought the spiritual flower into his own world, while he himself remained guarding here. Lin Moyu sat cross-legged in the void, waiting patiently. Half a day later, a ball of blazing soul flame appeared behind the Golden Lion Taoist Master, and a Taoist Master flew from the world, flying thousands of miles in the blink of an eye and arriving beside the Golden Lion Taoist Master. Like the Taoist Master Golden Lion, he also has a human face and a lion's body, and his simulation is also 70% similar to the Golden Lion, except that his body is silver. The two are different in color. As soon as he arrived, he asked, "Where did this flower come from?" The Golden Lion glanced at Lin Moyu, who was 100,000 meters away. "Brother Lin gave it to me." He immediately turned to look at Lin Moyu. "Friend Lin, do you still have this flower?" Judging from his tone and expression, he was much more enthusiastic than Jinchu, and he slowly opened his eyes. "There is more." Jinchu suddenly shouted, "Ayin, shut up." The Taoist Master called Ayin was very obedient. He just said "oh" and shut his mouth. Jinchu slowly said, "Ayin, who did you use the flower on?" Ayin said, "Z used it and his injury healed." Jinchu whispered, "Are you sure?" Ayin nodded. "Of course, he has recovered. I think he will be here soon." Jinchu's eyes were a little complicated at this moment. Obviously Lin Moyu did not lie to him. Sure enough, a moment later, several more people flew over. Each of them was a Taoist Master. Lin Moyu discovered that they all looked similar, all with the body of a sphinx and the face of a human, but with different body colors. Each person's name also comes from the color. Gold, silver, purple, black, yellow and green. 5 Taoist Masters with sphinx bodies and human faces stood together like this. This world is quite interesting. Lin Moyu chuckled in his heart. The 5 Taoist Masters all had wounded souls, with the exception of a Z. His injuries have healed, and Lin Moyu can still feel the scent of the spiritual flower from him. After the 5 of them discussed it for a while, it was finally Jinchu who spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Lin, how many flowers like this do you have?" Lin Moyu said, "I still have some of these flowers, but not too many. I want to use them to exchange for some materials." Jinchu nodded and told everyone Lin Moyu's request. Immediately, 2 people took out some materials. The materials that can be brought into the virtual world will not be of low level and must have illusory properties. Materials with purely imaginary properties are too rare, and are generally made up of a mixture of real and imaginary materials. The few pieces of material they took out were like this. The Golden Lion waved his hand, and several pieces of material flew in front of Lin Moyu. "What do you think of these avenue stones, Brother Lin?" 0.3 Lin Moyu looked at the avenue stones. They came from various avenues, had different properties, and were all above level 3. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu said, "Let Lin Ji try 10 pieces." The Golden Lion Taoist nodded, "Okay." Having already received a spiritual flower, Lin Moyu's request to try one was not excessive. Lin Moyu picked up a piece of red roadstone and, encouraged with his mind, summoned the elemental Necromancer. This red avenue stone has the attribute of fire and comes from the flame avenue. Its level has reached the 3rd grade soul, and it is already a very top-grade material. Although the rules of each world may be slightly different, they will not change at all, and they all come from the original ancestral land. Gray flames rose from Lin Moyu's palm, and the great Tao stone slowly deformed and melted in the flames. Finally, an elemental lich with flames all over his body appeared in front of everyone. Its entire body was covered in flames, and it was only the size of a fist, looking somewhat cute. Dao Fire Demon. Realm, the 3rd Great Tao Realm. Grade, perfect. The stone of the Great Tao turned into an elemental lich named the Great Tao Fire Demon. Lin Moyu showed a slight smile on his face. It didn't matter whether the elements and monsters were strong or not. What's important is that the Tao Fire Demon contains the power of the Tao, which can be used to complete one's own universe and make the Tao in the universe more complete and powerful. At this moment, Lin Moyu had a deeper understanding of his own skills. The Elemental Lich spell is a very special one among all summoning spells. Several other summoning spells have one thing in common: their number is staggering. Only elemental liches can be summoned, 30 of them. Compared to the hundreds of billions of skeleton generals, a mere 30 are not even a fraction of the fraction. Then the elemental lich must not win by quantity, if not quantity then quality, or function. Lin Moyu once thought so, but he could never find the right materials. I have thought that if I could obtain the best Tao Realm materials when I first entered the Tao Realm, and directly summon a first-class Tao Realm elemental lich, would it be possible for me to rampant? But later I found out that the best Tao Realm materials are more rare than those of the first-class souls. Moreover, even if he summoned a first-class elemental lich, it might not be able to truly protect him. The Star Lord of the Falling Sword, Antares, is no weaker than the elemental net monsters in the human realm. Now he understood that the elemental lich was not only a powerful weapon in battle and possessed various magical abilities, it also had a truly irreplaceable ability to carry the Great Tao and complete the Great Tao. The reason why the number of its summons is only 30 is because its ability is too powerful and needs to be balanced in other aspects. In the way of heaven and earth, everything requires balance. There can be things that go against the will of heaven, but there cannot be things that are extremely against the will of heaven. Therefore, spells like Elemental Lich must be reduced in number and balanced. Lin Moyu understood, and he looked at the Golden Lion Taoist Master. These materials can be exchanged. His words made Taoist Master Jincher and others look happy. For Taoist masters like them, materials were nothing. The most important thing was the injury to the soul. As long as the injury can be healed, material possessions don't matter. The Golden Lion asked calmly, "How do we exchange?" Since the transaction is possible, the next step is bargaining. They naturally don't think that a piece of material can save a flower. Lin Moyu said, "For materials like this third-class soul, 100 pieces can be exchanged for 1 flower. For second-class souls, 10 pieces can be exchanged for 1, and for first-class souls, 1 piece can be exchanged for 1. Lin Moyu offered a fairly fair price. Although top-level Tao Realm materials like this were hard to come by, their rarity was incomparable to spiritual flowers. If these Taoist masters had a way to heal their injuries, they would not have waited until now. Even Lin Moyu could have offered a sky-high price, but he didn't. Jincher was obviously a little surprised. He had already expected Lin Moyu to ask for a sky-high price, so he just sat back and bargained. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyu's offer was not high, which made him feel embarrassed even if he didn't bid. Just as he was about to agree, Lin Moyu spoke again. "On this basis, Lin has another request." The Taoist master of the Golden Lion said loudly, "Please speak." His tone became much more polite. Lin Moyu said, Lin has certain requirements for the types of materials. Lin Moyu will only accept one copy of the same material. This copy is based on the flower as the standard. For materials like the third-class Dao realm just now, Lin will only accept 100 copies at most. If you have a first-class soul material, you will no longer accept other realm materials of the same type. I have limited flowers, so I have to make such a setting. I hope you can forgive me. Now the initiative is in Lin Moyu's hands. It's not Lin Moyu begging them to exchange, but they begging Lin Moyu. Everyone knows this, and Lin Moyu is being very reasonable by not asking for an exorbitant price. Such a small request can naturally be agreed to. After discussing for a while, Jingshi and other Taoist masters came to a decision. Okay, we can agree to your request. Please wait for a moment while we go to gather some materials. Lin Moyu nodded. No hurry, just go ahead. Except for the Taoist master Golden Lion, the other Taoist masters immediately returned to their own worlds to collect materials for the Great Tao. As if he felt that his injuries were about to heal, Taoist master Golden Lion's eyes softened a little. Lin Moyu asked, if I am not mistaken, Taoist fellow Jingshi was injured by someone from the Black Blood realm. The expression of the Taoist master Jingshi changed. Dao Yu Lin also knows about the Black Blood realm? Lin Moyu said, to be honest, the Black Blood realm once invaded Lin's world. Ah? Taoist master Golden Lion was obviously surprised, and there was a thoughtful look in his eyes, as if he was recalling something from long ago. After a while, he spoke again. Their world was migrating at the time, so they were just passing through. They wanted to devour us and use our world as nourishment, and we fought desperately to escape. At the time, they seemed to be being hunted and looked a bit embarrassed. Otherwise, we might have escaped. The virtual world is so big that the Black Blood realm can actually encounter it when it is migrating. Such a thing that has a probability of less than 1 in a billion can happen. It has to be said that the world where Taoist Master Golden Lion lives is extremely unlucky. Lin Moyu already had a rough idea of what was going on. It should be that the Black Blood realm's invasion of the Origin continent failed that year, and they were afraid that their world would be invaded, so they simply migrated the entire world. Lin Moyu asked, do you know where the Black Blood realm has gone? Taoist Master Jingshi shook his head. It's not very clear. They were walking in a hurry, as if they were fleeing. Judging from their route, they should be leaving the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm. Leaving the Jinluo Great Spirit Realm was a decisive move, which was very much in line with the character of the people of the Black 480 Blood Realm. Lin Moyu said, please give me some direction. In the virtual world, there is no so-called direction. Whether it is a large spiritual realm or a small spiritual realm, they are constantly moving and changing. The direction of movement of the small spiritual realm is determined by the big spiritual realm. The direction of the great spiritual realm is determined by 9 and 8 virtual treasures. Every time the 9 treasures resonate together, the location of the spiritual realm will change. It is possible that the Jinmu Great Spiritual Realm was next to the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm before, and it was replaced by other great spiritual realms after the 9 treasures harmonized together. However, Lin Moyu believed in the Golden Lion Taoist Master. As a Taoist Master, he would always find a way. Taoist Master Jingshi thought for a moment and said, I can give it a try, but it may not work. Lin Moyu said, no matter what the result is, I would like to thank you in advance. A golden glow appeared from the Golden Lion Taoist Master, and the Taoist Master's overwhelming pressure spread into the void. Its soul was shining brightly, and a black light flickered in its soul. That was the wound left in its soul by the people of the Black Blood Realm. He is now using his injuries to find the whereabouts of the Black Blood Realm. A road loomed, and Lin Moyu was surprised, the road of cause and effect. He didn't expect that the Taoist Master Golden Lion would actually know the Tao of cause and effect. But on second thought, it felt wrong. If Taoist Master Golden Lion really understood the principle of cause and effect, his soul would not be hurt, and even if it was hurt, it would be able to recover. Lin Moyu observed carefully and got the correct result. It is not the great way of cause and effect, but I just touched a little bit of the great way of cause and effect with the help of secret method. Master Jing Dao's secret technique formed a faint light, which shot into the void and disappeared. Then a piece of crystal appeared in the hand of Taoist Master Jingshi. The crystal had countless faces, pointing in countless directions. Taoist Master Jingshi presented the crystal to Lin Moyu. This is the crystal of cause and effect. Fellow Taoist Lin can hold it to find the direction, but it can only be used 10 times. After 10 times, the crystal will collapse on its own. Lin Moyu put away the crystal of karma and said sincerely, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Jingshi. I will remember this." He did not give the golden lion the spirit flower, although he could have done so, but it became a business transaction between them and the nature of the transaction changed. Taoist Master Jingshi asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin is looking for the whereabouts of the Black Blood realm. Are you planning to cause trouble for them?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Both myself and the world I live in have a blood feud with the Black Blood realm, and I must avenge it when I have the chance." Taoist Master Jingshi did not dissuade him, but whispered, "The Black Blood realm is very strange. If they had not rushed to migrate back then, our world would have fallen." Suddenly he woke up with a start. The Black Blood realm was defeated by a powerful world back then. Could that world be fellow Taoist Lin's world? Lin Moyu did not deny. It was not just the Black Blood realm that was repelled back then, there was also the Heavenly God realm, and several other less powerful worlds. The Golden Lion Taoist Master said, "The Golden Lion is weak and can't help much. I can only wish you all the best." The Black Blood realm was just as much of an enemy as they were, but he knew himself well enough to know that his own world was no match for the Black Blood realm. Even the crippled Black Blood realm was enough to destroy them, so they never thought of seeking revenge. Lin Moyu also understood his thoughts, and it was the right choice to protect himself. As a Taoist master, sometimes you have to consider the whole world besides yourself. What is certain now is that the Black Blood realm has left the Jinluo Great Spiritual Realm. Relying on the crystal of cause and effect, he has a chance to find the Black Blood realm. But now is not the time. With his current strength, looking for trouble with the Black Blood realm is basically the same as committing suicide. After waiting for about a day, several Taoist masters, including Ain and Az, returned one after another. They brought back a large amount of materials, all of which were above the 3rd level of humanity realm. Everyone brought a lot of materials, and there was some overlap between them. It was obvious that they were all collecting their own materials. Several Taoist masters collected and counted the materials they brought with them, and classified them according to their different properties and qualities. The final calculation showed that there were 481 parts of 3rd-grade Soul Avenue materials, 59 parts of 2nd-grade Soul Avenue materials, and 10th-grade Soul Avenue materials B. Lin Moyu eliminated the remainder and directly gave out 14 spiritual flowers. 14 spiritual flowers are enough to heal their injuries. In order to verify the effect of the spiritual flower, Taoist Master Ain, one of the Taoist masters, directly activated the spiritual flower and enjoyed it first. In just a moment, the spiritual flowers dissipated and Taoist Master Yin's injuries were healed. Originally, they were only just one step away from being injured. Such a minor injury was easy for Linghua to heal. Lin Moyu asked, "I wonder if you fellow Taoists are satisfied?" Taoist Master Jingshi said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. We are very satisfied and it is a pleasure to exchange with fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "That's good. I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again if we're lucky." Taoist Master Jingshi did not try to persuade him to stay. "Fellow Taoist Lin, have a safe trip. If you need anything, come back here to find us." Lin Moyu joked, "If the materials are not enough, I will still come shamelessly, but I don't know if you are still short of flowers by then." The Taoist Master Jingshi smiled and said, "It's okay. If we are friends, we don't have to exchange." Lin Moyu could feel that the Tao masters in this world were actually quite nice. All of them had a peaceful mindset and did not like fighting. But as a Taoist master, he has to fight for his own world. After Lin Moyu left, he returned to his own soul world. The harvest this time was not small. All these avenue materials were transformed into elemental liches, and then the elemental liches were integrated into the universe, strengthening the avenue of the universe, and ultimately promoting the evolution of the universe, making the universe stronger and stronger. As long as the universe becomes stronger, it is possible to break through the realm that restricts oneself. This is the result obtained by Lin Moyu after deduction, and whether it will succeed or not is still unknown. After returning to the soul world, Lin Moyu immediately entered the world of the universe. As if sensing the return of its master, the world was filled with joy. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the entire world is like a newborn baby, waiting to be fed. Take out all the materials obtained this time, and silently summon the elemental monster. One by one, elemental liches of the Tao realm with different attributes were summoned, and then immediately merged into the universe and became the Tao of the universe. Previously, he used his illusory body to carry his understanding of the great Tao, and then used his illusory body to turn these understandings into the great Tao in the universe, laying the foundation for the great Tao in the universe. But the great Tao he personally comprehended was only superficial and limited in quantity. Even with the illumination of the origin of yin and yang, it would still take a long time to accumulate. From that moment on, the upper limit of his cultivation was linked to the universe. This was Lin Moyu's own path. Lin Moyu couldn't wait that long, so he had to find another way. Using elemental liches to complete the avenue was the solution he thought of. The elemental liches pushed the great Tao to evolve, the universe roared, and Lin Moyu could feel that the universe was getting stronger. At the same time, his cultivation, which had been stuck in a bottleneck, showed a slight improvement. It really works. Lin Moyu was delighted. What he thought was indeed correct. As long as the world became stronger, he would be able to continue to break through. Elemental liches appear one after another. Some great ways already exist in the universe, and elemental liches can strengthen these great ways. Some avenue materials are not originally available in the universe, and elemental liches can add new avenues to the universe. In this way, the great ways in the universe quickly became stronger and their number began to increase. The strength of a world depends, to a large extent, on the strength and number of the great ways of this world. The stronger the great ways and the greater their number, the stronger the world will be and the higher the upper limit it can accommodate. Different worlds, different Taoist masters, the strengths of each other are also very different. Just one day later, all the great materials obtained in this batch were transformed into elemental liches and integrated into the universe. A powerful aura rose from Lin Moyu's body, and the light of the soul world bloomed, shining through the cracks in the world tree. The bottleneck was broken, and Lin Moyu finally stepped into the initial stage of the second-class soul from the third-class soul. At this time, the power of the great Tao permeates the great thousand world, affecting all the middle thousand worlds and small thousand worlds. Under the influence of the majestic power of the great Tao, the noon world is becoming stronger and stronger, and the evolution of the small world is accelerating. I'm probably on the right path. I don't rely on the avenue, and I don't want to be the master of the avenue. I only walk my own path. When my universe takes shape, the great Tao of the universe will be my great Tao. I will not be the master of Tao, but I will be the whole of the world. Lin Moyu was filled with pride and flew into the virtual world again. The boundary-seeking symbol cleared the way ahead, and Lin Moyu looked for the next world level. At this moment, his eyes became extremely firm, and his heart of Taoism was even more indestructible. Maybe this is a road that no one has ever walked on, but this time, he must walk through it. The boundary-seeking symbol flies in the virtual world, looking for the next world. In his own small spiritual realm, there are many real worlds. Lin Moyu is not clear about the situation in each world and can only search them one by one. For him, this was the first time he went directly to the world of Taoist Master Golden Lion, mainly because their souls had been injured and he could use spiritual flowers as bargaining chips. As for what the next world will be like and whether it will be so easy to talk to, It is hard to say. There was no need for this before. Even when Lin Moyu fought with the Taoist masters from other worlds, he only fought to the point of defeating them without risking his life. Things are different now. He is sure that his path is correct, so the nature of the situation has changed. If the other party can't speak properly, then he can only communicate with the other party with his fists. Anyone who stands in my way is an enemy. Just like the great battles between Taoist masters, there is no hatred or grudge between them, but for the sake of their own Tao, they must fight to the death. This is the cause and effect of the great Tao, a fate that cannot be escaped from the moment one embarks on the path of cultivation. Even if Lin Moyu does not want to become a Taoist master, he cannot escape cause and effect. If his world wants to grow rapidly, he needs the power of other worlds. There is no world with a complete avenue. Even a powerful continent like the Origin continent still has a lot of incomplete avenues. What Lin Moyu wants is to have a complete avenue. What he wants to do is extremely difficult, but he has no choice but to do it. One day later, guided by the world-seeking talisman, Lin Moyu found another world. Before they got close, huge forces came and blew away the chaotic fog. The virtual beasts in the chaotic fog fled in a panic, fearing that they would be killed if they were a step slower. Someone is fighting. Lin Moyu's mind moved and he quickly followed. He looked at someone familiar. It's him. He actually found this place. He practiced the great way of heavy water and reached the high level of first-class soul. He was one of the top strong men in the Origin continent. In terms of strength, he was comparable to some branch masters. I helped him find the Heavy Water Avenue before, and he has been searching for other worlds along the Heavy Water Avenue. This process is also not easy and is long. After that, he never saw Shinshin again. The virtual world experienced a tidal storm again, and Lin Moyu once thought that Shinshin had died in it. I didn't expect to meet you here. When he saw Shinshin's enemy, his eyes gradually became sharp. Nong Chen's opponent is a Taoist master. His lower body is like a long snake, while his upper body is extremely thick and slightly flat, like a lizard. Lizard God Clan. The Lizard God Clan from the Lizard God Realm was once a subordinate of the Heavenly God Realm, and was also one of the worlds that invaded the Origin continent back then. Unexpectedly, Shinshin actually found this place. Lin Moyu flew over slowly, murderous intent in his eyes, but he did not make a move. This was Shinshin's battle, and it was not convenient for him to intervene. Both sides comprehended the great way of heavy water, and the heavy water turned into thousands of rain arrows, flying in the void. The principles are the same, and the methods are very similar. Each heavy water arrow is as heavy as 1,000 pounds, enough to crush a mountain. In the void, there were billions of water arrows, and the two men attacked each other, neither giving in at all. Lin Moyu saw that the two were of similar strength, and it was difficult to tell who would win for a while. His eyes passed over the two of them and looked towards the distance, where there was a world barrier, which was the divine realm. Why didn't you realize this was the Lizard God Realm when you came here before? The last time I passed by this world, I didn't go in because I had no need for it at the time. I just took a look and left. I once saw that in this world, there were many living beings, as well as strong ones. But now that we know that the other party is from the Lizard God Realm, there is no need to be polite. There is no need to negotiate the exchange of materials. They can just go in and rob them openly, just like what they did to the Origin continent back then. Now they can all pay it back. Even though Lin Moyu wanted to transcend the Origin continent and become the master of his own world, he never denied that he was a member of the human race on the Origin continent. He also has a share in some causes and effects. Lin Moyu was waiting for Shinshin and the other party to decide the winner. In his opinion, the strength of both sides was similar, but Shinshin was not a Taoist master, and this was the other party's home court, so Shinshin would suffer a slight disadvantage. Halfway through the fight, Shinshin suddenly took out a magic weapon. The magic weapon turned into a pool of heavy water. Shinshin entered it. His aura rose sharply and his strength quickly became stronger. Although he is not a Taoist master, he temporarily possesses the power of a Taoist master. The avenue is heavy with water. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Shen Chen was practicing the avenue of heavy water, and this pool of water was the avenue of heavy water, which was the essence of the avenue of heavy water. Shen Chen actually possessed the Tao of heavy water. With this he temporarily became a Tao master-like existence. After offering up the heavy water of the great Tao, Shen Chen immediately gained the upper hand and began to suppress his opponent. The Taoist leader of the Lizard God clan retreated step by step and suddenly let out a roar. The cries of the lizard gods are very unpleasant to the ear. They are not sharp, but a feeling of nausea that goes straight to the soul. At this moment, Lin Moyu, who was a bystander, was also slightly affected, and Shen Chen groaned and quickly retreated. After roaring, the lizard god's aura dropped sharply, and he turned around and fled back to the lizard god realm. Shen Chen did not chase after him, but just sighed lightly and took back the heavy water. Lin Moyu flew over and greeted, "Friend Shen, we meet again." When Shen Chen saw Lin Moyu, he couldn't help but smile. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Lin. What a coincidence. In such a vast virtual world, it was a coincidence and a fate that the two of them met. Lin Moyu asked, "Since we last met, has fellow Taoist Shen been in the virtual world?" Shen Chen nodded. "It has always been there. Last time, fellow Taoist Lin found that avenue for me." Shen Chen followed the avenue and found a world. "I didn't expect that the world was extremely powerful, and the Taoist master was also so powerful. Shen was no match for them and could only retreat." Lin Moyu said, "You are very powerful to have managed to save your life, but how did you survive the tidal storm?" Shen Chen smiled bitterly. "Don't mention it. When the tidal storm occurred, I was still being chased. It's funny to say that after my first failure, I not only escaped, but also found another world very quickly. I was very lucky to find a new world in such a short time. Also, that world is not that strong, but it also has the great Tao of heavy water. I thought I could become a Taoist in that world. In the end, I was a step too late. A Tao master of the heavy water avenue just happened to appear in that world. The new Tao master is not that strong. I fought him in a big battle, but I was still defeated by his Tao heavy water. I was wounded and fled for my life, and that man started to chase me. He has a secret method that can devour Shen's avenue. I don't know how long they escaped, but a tidal storm suddenly broke out, and that Taoist master was very unlucky and died in the storm. I was luckier. I escaped the disaster thanks to the heavy water he left behind after his death. After the tidal storm, my injuries had healed, and I tried to look for the Fangfang world, but the Fangfang world had moved to another location during the tidal storm, so I couldn't find it. After that, I kept searching in the void of my soul until I found this world. Unfortunately, he is too cunning. He will flee back if he is defeated. There are many strong people in the world, and Shen does not dare to go in. So he is stuck in Urankai." After listening to this, Lin Moyu whispered, "Fellow Taoist Shen, do you know that this world is the Lizard God Realm?" Lizard God Realm. Upon hearing these three words, Shen Chen suddenly burst into murderous intent. Before, Shen Chen gave people a very humble impression, and his words were as gentle as lukewarm water, without being impatient or anxious. Even when fighting for life and death, he was always like this, with no major changes. But now, just the three words Lizard God Realm made Shen Chen's murderous intent boil, which also surprised Lin Moyu. Shen Chen seemed to be gritting his teeth, and a murderous voice came from the depths of his soul. "I didn't expect it was them. I finally found them." Lin Moyu asked, "Does Taoist Shen have a deep hatred with the Lizard God Realm?" Shen Chen whispered, "Shen's family is from the Origin Continent." After Shen Chen cultivated to the Great Tao realm, he left the family and came to the Tianwai Great Tao to join the Shenshui Tao sect. After the Origin catastrophe broke out, Shen and the sect fought together and had no time to take care of other things. After the Origin catastrophe ended, Shen learned that his family had been destroyed in the war, and the murderer was the Lizard God Realm. Lin Moyu sighed softly. "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Shen actually came from the Origin Continent. Are you sure that your family has no inheritance left? Shin pondered. I thought about going back to look for it, but the origin continent was closed at that time, so I could no longer enter. I could only ask the Taoist friends who fought on the origin continent and confirmed that my family was gone. Shin once made a great wish. If he could find the lizard god realm someday, Shin would destroy it and not a single piece of it would remain. Lin Moyu could feel Shinchen's hatred for the lizard god realm. Once a gentleman like him had the intention to kill, even the water of the five heavens would be difficult to extinguish. Lin Moyu asked, which continent was Dao Yushin's family based in back then? Shinchen said, Xian Nanzhou. In the origin catastrophe, Xian Nanzhou sank and the family no longer exists. Lin Moyu's heart moved. He knew more about the deeper situation of the origin catastrophe than most people. He whispered to himself, when the five continents sank, they were not sunk by force. Instead, the world will of the origin continent, the power of the great Tao, took the initiative to sink the five continents. Although there were countless casualties on the five continents, there were always some survivors, and those survivors were all sent to other continents. Hearing this, Shinchen's eyes lit up. Please tell me in detail, Brother Lin. Lin Moyu continued, back then, the heavenly mandate granted the sealing Tao Lord the power to seal the army of the heavenly god realm that entered the origin continent with the absolute heaven sealing Tao formation, and completely sealed it at the bottom of the Sea of Boundary. The base of the formation used was the five continents. When the sealing Taoist Lord sealed the world, he worked with the will of the world to transfer most of the survivors from the five continents. The human race later migrated several times, and most of them finally settled in Nanzhou. I remember that there is a city called Nanshui in the territory of the Hanshui Holy Land of Nanzhou, and the main family in the city is named Dan. In addition, there are several Shin families of considerable size in the land of Nanzhou. Perhaps fellow Taoist Shin's family is still there. Lin Moyu's words gave Shinchen hope. Shinchen said, thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, but no matter what, I will kill everyone in the lizard god realm. At the least, it will be for the Shin family, and at the most, it will be for the origin continent. This hatred will be resolved. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I and fellow Taoist Shin share the same ideals, so why don't we join forces and slaughter the lizard god realm? Although Lin Moyu only looks like a second-class soul, Shinchen can feel that Lin Moyu is unfathomable. Only then did Shinchen suddenly realize that only a few hundred years had passed since he last saw Lin Moyu. In just a few hundred years, which was just a blink of an eye for him, Lin Moyu has been promoted from a seventh-class soul to the current second-class soul. This kind of cultivation speed is terrifyingly fast. Therefore, Shinchen had no doubts about Lin Moyu's suggestion. If Taoist Lin can help, I believe this can be accomplished. Lin Moyu said, Lin's ability is limited. Whether it can be successful is hard to say. We can only say that we will try our best. Shinchen thought for a moment. To ensure everything is safe, should I go back and find two Taoist masters? Lin Moyu asked, is it the origin master or the branch master? Shinchen said, of course it is the branch Taoist master. With Shin's strength, he cannot call the origin Taoist master. He spoke very honestly, but Lin Moyu heard a hidden meaning in his tone. The Taoist masters he knew were not necessarily his close friends, so it was not easy to get them to come here and fight for their lives. Not everyone is thinking about revenge on the origin continent. Especially after becoming a Tao master, they focus more on competing for their own Tao, and external things like ants are often ignored by them. Even if you come, it is possible that you will not be able to work but get any experience. However, if they want to destroy an entire world without the help of the Taoist master, it is not impossible with the strength of the two of them, but it will be very tiring. Lin Moyu knew his own limitations. He could indeed kill the Taoist master in the virtual world, but if the Taoist master wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to do anything to them. In short, it was not safe enough. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, Lin also knows a few Tao masters. How about this? I'll go greet them first. If they don't come, how about troubling Shindaoji later? Shinchen did not refuse, which also confirmed Lin Moyu's guess that Shinchen knew the Taoist master and they had an average relationship. Seeking flowers 0. The location of the lizard god realm has been determined. Lin Moyu left the skeleton god general here, and with Shinchen here, there is no need to worry about them escaping. And so far, Shinchen has not alerted the enemy. Relocating the entire world is not an easy task. It requires the concerted efforts of a large number of Taoist masters to accomplish it, so they are unlikely to escape. He rushed back as quickly as possible and returned to his soul world 2 days later. In Zhengzhou, Antares suddenly felt that Lin Moyu had awakened. He asked in a voice transmission, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back for the time being?" Lin Moyu said, "I encountered something and had to come back first." His eyes swept toward the sky. In the avenue beyond the sky, many powerful men stood in a row. They were staring at the origin continent, and no one knew what they were looking at. Lin Moyu saw a large number of soul flames, and there was a Taoist master hidden among them. At the same time, he also found the person he was looking for, Wen Tian Dao Jun. The Taoist master Wen Dao was originally named Shengwan Wendian, and now he has become a Taoist master, known as Taoist Master Wendian or Taoist Master Zile. Shengwan Wendian was hiding in the void, also paying attention to the origin continent. To be more precise, it is the key to myself. At that time, Shengwan Wendian said that he would definitely protect himself, and he did what he said. After finding the target, his soul moved and he directly sent a message, "Brother Wendian, can you help me?" Shengwan Wendian, who was hiding in the void, had his eyelids trembling slightly. "Brother Lin, you are back." Lin Moyu said, "I'm back. I have something to ask the third ancestor. Can you help my wife and him come over?" Shengwan Wendian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go look for it right away." Lin Moyu saw that his soul flame disappeared and went to look for someone. Antares whispered, "What else do you want here?" Lin Moyu laughed, "It's not about here, it's about the virtual world." Antares was getting more and more confused. What happened in the soul void? Lin Moyu did not hide it. "I found the lizard god realm and arranged for people to slaughter them." Antares was shocked. "You intend to start the slaughter directly in the soul void?" Seeing Antares so surprised, Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "What? Is there a problem?" Antares said, "If those guys in the soul void come over, it will be dangerous." Lin Moyu thought about it and knew who those guys Antares was talking about. They were the kings of the small spiritual realm. In their opinion, the king of the small spirit realm is very dangerous. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, they won't come over." In the virtual world, the Taoist master and the king of the small spirit realm are evenly matched, and the Taoist master is even inferior to the king of the small spirit realm in some aspects. The innate virtual treasure gives the king of the small spirit realm powerful combat power. When the first-class souls see the lesser spirit realm king, they usually turn around and flee, not wanting to fight them at all. Only Lin Moyu treated the little spirit realm king as nothing. Just 1,000 Dao Wanxiang formation and the burning world fire were enough to seriously injure the opponent. Coupled with the natural disaster scepter, wiping him out was no problem. He had done this before, which resulted in dozens of nearby small spiritual realms being left without kings. All the innate virtual treasures were also in his control, and he was the master of the small spiritual realm. The lizard god realm is in the small spiritual realm that he controls, so there is no need to worry about other small spiritual realm kings coming to cause trouble. Seeing Lin Moyu so confident, Antares stopped asking questions. He knew very well what kind of person Lin Moyu was. He never did anything without confidence, and would never joke with his own life. Half a day later, Shengwan Wendian returned. In addition to the third ancestor, the Demon King and the King of the Seed Boundary also came with him to 287. The Demon King is the master of the Great Tao of Wind, the third ancestor is the master of the Great Tao of Balance, and the King of the Seed Boundary is the master of the Great Tao of Water. Their 3 avenues are all in the origin continent, and as Tao masters, they are extremely powerful. It's just that because he is still a newcomer, he is unable to fully display his abilities. In the virtual world, their strength will be stronger than that of a high-level first-class soul like Shen Chen. When Shangguan went to look for the third ancestor, the three of them happened to be together, so they simply came together. The third ancestor directly asked through voice transmission, "Young Lin, what do we want?" Lin Moyu said, "I found the location of the lizard god realm. Are you interested in destroying them together?" The expressions of the third ancestor and the others changed, and they were obviously a little tempted. They had not forgotten the vengeance of the lizard god realm. The third ancestor asked in a low voice, "Is it just the location in the virtual world? Have you found their location in the real world?" The Demon King whispered, "If I could know where they are in the real world, I would kill them." Compared to destroying them in the virtual world, Sanzu and others would rather destroy them in the real world. After all, as long as the real world still exists, it has not been completely killed. If the other party's Taoist master wants to escape, taking his soul world with him and temporarily escaping from his own world, it will also be very troublesome. Lin Moyu said, "I don't know where they are in the real world for now, but it doesn't matter. I have a secret method that can erase the real world through the soul virtual world." After these words were spoken, the third patriarch and the others were all silent. After a while, the third ancestor whispered, "To kill the real with the unreal, is there really such a secret method?" He didn't quite believe that in their inherent concept, the soul void, or the virtual world, was a place for them to improve their cultivation. It is also the place where great battles are fought. Although there are many dangers inside, they are just minor fights. Things like destroying the world must be done in the real world. First, look for the target in the virtual world, lock the target, and then use the positioning of the virtual world and the mapping relationship with the real world to enter the fog of the world and find the other party's real world. This is the right way, but Lin Moyu took a different approach and sold it with fake notes. They had never thought of such a thing, nor had they ever seen anyone do it. But since Lin Moyu said so, they couldn't doubt its authenticity. After looking at each other, they made a decision. They chose to believe Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said, "The revenge of the Lizard God clan must be taken. Maybe you won't get much benefit, but if you do it well, the world will of the origin continent will reward you." The third ancestor said, "My way is the way of balance. In the great way, all things are balanced. The lizard god realm once invaded us and caused great damage. We should return some of our losses in order to achieve balance." After becoming the Taoist master, the third ancestor's way of speaking changed. Perhaps it was brought about by the power of the Tao, or perhaps this was his true intention. The Demon King was much more direct. "Why think so much? Just take revenge if you have a grudge. Damn him." The king of the sea boundary also whispered, "I will gather the army right now and accompany little friend Lin to kill them together." Lin Moyu said, "No need for a large army, just a few of you can accompany me. I will go outside the origin world and wait. If you see my skeleton in the soul void, you can let it lead the way." They are not as familiar with the soul void as Lin Moyu, and once they enter it, they will most likely lose their way. Lin Moyu has deployed a large number of skeleton generals in the soul void corresponding to the origin continent. As long as you find one, it will lead the way. This can save a lot of time. Lin Moyu's breath disappeared along with the sound, and he had returned to the virtual world. He rode the little python across the world barrier, dispelled the fog of chaos, and waited quietly. Over the past 100 years, Xiao Tadpole has gained a lot of benefits by following Lin Moyu. The little python has been eating void soul pills all the way, and now it has become a third-level virtual beast. After evolving into a third-level virtual beast, the little python becomes even bigger. Even when it is shrunk, it is still 100 meters long. If it is fully expanded, it can reach a maximum of 100,000 meters. The scales emitted a dazzling light under the dim light of the virtual world. However, the little python is still very obedient. It knows what kind of person its owner is. As long as it is obedient, it will receive countless benefits. The little python asked, Master, how do you plan to destroy the lizard god realm? Lin Moyu said, surround and destroy them. These 4 words have fully described Lin Moyu's tactics. It does not require any complicated fighting methods, nor does it require any plans. It is enough to surround and kill. Today's skeleton god generals have the combat power of a mid-level second-class soul. Although they are not the best, they can't be defeated in large numbers. Once hundreds of billions of skeleton gods rush forward, even a high-level first-class soul master like Shen Chen will have a headache. Although I was able to make it out in the end, the process was absolutely painful. When the difference in strength is not earth-shattering, no one can ignore the difference in numbers. After Lin Moyu waited for a moment, he became conscious and a skeleton god sent a message that it had received someone. The first person to receive the call was Shangguan Wendian. He also wanted to join in the fun. Lin Moyu naturally had no reason to refuse, and there was nothing wrong with having one more Taoist master. The skeleton god led Shangguan Wendian directly to the outside world. Shangguan Wendian's eyes were filled with shock. I never thought that Brother Lin has reached such a level, it's really amazing. When Lin Moyu was in the Origin Continent, it was impossible to see Lin Moyu's cultivation level from the Heavenly Avenue. Even the 5.3 Dao Master was no exception. Even Lin Moyu's true realm has become a mystery now. Some people guessed that Lin Moyu was already a 5th-class soul, while others guessed that he was an intermediate-class soul. But no one has ever dared to guess that Lin Moyu is already a 3rd-class soul. If this is true, it would be too horrifying. This idea was shared by not only others, but also Shangguan Wendian. He also guessed that Lin Moyu was at most a 4th-class soul. But when he saw Lin Moyu at this moment, he found that he was already a 2nd-class soul. In hundreds of years, from the 7th-level soul to the 2nd-level soul, this level is unprecedented. Lin Moyu still smiled and said, "It's just good luck." Shangguan Wendian shook his head. Even the son of the world before the Origin catastrophe is far inferior to Brother Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Before the 3rd ancestor and the others come, why don't you tell me about the son of the world? I'm quite excited." Lin Moyu has already figured out most of what happened before and after the Origin catastrophe. From this, Lin Moyu discovered a strange point, that is, the son of the world. The son of the world gathered most of the luck of the world on the Origin continent, but during the Origin catastrophe, the son of the world was sacrificed, and it was a voluntary sacrifice. The fate of the son of the world should not have been like this. The son of the world, who has gathered more than half of the luck of the Origin continent, should eventually stand at the top of the world. Even if the Origin catastrophe occurs, he should not be sacrificed. Just like when the world was in the most dangerous time, Xiao Zhantian, who had gathered the luck of the human race, came out to save the human race and the world from danger. In Lin Moyu's opinion, this was the right choice. But sacrificing the son of the world and returning its destiny to the world, this choice, Lin Moyu cannot understand. Shangguan Wendian was deep in thought, recalling the distant past. I don't know much about the son of the world, so I will tell you what I know. It is said that when the son of the world was born, all the Daos resounded, and the Dao masters learned of his identity at the same time. He was born with the will of the world and possesses 60% of the luck of the entire Origin continent. 17. The Taoist master is not qualified to accept him as a disciple, nor to teach him. He has mastered various secret techniques since he was young, and has been loved by everyone his entire life. No one dares to do anything to him. His cultivation went smoothly without any bottlenecks. It took him only 10,000 years to successfully break through to the Dao realm. This is unprecedented. When he said this, Shangguan Wendian suddenly paused. It is true that there has never been anyone like him before, but it cannot be said that there will never be anyone like him again. Lin Moyu is standing here. This man who has only lived for a few thousand years has already reached the 2nd-class soul realm, which is even more abnormal than the son of the world. Shangguan Wendian coughed lightly and continued. After reaching the Dao realm, his cultivation speed also slowed down, but it was still much faster than others. Later, the origin catastrophe broke out, and the son of the world was at the level of the sixth soul at that time. The sixth level soul was somewhat useful during the origin catastrophe, but not very useful. However, he also occupied 60% of the luck of the origin continent, so he was sacrificed, and the luck returned to heaven and earth. Lin Moyu asked, was he sacrificed? Shengguan Wendian said, it should be. I don't know the details, but since everyone says so, maybe the third ancestor knows a little more. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the third ancestor came from the side, whatever you said, I will know more. The skeleton god general came with the three ancestors, and he happened to overhear something. When the third ancestor saw Lin Moyu, he suddenly exclaimed, Little Lin, you have actually reached the second-class soul. Lin Moyu chuckled, calm down, this is not a strange thing. The third ancestor snorted lightly, that's right, what happened to you is really nothing strange. Lin Moyu said, we were just talking about the son of the world, and it just so happened that you came. The third ancestor frowned slightly, what is there to say about the son of the world? Lin Moyu asked, Brother Wendian said that the son of the world was sacrificed. Was he forced? The third ancestor said, does it matter? It is not up to him to decide whether to sacrifice or not. If the great Tao wants to take back his luck, what else can he do? Lin Moyu said, doesn't he have other ideas, such as rushing to the top of the avenue quickly and leading all the Tao masters to turn the tide? As long as the Tao is willing, it should be able to do it. The third ancestor shook his head, perhaps, but the avenue of destiny was destroyed at that time, so the son of the world was destined to be unable to reach the top. His major was the avenue of destiny. Lin Moyu's heart trembled. The avenue of destiny that the son of the world practiced was the first avenue to be destroyed in the origin catastrophe. From then on, the son of the world lost the possibility of becoming the Lord of Tao and was eventually sacrificed. The avenue of destiny. Son of the world. Lin Moyu tried to connect the two, he felt there must be a connection between them. He had dealt with the avenue of destiny of the origin continent many times and had vaguely glimpsed some clues. The world will of the origin continent, that is, the avenue of the origin continent itself, seems to have given birth to wisdom. Normally, the worlds will only have instincts and should not have wisdom. The world should operate within a set of rules, and these rules cannot be easily changed. Once the world will becomes intelligent, it can easily change the rules, and good or bad fortune will be unpredictable for the entire world. A world will that is smart enough has the potential to lead the world towards a brighter future. If the world's will is selfish, it can also lead to the destruction of the entire world. It is hard to say whether the world will has been born in the origin continent. Lin Moyu just has a vague feeling. There is no way to judge such things unless he can personally contact the world's will. Lin Moyu can only judge from the experience of the son of the world. The sacrifice of the son of the world was indeed forced. Because the avenue of destiny collapsed, the son of the world could no longer stand at the top of the world, so he was sacrificed. This also indirectly shows that the world's will should be wise and able to make choices. It is for this reason that it will cultivate the son of the world. If it develops normally, the son of the world should become the master of the avenue of destiny. He will become the spokesperson for the world's will. Although he is not the master of the world, he is better than the master of the world. In this way, it is impossible for the real eye of the world to appear in the entire origin continent. If the Lord of the world appears, he must control the will of the world. After gaining wisdom, how could the will of the world be willing to be controlled by others? While Lin Moyu was thinking, the third ancestor said, by the way, the Demon King and the Son of the World were quite close back then. It is said that when he disappeared, the Demon King was by his side. Lin Moyu looked to one side, and when he spoke of the Demon King, he arrived. When the Demon King arrived and saw Lin Moyu's realm, he screamed. The third ancestor said, calm down, calm down. There is nothing to be surprised about. Lin Moyu looked at the Demon King. It was the first time he saw the Demon King's appearance clearly. The Demon King usually shrouds himself in mist, so outsiders cannot see his true appearance at all. Sometimes the Demon King only shows what he wants others to see. But now, in the virtual world, the Demon King appeared in the form of a soul, and naturally could no longer conceal his true identity. The third ancestor said with a smile, "How is it? I never thought this guy would look like this." Lin Moyu said, "It's okay, it's reasonable. It's true that the Demon King is from the Demon Clan. He is not from any of the 10 royal clans. He is the Sky Rat." In fact, not only Lin Moyu was shocked, even Shangwan Wendian was surprised. In Tianwai Avenue, the sky-swallowing rat is also a hot commodity. The sky-swallowing rat is also known as the treasure-hunting rat. Many people want to get a sky-swallowing rat because they are born with the ability to find treasures. Especially when entering the fog of the world or exploring some strange places, the sky-swallowing rat has miraculous effects. The Demon King whispered, "This Taoist master is the first heaven-swallowing rat in the Origin continent. Do you have any objection?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "Senior, you should know that I have a sky-swallowing rat." The Demon King said, "I know. If I hadn't seen you treated well before, I would have eaten you in one bite." The third ancestor snorted, "He is just a boaster. Let me ask you, when the son of the world died, did he say anything?" The Demon King thought for a moment and said, "I did say something like." The memory was too old, and the Demon King took a long time to remember it. "He said he wouldn't tolerate me." "He won't tolerate me." The three ancestors all looked at the Demon King in confusion, and it was obvious that he did not understand the meaning. Lin Moyu was thoughtful and looked back at the world barrier. "Senior Hei is here. The king of the sea boundary, whose real name is Mohei, is called Laohei by the third ancestor and the Demon King. He belongs to the Great Dao Giant Whale Clan. He originally lived in the sea boundary of the Origin continent. Later, he achieved the Great Dao and entered the Great Dao of Water. After the catastrophe of Origin, in order to prevent the drastic changes in the world and to fight for the position of the Lord of Water, he tried to re-enter the Origin continent, entered the Sea of Boundaries, and became the King of the Sea of Boundaries. Now that he has become the Lord of Water, the third ancestor Demon Emperor has not changed the way he addresses him, and still calls him Lao Hei. The name is just a code name and he does not take it seriously. When the King of the Sea Realm saw Lin Moyu, his reaction was exactly the same as the Demon King's. He was shocked by Lin Moyu's realm. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Seniors, please follow me." He led the way and flew towards the divine realm. There was heavy fog along the way, and in a blink of an eye we flew a long distance. The Demon King was surprised and asked, "How come I haven't seen a single virtual beast?" The third ancestor also whispered, "It is indeed a bit strange. When they came to the Soul Void in the past, they always encountered some virtual beasts, even if they did not take these virtual beasts seriously. But now, I haven't encountered any virtual beasts, which is really strange." Lin Moyu didn't say anything. He just kept flying forward, away from the Origin continent. After flying very far, almost to the distance of a small spiritual domain, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped and said, "Seniors, there are some things I don't know whether I should say." The Demon King said, "There is nothing to be ashamed of between us. Just speak frankly." The third ancestor chuckled and said, "What are you thinking about, little fox?" Lin Moyu thought about it, but still felt uneasy, so he took out 2 innate virtual treasures, the soul-devouring brazier and the soul-shaking treasure mountain left by the Soul Heart King. The soul-devouring brazier spewed out a large amount of flames, turning into a sea of fire that surrounded the surroundings. The Danghun Baoshan mountain was filled with rosy clouds, enveloping everyone. The third ancestor was surprised. "This is an innate treasure, how come it is in your hands?" Lin Moyu said, "Over the years, I have killed several kings of small spiritual realms." Hiss. Several people looked at each other. What Lin Moyu had done was far beyond their imagination. Can the king of the small spirit realm be killed just like that? It's not like they haven't seen the king of the small spirit realm before, they've even fought against him before, so they know how difficult it is to kill him. With the help of the innate virtual treasure, even if they become the Taoist masters, they dare not say that they can kill the king of the small spiritual realm. The third ancestors seem to realize something. Little Lin, did you kill him with the great Tao spiritual fire? Lin Moyu said, Third ancestor, you are focusing on the wrong point. The point is what I am going to say next. The third ancestor then realized that Lin Moyu was hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? Lin Moyu said, according to my judgment, the world will of the origin continent has already gained wisdom and has developed self-awareness. Boom! Lin Moyu's words exploded like a thunder in several souls. When they reach this level, they can naturally understand what Lin Moyu says. For a world, Tao is the true end. After becoming a Tao master, one must also compete in the Tao, making one's own Tao constantly stronger and eventually entering into the Tao's essence. Only then can one be considered a true Tao master. At present, whether it is the three ancestors or the Demon King, the Great Way they master is just a projection of the Great Way. The essence of the Great Tao is still in its ancestral land, waiting for the emergence of the true Tao master. Once someone becomes a true Tao master, they will leave this world, enter the ancestral land of origin, and find a way to reflect their own Tao into the ancestral land of origin. That is the final destination of the Tao masters. But before entering the ancestral land of origin and taking control of the Tao itself, one thing that is bound to happen is transcending the world you live in. He is no longer the Taoist master under the world, but the Taoist being above the world. The projected avenue is within the world, while the avenue itself is above the world. When the ancestral land of origin descended, it firmly suppressed the entire origin world, relying on the power of the Tao itself. Once wisdom is born in the world will, it will certainly not allow anyone to transcend itself. In other words, their path to mastering the essence of the Tao will be cut off. Once someone wants to transcend the worlds will wipe him out. They are all the masters of the world, and it is difficult for them to win when facing the will of the world. This result is hopeless for many Taoist masters. Mo looked serious and spoke in a low voice. This is no joke. How did Brother Lin come to this conclusion? Lin Moyu said, You all know that I was granted the mandate of heaven, and I have dealt with the will of the world, but I didn't feel anything special at the time. In recent years, Lin has seen many worlds in the virtual world. He also helped a small spirit realm king to transcend and witnessed its struggle with the world's will. Since then, he has had some doubts in his heart. That world will seems to be different from the world will of the origin continent. After that, I tried several times and acted out of line on the origin continent, which led to punishment. I reported to the heavens several times and found that the worlds will had clear directions for many things. You should also be clear that the worlds will should not be like this. The general trend remains unchanged, but the details can be changed. This is the great instinct of the world's will. Especially the experience of the son of the world during the origin catastrophe made me guess more than 70%. What Senior Demon King just said about the last words of the son of the world has made my guess 9 out of 10. The world will of the origin continent has given birth to wisdom. Maybe the wisdom is not strong, but it must have its own ideas. So Lin is here to tell all the seniors to be careful in everything. Lin Moyu's words were well-founded and they had to believe them. But after all, this matter is still just Lin Moyu's speculation and cannot be fully confirmed. At this time, Lin Moyu took out a mirror and said, I think you should recognize this mirror. The Demon King twitched his nose and said, This is the questioning fruit mirror you got from the Holy Son of Illusion. Lin Moyu said, This mirror has the ability to reverse cause and effect, and it can play its greatest role in the virtual world. Today, under the witness of several seniors, I helped Lin to confirm the last link, so that Lin, the one who got the money, MOU's 9-point guess became 10 points, or even 0 points. There are only 2 results for guessing, right or wrong. So Lin Moyu wants to verify it. Sanzu guessed what Lin Moyu was going to do. It's very dangerous for you to do this. Lin Moyu said, It doesn't matter, this matter is very important, even if it costs some money, it must be done. Several people stopped talking. They also knew that this had to be done. And since Lin Moyu chose to do this, it also shows that he is confident of getting out of this situation safely. Lin Moyu used the power of his soul to drive the fruit questioning mirror and said aloud, "The three ancestors are the cause, transcendence is the result, and the result is the cause." The Tao mirror burst out with brilliant light, and the figures of the three ancestors suddenly appeared in the light, followed by a world that appeared. They knew at a glance that this was the future of the origin continent. The third patriarch stood on an unnamed mountain, looking up at the sky, and then a huge eye appeared in the sky. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He only glanced at the third ancestor once, and the third ancestor's body exploded. In the projection of light, the third ancestor's body exploded and his soul flew away. In the virtual world, the third ancestor's soul was also trembling wildly, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. It is difficult for anyone to remain calm when he sees himself dead. The eye killed the three ancestors in the light projection, and suddenly looked towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was quick-witted and quickly cut off his own soul power and pulled out the weapon spirit Xiaoxiong at the same time, but he was still a step too late. The fruit mirror exploded with a bang, and Lin Moyu's soul shattered like a balloon. This situation shocked everyone. Lin Moyu's soul actually exploded like this. Purple light appeared out of nowhere, and Lin Moyu's soul was reborn in the purple light. The Wengua mirror was destroyed, but fortunately the spirit Xiaoxiong was pulled out in time. It was staring blankly around. There were scary things all around, and I almost cried out of fright. At this time, Lin Moyu grabbed it and stuffed it into the storage space. Weapon spirits are good things, and sometimes they are more important than the cause and effect mirror. After his rebirth, Lin Moyu said calmly, "Fortunately, I saw the opportunity quickly and didn't let him discover my identity." The previous arrangement worked. The innate virtual treasure blocked the world's will from spying on it, and Moyu's identity was not exposed. The third ancestor asked in a trembling voice, "Is it really him?" Lin Moyu nodded. "Before 997 was 90%, now I am 100% sure that the world will of the origin continent has given birth to spiritual wisdom. Moreover, this spiritual wisdom is very selfish. If anyone wants to transcend, he will definitely kill them. This is the fifth of his great ways. I can feel that he also wants to transcend." The third ancestor, who had witnessed his own death, seemed to have truly faced that ruthless eye. He chose to believe Lin Moyu's words and muttered to himself, "This way, it makes sense." The Demon King asked, "What makes sense?" Mo Hei seemed to understand a little. "Third ancestor, are you talking about the Lord of Hell?" The third ancestor hummed, "That's right, I never understood why the Lord of Hell died so easily, but now I understand a little. If you put this matter together, you can understand it this way. Back then, the Lord of Hell did not follow the path of great competition. He wanted to directly transcend and become the Lord of the world. So he captured the Taiyin ancestral dragon, refined it, and seized the original power of the Yin Dragon Avenue. Then he wanted to capture the Sun Dragon ancestor and take away the Sun Dragon's origin power to merge it into the Yin and Yang origin. If he succeeds, he will be able to use the power of the two fundamental avenues, the Hell Avenue and the Yin-Yang Avenue, to transcend the world and become the number one person in the world. Then, with the power of faith from billions of sentient beings in the world, you can achieve transcendence and become the master of the world. But the Sun Ancestral Dragon got the news from somewhere and fled before the Lord of Hell could make a move. When he returned, he was infected with an unknown disease. It was said that he entered an ancient wasteland and was cursed horribly. From then on, the Lord of Hell's plan failed, and he could only fight on the Great Tao. Finally, during the origin catastrophe, the Lord of Hell was killed by a powerful person. The third patriarch recounted the entire process. He said that he was close to the Lord of Hell in those days and knew many secrets that others did not know. The Demon King whispered, "Could it be that the one who killed the Lord of Hell is the will of the world?" The third ancestor shook his head. "It shouldn't be. The world will is only the leader. There is someone else who killed the Lord of Hell." When the Lord of Hell failed to transcend, he told me that he would definitely die a violent death. 1. I didn't quite understand it before, but now I don't understand it at all. Since then, the will of the world has been targeting him and has deprived him of his luck. No matter what he does, he will die one day. In fact, since then, the Lord of Hell has been preparing. He has placed the most severe curse on his own hell. If he dies, hell will explode, and the fragments of hell will destroy the entire world. It was precisely because of this curse from the Lord of Hell that the third ancestor was very worried about the fragments of hell and was even a little scared. The Demon King said, "There is such a secret. We really have no way out in the future." The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu and said, "If there is any way to go, ask this little fox." Several pairs of eyes looked at Lin Moyu, who smiled bitterly. "Don't look at me, I don't know what to do, I'm having a headache. If you have to fart, just do it quickly, Bayek." The third ancestor snorted lightly, obviously not believing what Lin Moyu said. He felt that Lin Moyu must have a way. The Demon King echoed, "Brother Lin, if you have a solution, just tell us directly, don't let us worry about it." Lin Moyu said, "There is indeed a way, but it is difficult and extremely dangerous." The third ancestor said, "I told you that the little fox had a solution. Tell me now." There was no way forward originally, but there was a ray of hope ahead, and they couldn't help but feel hopeful. As long as there is hope, you can try no matter how difficult it is. The thing to be afraid of is having no hope. Lin Moyu said, "I once made friends with a king from a small spiritual realm, and then helped him find the world and achieve transcendence. Although the process of transcendence is extremely dangerous, as long as you can find a suitable world, you have a chance with your Tao hearts. So if you want to escape the control of the world's will, the best way is to find a suitable world and achieve transcendence directly." The third ancestor smiled bitterly, "Find a suitable world. The soul void is so vast, where can I find a suitable world?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I created a rune called the World-Seeking Rune, which can be used to find the various worlds hidden in the virtual world in a short time. I have tried many times and found dozens of worlds, but most of them are guarded by Taoist masters, and my strength is not enough." The Demon King's eyes lit up. "Brother Lin, do you mean to seize it by force?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not just about robbing, but finding a suitable world. If it's a world with cause and effect, it would be even better. If that world is too strong, I can find a way to make it a little better. But before that, the top masters in the world still need to work together to eliminate it. Once you transcend, you will be the masters of the world. From then on, you will gain true freedom and will no longer be constrained by the will of the world of the origin continent." It seemed simple to hear what Lin Moyu said, but in fact it must be extremely difficult to do. The third ancestor immediately found the key point. The third ancestor whispered, "This can only be done once, right? Since the world will have spiritual intelligence, if this happens once, it will not be allowed to happen a second time." Lin Moyu said, "That should be the case, so we need to find several suitable worlds and act at the same time. We cannot give the worlds time to react. Once this succeeds, you will be free from the shackles of fate. Once it fails, you will be dead without the world's will. You should think carefully." The black fish slapped its fins heavily. "What's there to think about? If you know there is no future, will you be controlled by others for the rest of your life if you don't try? If we want to live in disgrace, why should we become Tao Masters? What's the point of becoming Tao Masters?" The Demon King also said, "It's fine if you don't know, but now that you know, if you don't fight hard, what's the point of becoming the Taoist Master?" Shengguan went in, who had been silent the whole time, whispered, "Although my strength is low, I am not willing to be anyone's puppet." Lin Moyu nodded. "In that case, let's give it a try." The third ancestor asked, "Little fox, are you planning to do the same?" Facing the question from the third ancestor, Lin Moyu shook his head. "My path is different from yours. I will not become a Taoist master, but there will be a battle between me and the world will of the origin continent. By then, the strong men from all sides of the origin continent will most likely become soldiers of the world's will and fight a life-and-death battle with me. Lin doesn't want to face off against his seniors. The third ancestor could feel that what Lin Moyu said was true. If he and Lin Moyu were to face each other in life and death at that time, it would be a bit tragic. But if he was still in the origin continent at that time, this battle seemed inevitable. The Demon King asked, "What about your friends on the origin continent?" Lin Moyu said, "They are not strong, and a formation can trap them. Once I fight with the world will, everything will be settled. But the seniors are so powerful that I cannot show mercy. If I start a fight, I am afraid I will not be able to stop." If it were any other Taoist master, they would definitely think that Lin Moyu was being too arrogant. But they understood Lin Moyu and knew that Lin Moyu was not talking nonsense. When that day really came, Xiang Chang Dao Jing would definitely be taken seriously by Lin Moyu. When they face Lin Moyu, they may really die. Once Lin Moyu takes action, he will show no mercy for the sake of his own life. The third ancestor said, "It's too early to talk about this matter. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's talk about the Lizard God realm. Do you plan to destroy it, or do you plan to occupy it?" Lin Moyu said, "There are many worlds. The Lizard God realm is not the best choice, but it is also a good choice. First of all, he is not that strong. This is relative to the origin continent. Neither the Dao Master nor the world itself is strong. Secondly, he has a feud with the origin continent, and there is a cause and effect between them. If someone becomes the master of the Lizard God realm, through the cause and effect path, he may be able to go to the origin continent. I'm not referring to the positioning in the virtual world, but the positioning in the real world. This is very important. Once we have a position in the real world, we can then perform various operations, such as feinting an attack on the origin continent, attracting strong men from all sides, reducing my burden and casualties. Lin doesn't want to hide it. This is Lin's selfish motive. Please forgive me." The third ancestor said, "Which cultivator is not selfish? If not, why cultivate? The great Tao is impartial because it is spiritless. Once the great Tao has spiritual wisdom, it will also have selfishness. You can think of this and reduce casualties, which is commendable. If that's the case, we'll all occupy the world, and then we'll find a way to locate the origin continent, launch a feint attack, and cooperate with you." As soon as the third ancestor said this, the Demon King and his men all agreed and thought that this method was feasible. They also have relatives and friends in the origin continent, so naturally they don't want any lives to be lost. This is exactly what Lin Moyu wanted. The effect of hearing it spoken by the third ancestor is much better than if he himself said it. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's a little too early to talk about this now. Let's go deal with the Lizard God realm first." The third patriarch said, "Why are you wasting time here? Why don't you lead the way quickly?" Now that the matter was settled, Moyu felt relieved. There is no way to calculate the future, we can only make the best possible arrangements. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh at himself. He had unknowingly gone from being an insignificant chess piece to a mastermind that had to fight against the entire world. Although the origin continent is just a drop in the ocean in the entire world. But this drop in the ocean is still huge for him. If he wants to become stronger, he must first overturn the sea. Conspiring with the third ancestor and others is the first step to overturning the sea. Several people penetrated the heavy fog and were getting closer and closer to the Lizard God realm. Along the way, they still didn't encounter any virtual beasts. The virtual beasts on the road had already been cleared out by Lin Moyu. Either it was refined and absorbed by him, or it was refined into Void Soul Pill and became the little python's prey. During the whole process, the little python stayed at Lin Moyu's feet and acted as his mount. It didn't speak, nor did it dare to speak, and it didn't even want to listen. Did a mere virtual beast seal hear about the conspiracy of these big guys? The more you know, the greater the impact of cause and effect, and the faster you will die. But it had to listen. Now all it could do was hold on to Lin Moyu's thigh and refuse to let go. The third ancestor looked at the little python and said, "Little fox, your mount is quite good." Lin Moyu nodded. "She is quite well behaved. She has been with me for hundreds of years and knows what to do and what not to do." The third ancestor said, "Well, if you are obedient, you can keep them for a while. If you are not obedient, you can kill them." The Demon King said, "Don't scare the little guy. Don't kill him if he doesn't obey. I like to eat virtual beasts." Mohe laughed and said, "Your mouth is too small, so you eat slowly, one bite at a time. My mouth is big, so I can swallow it directly without any pain." The Demon King said, "Don't joke. After being swallowed by you, I will be burned by my own life essence fire. That is really painful. Please give me flowers." The little python listened and trembled all over. What kind of people are these? They want to eat pythons at every turn. They are all so scary. Lin Moyu laughed and said, "This guy is timid. If you keep saying that, he might be scared to death." The Demon King laughed and patted the little python's head. "Don't be afraid, little guy. I'm just teasing you." The little python still didn't dare to speak and just kept flying forward. Finally, they arrived outside the lizard god realm. Shinshin sat in the void, motionless. Seeing Lin Moyu coming with the three ancestors and others, he immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet them. Shinshin has met several Dao masters. Shinshin bowed respectfully. He could recognize these people as Taoist masters at a glance. Especially when facing Mohe, Shinshin felt terrified. He felt that he was inferior to him and the other party was superior to him. He wanted to kneel down directly. 0. Lin Moyu introduced, "This is the fellow Taoist Shinshin I mentioned, a first-class soul high-level strongman who cultivates the Heavy Water Avenue." Mohe looked at him and said, "I remember that the Heavy Water sect has a sect master." Shinshin responded, "What you said is correct. The master of Chongshui Avenue is my teacher." Mohe smiled and said, "I don't want to take away the position of Dao Master from you, so I went out to look for a world, hoping to become a Dao Master in another world. This is a good idea, but unfortunately, if you do this, you will most likely die." Shinshin said, "I understand, but there is no other way. If there is a road ahead, we must move forward. Teacher's kindness is as heavy as a mountain, and I can only do this." From a few simple conversations between the two, it can be seen that Shinshin is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He is unwilling to snatch the position of Taoist master from his teacher, so he seeks a way out outside. One can achieve the status of a Taoist master in another world by risking one's life, but one cannot stop because of one's own pursuit. It is precisely because of this that Moyu looks up to him. Lin Moyu said, "There is a heavy water road in the lizard god realm. Perhaps what fellow Taoist Shin wants can be fulfilled here." While he was speaking, he winked at Sanzu and the others, who understood and roughly knew what Lin Moyu was thinking. Lin Moyu also seemed to be impressed by Shinshin's character, so he wanted to help Shinshin become a Taoist master, and he was not even a Taoist. The third ancestor said, "It is rare to find someone so kind and righteous. If that is the case, then we will help you and give you a push." Mohe said, "I will lead the charge." As soon as the words fell, water appeared in the void, turning into boundless waves, washing towards the god realm. Huge waves rolled, and the great way of water emerged in the void. The great way of water is not reflected in the place of origin, so it cannot display its power anywhere in the virtual world. When Mohe enters the virtual world, his strength will be compromised in many areas. But fortunately, this is the lizard god realm, and there is the avenue of water in the lizard god realm, so Mohe can display all his combat experience here. In other words, Mohe borrowed the water avenue of the lizard god realm to launch an attack on the lizard god realm. The huge waves were mixed with inky black spiritual will, and they crashed into the world barrier of the lizard god realm. The world barrier does not exist at all in the eyes of the virtual beast, but in front of Lin Moyu and others, the world barrier is real. The world barrier twisted and sank inward, and then a huge wave rushed in. the world barrier was not broken. Its function was to filter out the chaotic power of the avenue and make the avenue and the world orderly. It did not have a strong defense effect on May 20th. When the attack exceeds its defense, it will decisively give up resistance and activate the world's will at the same time, telling all the strong people in the world that there is an invasion by foreign enemies. Shin-Chin watched this scene and finally confirmed Mo Hei's identity. He also knew why he wanted to kneel down when he saw him. Mo Hei is the master of the Great Way of Water, and the Great Way of Heavy Water that he practices is a branch of the Great Way of Water. Because of his affiliation with the Great Tao, he has this instinct. At the same time, he was full of confidence in Mo Hei and others. The master of the Origin Avenue had come, so what was there to worry about? It seems that the other few people are no worse than Mo Hei. Who dares to seek death? Amid the roar, someone from the lizard god realm split the huge waves and rushed out. There were 5 people from the lizard god realm who rushed out. One of them was the Taoist master who had fought against Shin-Chin before, the Taoist master who controlled the avenue of heavy water in the lizard god realm. Well done! Mo Hei roared, and the huge waves suddenly changed. The originally regular waves suddenly became disorderly. Endless water waves rose up like bubbles and then exploded. The roar continued, and every time the waves exploded, they were accompanied by a huge force, like a huge slap in the face, slapping the lizard god people. The 5 lizard gods were instantly blown off balance. Luckily, this wave of attacks was not very damaging, but it was powerful and even more insulting. But this was just the beginning. With a wave of Mo Hei's hand, huge waves rose up and surrounded the 5 people of the lizard god clan. The 5 people were unable to stand still due to the explosion. At this moment, they all realized the danger and took out their magic weapons one by one, trying to break through the waves. But the huge black waves are not so easy to break. All the previous operations were aimed at trapping them. The Avenue Prison. With a roar from Mo Hei, the huge waves became heavy, and the originally soft water turned into thick pulp. It was thick yet had the toughness of water, and no matter how the 5 Taoist masters from the lizard god realm attacked it, it was useless. Mo Hei laughed and said, "Once you are in my cage, it's not easy to escape." He shouted again, "Stab!" Wow! Countless spears emerged from the cage, and the densely packed spears left no room for the 5 Taoist masters to dodge. The 5 Taoist masters concentrated all their strength and combined it into one to defend. The spears continued to bombard their defenses, and the tremendous force made them suffer terribly. These 5 people are not the masters of the Origin Great Tao, and are much weaker than Mo Hei. But after all, they are all Taoist masters, so it is still quite difficult for Mo Hei to kill them. The space in the virtual world was shaking, and the chaotic fog was completely blown away. The 5 people were still struggling desperately while resisting the attack. They concentrated all their strength and launched an attack in one direction, trying to break out of the cage. Avenues emerged one after another, and the lizard god people also used the power of the avenues to fight against Mo Hei. It can be seen that Mo Hei is trying hard to maintain his avenue cage, but the increasingly powerful impact force inside the cage makes him feel exhausted. Mo Hei said, "The first shot has been fired. We won't be able to trap them for too long. You can move now." Lin Moyu said, "Instead of injuring 5 people, it is better to kill one. You can focus all your efforts on killing one person, or at least seriously injure him. As for the others, let them go for now." Mo Hei was stunned for a moment. Why not leave them all behind? Lin Moyu shook his head. "Don't keep it." The 3rd ancestor also knew what Lin Moyu did. Old Black, listen to the little fox. Mo Hei was also straightforward and did what Lin Moyu said, and the spear in the avenue cage disappeared instantly. The 5 Taoist masters of the lizard god realm just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mo Hei was doomed, when suddenly a huge sword appeared. The sword slashed towards one of the Taoist masters of the lizard god realm, and at the same time, waves rose and exploded again, trying to forcibly separate the 5 people and prevent them from completing their combined efforts. Mo Hei did as Lin Moyu said and stared at a fight. The 5 people from the lizard god realm also knew Mohe's idea. Their tails suddenly grew longer, and then they connected to each other, combining together and not separating. The 5 men roared at the same time, and the swords were met with tremendous force. Boom! The void shook, and terrifying power swept in all directions. Lin Moyu saw that within the world barrier, several soul worlds collapsed, and the souls of those unlucky people were wiped out and died directly. Amid the mighty waves, the 5 men broke out of the cage and escaped back to the lizard god realm. Mohe was not satisfied with his attack and whispered, "The Taoist master is really hard to kill." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If the Taoist master likes to kill, there is no need to trouble the senior to do it. Senior, you were able to fight 5 people alone and even beat them away, which is already very impressive." Mohe said, "Now tell me why you don't do it." Lin Moyu said, "We have already alerted the snake. The next step should be to lure it out of its hole. There are more than 5 Tao lords in the lizard god realm. If we kill them too hard, other Tao lords will flee. In fact, it's not a big deal if they really escape. I'm just worried that they will retreat and wait for us to reach the core of the world, and then cooperate with the world's will to counterattack. That would be troublesome. So the best way is to lure more of them out first, kill a group of them, and then things will be easier." The 3rd ancestor laughed and said, "You have been a king for so many years, how come you can't figure out something like this?" Mohe said, "No one usually thinks about this. If you are unhappy, just kill him directly." At that time, Mohe was the uncrowned king in the Boundary Sea, so naturally he didn't need to think so much. If he was unhappy with anything, he would just kill him directly. There was no need for him to make any calculations. His calculation was not in the battle, but in the layout, how to make himself the master of Tao. 3.6 Zhu Dao, we haven't had a big battle like this in a long time. In this battle, we should listen to the little fox. It won't be wrong. The Demon King said, "Indeed, Lin the kid escaped from a sea of blood and corpses. You have seen how murderous he is. You will not be wrong if you listen to him." Although several of them were at a higher level than Lin Moyu, they were more willing to trust Lin Moyu in this regard. Lin Moyu looked at the few people and had a strange feeling in his heart, which always felt that something was not normal. For the origin continent to grow to its current level, it stands to reason that the strong people there have all gone through many battles. However, in the history of the origin continent, there seems to be only one event, the origin catastrophe. These Taoist masters who have lived for countless years are strong, but they do not have much experience in actual combat. It's really weird. This strange feeling made Lin Moyu very uncomfortable. Since they couldn't figure it out, they put it aside for the time being. Lin Moyu, the 3 ancestors and others openly charged into the lizard god realm. The moment they passed through the world barrier, the entire lizard god realm shook. The world will awakens, and it instinctively warns the entire world that there is an invasion by foreign enemies. Most of the practitioners in the world have received a warning from the world's will. No matter what they are doing, they all stop and start to fight the enemy. The Tao realm cultivators swarmed out and entered the virtual world. Countless soul flames burned fiercely in the virtual world, and the army quickly began to gather, with increasing numbers. One Taoist master after another appeared and became the leader of the army. At this moment, Lin Moyu discovered the second suspicious thing. The second suspicious point is why the strong men of the lizard god realm can gather so quickly and accurately. It is difficult to locate them in the virtual world, but they seem to know where they are and where to gather. Unlike the origin continent, even if the 3 ancestors and others entered the virtual world, they didn't know where they were and needed the skeleton god to guide them. Thinking back to his previous encounter with the Taoist master Golden Lion, Lin Moyu realized that he should have noticed something was wrong long ago. Taoist master Golden Lion and his companions seemed to be able to accurately find their location in their own world. Lin Moyu thought to himself, why didn't I feel that this was abnormal at the time? I didn't even have this thought. He looked at the 3rd ancestor and others beside him. They also had no doubts about this problem, as if this problem did not exist at all. However, this is the biggest problem. Even if others don't say anything, I don't believe that an old fox like Sun Tzu will not see the problem. But he really didn't see it, so there was only one possibility: he was deceived. I had been deceived before, so I had no idea about this, and only discovered this now. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. The origin continent seems to be more complicated than imagined. The world will have spiritual intelligence. What is it hiding? At this time, the voice of the third ancestor came to my ears. Little fox, the enemy army has assembled. Where is your army? Are you not going to take action yet? Lin Moyu's eyes swept across the void, and the army of the lizard god realm was already heading towards them. The army of the lizard god realm has 1 million people, all of whom are above the great realm. Among them, the Tao realm of levels 7 to 9 is the majority, accounting for the largest number and 70%. The 4th to 6th levels of the Tao realm account for more than 20%. And there are only 20,000 to 30,000 souls above the 3rd level who are in the Tao realm. If we further subdivide it, there are only 100 people in the Tao realm of first-class souls. They are led by 18 Tao Masters. Among the 18 Tao Masters, there are 3 original Tao Masters and the remaining 15 are branch Tao Masters. At the Tao Lord level, Shen Xinjie was victorious. But on the other hand, the third ancestor knew some details about Lin Moyu, and he didn't care about the million-strong army of lizard gods. Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, wait a little longer and see if anyone else comes. The lizard god realm is also a world after all, and there should be more than this in the Tao realm." The third ancestor shook his head, almost. The lizard god realm is not a big realm, and the great Tao is not complete. It is already good to have these great Tao realms. It used to be a subordinate of the heavenly god realm, and the heavenly god realm will not sit idly by and watch them become stronger. Lin Moyu had no doubts about what the third ancestor said, and whispered, "In that case, let's wait for them to get closer and try to annihilate them in one fell swoop." The third ancestor said, "The army is in your hands. How are we going to lend these 18 Tao Masters? They have 3 original Tao Masters, 1 branch Tao Master, and Chen Chen, who is not weaker than the branch Tao Master. They are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers." But the third ancestor and his companions were confident that their methods were by no means comparable to those of the Taoist master of the lizard god realm. Lin Moyu said, "This is what I think. The lizard god realm Tao master, who is also a heavy water avenue, will be left to Senior Shenchen to deal with together with Shangguan Wentian. There is no purple thunder avenue here, and Shangguan Wentian's strength is difficult to be fully utilized. It is safer to join forces with Senior Shenchang. There is no balance avenue here either, but I believe in the strength of the 3 ancestors, so I will leave the 3 Tao Masters of the origin avenue of the lizard god realm to the 3 of you. Try not to let them escape. As for the remaining 14 branch Tao Masters, although I cannot kill them, it is not a problem to trap them for a while. After you have dealt with your own opponents, you can come and deal with these branch Tao Masters." Lin Moyu not only has to face a 1,000,000-strong army, but also has to trap 14 Daoxing. He was just a second-class soul in the Tao realm, but no one doubted him when he said such words. On the contrary, both the third ancestor and the Demon King believed what Lin Moyu said. The third ancestor said, "Since you have arranged it this way, then I will do as you say. It seems that we really need to fight seriously today." The Demon King laughed and said, "I don't know what the Tao Lord's soul tastes like, so let's just treat it as a battle of Taos. If I kill them, my Tao will become stronger." Mo He sneered, and his huge body twisted in the void. Come on, the battle for the Great Road has begun." Shangguan Wentian did not object to what Lin Moyu said, because Lin Moyu was telling the truth. His strength here would be greatly reduced, and he would not be able to defeat any of the 10 Taoist masters of the lizard god realm. This is the difference between the master of the original Tao and the master of the branch Tao. Most worlds have the original Tao, but the branch Tao will not be so complete. he is more likely to be restricted, and it is more difficult to compete with the Tao. But if he joins forces with Shenchen to deal with a branch leader of the Lizard God Realm, he will have a better chance of success. The army of the Lizard God Realm rushed over, getting closer and closer. The three ancestors and others have already taken out their magic weapons and are ready to take action. When the distance was less than 10,000 kilometers, Lin Moyu finally took action. The storage space opened wide, and Legion commanders rushed out one after another, flying in all directions. The Legion commanders quickly dispersed and summoned the Dragon Riders at the same time. Then came a large number of skeleton generals and more than 10,000 skeleton kings. Lin Moyu 107 took out an innate virtual treasure. This innate virtual treasure was a broken fan, which was controlled by the illusory body and opened the fan with force. A strong wind blew, and the chaotic fog of Dali rushed out of the fan, and wrinkles appeared in the space. In an instant, his undead army, accompanied by strong winds and wrapped in chaotic fog, passed through the wrinkled space, crossed tens of thousands of kilometers like teleportation, and appeared around the army of the Lizard God Realm. Lin Moyu used the special ability of the innate virtual treasure to directly send the undead army to the battlefield, without giving the Lizard God Realm army any chance to react, and had already completed the encirclement. The undead army numbered tens of billions, densely packed together, surrounding the Lizard God Realm's army in circles. The practitioners in the Lizard God Realm were all terrified as they felt the power of the undead legion. Any of the skeleton god generals are at the Tao realm of the second-class soul, and their number is much greater than his own. How can he not fight? But now, they have to fight whether they want to or not. At the same time as Lin Moyu took action, the three ancestors shouted and rushed towards the Taoist master of the Lizard God Realm at the same time. The Taoist masters of the Lizard God Realm also roared at this moment, and one by one they took out their magic weapons and rushed towards the undead army. They knew very well that they had to break through the encirclement of the undead legion, otherwise the Lizard God Realm army would be destroyed. But Lin Moyu would not give them a chance at all. The Nakong Divine Talisman flew out, and the fan was fanned again. The strong wind blew the space and sent the Nakong Divine Talisman directly to the Taoist master of the Lizard God Realm. The Nakong Divine Talisman unfolded, and the thousands of myriad arrays within it suddenly emerged. The Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation already exists in the origin continent, but the power of the formation can only be truly demonstrated in the virtual world. After all, the Thousand Daos and Myriad Things formation in the virtual world can utilize the power of the chaotic avenues in the virtual world. The avenues in the original continent are orderly, so the power of the formation is naturally weakened. The formation emerged, and dozens of innate virtual blessings flew out to suppress the formation. For more than 100 years, Lin Moyu has been making changes to the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation. It doesn't matter if you have many skills, just specialize in one. Instead of studying other formations, it is better to push the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation to new heights and make it stronger and stronger. If you want to make your formation stronger, one of the simplest ways is to use a powerful magic weapon as the formation base. So, the innate treasure came in handy. Each innate virtual treasure has its own function, either to confuse or to kill, and they also represent the great roads that crisscross the virtual world. Dozens of innate virtual treasures are stationed in the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation, which greatly enhances the power of some areas of the formation. Compared with when the formation was first created, the power has doubled. The formation emerged and devoured all the Taoist masters of the Lizard God Realm like evil beasts. The three ancestors and others were stunned. Dozens of innate treasures, the little fox is really harming the soul void. The Demon King said, "What do you mean by calamity?" "That's called being able to walk sideways, okay? I knew before that with the help of the great Tao Essence Fire, Brother Lin can walk sideways in the soul void." Mo He smiled and said, "Brother Lin can even kill the king of the small spirit realm. These guys are in trouble." When Tian Daojun and Shenchen were also stunned. They thought Lin Moyu might be very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. The formation roared, and strange phenomena appeared in the formation. The power of the great Tao turned into a dangerous place and descended. Countless attacks came from all directions. Lin Moyu manipulated the formation to separate the Taoist masters of the Lizard God realm. The Tao Lords of the Lizard God realm, under the leadership of the three original Tao Lords, launched an attack on the formation. They held powerful magic weapons in their hands, which caused the formation to tremble continuously, as if it would break at any time. Although the 1,000 Daos and 10,000 Things formation is powerful, it is still a bit difficult to trap and kill more than a dozen Tao Masters. Lin Moyu whispered, "Seniors, please enter the formation." "Okay." The third ancestor rushed over first. He did not doubt Lin Moyu, nor did he think about his own safety. He had confidence in himself and Lin Moyu. After him, the Demon King, Mo Hei, Shangwan went in, and Shen Chen all rushed in. While they were charging in and the Lizard God clan's Taoist master's attention was diverted, Lin Moyu used all his strength to manipulate the formation and sent the remaining Taoist masters elsewhere. When Lin Moyu took action, the undead army had already engaged in a fight with the God army. The Lizard God's army collapsed at the first blow and was thrown into disarray on the spot. Under the command of the Legion leader, the Undead Legion advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and the effect was astonishingly high. Lin Moyu even wantonly spread the fire of burning the world, turning the entire battlefield into a fire. So many Tao Realm soul bodies cannot be wasted. Less than 10 minutes after the battle began, more than 1/3 of the million-strong Lizard God army was killed or wounded, while the undead army was unscathed. The Legion commander's resurrection ability alone is enough for him to treat the Lizard God realm army as playthings and slaughter them at will. A large number of powerful people in the Lizard God realm were beaten to the point that their souls were annihilated, and their bodies in the Lizard God realm also died. The main battlefield was still in the 1,000 Daos and 10,000 Things formation, where the Tao Lords of the Lizard God realm roared incessantly and uttered all kinds of words. The voice of the soul that can be understood outside the world. At this moment, due to the influence of the world's wool, all the words have turned into noise. Lin Moyu and others were considered enemies by the world wool of the Lizard God realm, so the world wool affected the possibility of communication between the two sides. In the 1,000 Daos and 10,000 Phenomena formation, the Tao Masters resisted the bombardment of various Tao forces while constantly attacking the formation. Sanzu and others tightly entangled their opponents, while Mo manipulated the formation to cooperate with them. Nearly 10,000 Skeleton Kings also charged into the formation. They quickly separated the Tao Masters and formed independent battlefields. If it weren't for the three ancestors, Lin Moyu would really be helpless against these Tao Masters relying solely on the 1,000 Tao Myriad formation. But now, he wielded the world-burning fire, and the flames enveloped all the Taoist masters in the Lizard God realm. The horrifying flames burned them so hard that they screamed in agony. I don't know what it will look like after it is refined into a soul crystal, and whether it will be different from other soul crystals. Lin Moyu had some expectation in his eyes. This time he didn't need to rely on the scepter of natural disaster to refine these Taoist masters to death. The world-burning fire also reached a bottleneck decades ago and no longer grew stronger. Lin Moyu knew that if the world-burning fire wanted to continue to grow stronger, it needed to refine the world. The real function of the world-burning fire is to refine the world, not the soul crystal. Refining soul crystals is only one of its auxiliary functions. With the current strength of the world-burning fire, it would take a long time to burn the Taoist master to death, and it is easy to get rid of it. Only in this situation can we trap these Taoist masters and buy enough time for the world-burning fire to burn them to death. Lin Moyu multitasked and kept a firm grasp on the battle situation. For the Lizard God realm, although it is not an invasion from the real world, although their world will not be truly occupied and the avenue will not be destroyed, but after this battle, the vitality of the Lizard God realm will be completely destroyed, and the entire world will no longer be able to resist external invasion. The million-strong army of the lizard god realm was slaughtered in just half an hour, leaving only a few powerful souls still resisting stubbornly. Although it was difficult for the undead legion to kill them, they also couldn't escape. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry at all. He played with them slowly until he wore them out. Lin Moyu had calculated this battle clearly from the beginning. Having dealt with so many worlds, the strength of the lizard god realm was basically within his expectations. With the help of Sanzu and others, it is enough to kill them. The battle was decided, and Lin Moyu turned his attention to the distance. A large number of skeleton gods spread out and flew towards the depths of the lizard god realm. The next step was to find the core of the world's origin. The lizard god realm is not small. It is much larger than the world occupied by the Soul Heart King, and the difficulty of finding the core of the world's origin is also much greater. But with experience, Lin Moyu believes he can find it. After a long time, with a scream, the first Taoist master to fall in the lizard god realm appeared. Shenchen and Taoist Wen Yan teamed up to kill the Tao master who controlled the heavy water avenue of money in the lizard god realm. For Shenchen, it completed a battle for the avenue, and for the entire battle, it opened a breakthrough point. After the Taoist master died, the avenue of heavy water emerged. Shenchen absorbed it, and his own avenue of heavy water began to strengthen. At this moment, Shenchen's aura continued to rise, and he began to break away from the high-level first-class soul and move towards the Taoist master. However, the Tao Lord he achieved was the Tao Lord of the lizard god realm. If he returned to the origin continent, he would lose some of his Tao Lord power. Perhaps it is a little stronger than a high-level first-class soul, but not much stronger. If in the lizard god realm, Shenchen is the real Taoist master. When all the Taoist masters in the lizard god realm have died and only Shenchen is left, then Shenchang will be the strongest being in the lizard god realm. By then, not only will there be no Tao Lord, but even those in the Tao realm will be mostly dead, and the only thing that can fight against Shenchen is the will of the world. The world will of the lizard god realm has no intelligence, so no one knows what will happen at that time. It is very interesting. Shenchen absorbed the avenue of heavy water, and his strength was increasing. The world will of the lizard god realm had no intelligence, it only acted instinctively according to the rules. Now that Nongchen has absorbed the great Tao, he has become the Tao master of the lizard god realm and is recognized by the world will of the lizard god realm. From an enemy to a family member all of a sudden, this transformation process seemed a bit ridiculous to Lin Moyu. But these are the rules, and everyone is doing things within the established rules. Unless the world will has intelligence, it will be possible for it to break away from the rules and do things in its own way. That is the transcendence of the world will. Lin Moyu vaguely saw the underlying logic of the entire world. Whether it was the world's will, the practitioners in the real world, or the virtual beasts in the virtual world, their ultimate goal was to transcend. It's just that every existence has its own transcendence. The Tao masters in the real world want to enter the ancestral land of origin, control the essence of the Tao, and project the essence of the Tao into the place of return. This is the transcendence they want. Since birth, virtual beasts have an instinct to leave the virtual world and enter the real world. This is the transcendence of virtual beasts. Once the world will develop spiritual intelligence, it will break away from the rules of the Tao and make its own rules. This is the transcendence of the world will. However, I have embarked on a path that is different from others. I don't know if this road is feasible, but Lin Moyu believes that as long as she keeps going, she will eventually be able to achieve her own transcendence. The world-burning fire continued to burn for 450 seconds, and the dead heavy water Tao master of the lizard god realm was refined into a soul crystal. Lin Moyu reached out and took the refined soul crystal in his hand. Except that the soul power inside was more powerful, there was no essential difference. He refined one on the spot, and his soul power increased, but he was still stuck at a bottleneck. If you want to break through the bottleneck, soul crystallization alone is not enough. His bottleneck is his own universe. Only by improving his universe can he truly break through. Originally, he wanted to refine the lizard god realm, but now, Lin Moyu has changed his mind. He has other uses for the lizard god realm. After Shinchen became the Taoist master, he joined the battle again, and the situation of the battle became clearer and clearer. The Taoist masters of the lizard god realm fell one after another, and Lin Moyu could feel the wail of the world's will. The Tao Lords are the strongest beings in a world. Their number and strength represent the strength of the world's will. The Taoist masters fight in all directions to make themselves stronger. As they become stronger, the will of the world will also become stronger. When the Taoist master dies, the world will naturally feel sad. Lin Moyu murmured in a low voice, "It will be your turn soon." When the Taoist master of the lizard god realm died, Lin Moyu had another feeling, which was that, BJFB, he had gained more luck. His body is still in the origin continent, and the connection between his soul and body has not been severed. As the former enemy of the origin continent, the lizard god realm and their Taoist master are naturally the most hated people in the origin continent. The word hate is very appropriate when used on the origin continent, because the world will of the origin continent has already become intelligent, and only with intelligence can one hate. Now, the origin continent sensed what he had done, and he immediately gave him a reward. Lin Moyu felt that his luck in the original continent was increasing. Sure enough, my judgment was correct, because my body is still in the origin continent, which means that I have not truly escaped the constraints of the origin continent. If someone leaves the origin continent now, he will definitely be able to sense it and block this road. So don't act rashly. Although it was only a small increase in luck, it brought many new discoveries. Lin Moyu knew that it was difficult to fight against the world's will, but he had to fight. He and the world's will of the origin continent would eventually have to fight. Before that, we must make full preparations and plan our layout. Tao Lords of the lizard god realm continued to die. These Tao Lords were trapped in the Thousand Taos and Myriad Things formation and at the same time surrounded by the Skeleton King. They tried again and again to break out of the siege, but all ended in failure. They simply rushed from one strange phenomenon area into another. One by one, the innate virtual treasures exerted their power and cooperated with the formation to trap them tightly. Only death was waiting for them. The fire of burning the world continued to burn, eating away at them bit by bit. They could neither escape nor withstand it. The strong men with first-class souls in the lizard god realm were struggling under the siege of the Undead Legion. When the quantity reaches a certain level, a qualitative change will occur. If there are enough ants, they can still kill an elephant. What's more, these ants are not too weak. The entire battle lasted for a month, and all 18 Tao Lords in the lizard god realm were killed in the battle, with no one surviving. There is only one strong person above the Tao realm left out of 100. The lizard god realm has gone from being a not-so-weak world to a sheep that can be slaughtered at will. The strongest person in the lizard god realm now is the Taoist master Shinchen, but Shinchen happens to be from the origin continent. It's really funny to say. Lin Moyu put away the formation, and there were still hundreds of thousands of soul crystals. The third ancestor said, "My true body has been rewarded by the great Tao." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Not only you, but everyone should have it." "Do you know what it means?" The third ancestor thought for a moment, his expression becoming serious. "He has been watching us." Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, he is always there, so we have to be careful in everything we do. The world will not monitor everyone, because the vast majority of people will not pose a threat to the world will. What he wanted to monitor were the Tao Lords, the first-class souls, and people like himself. However, unless you show any desire to transcend, the world's will not take action. Only Shinchen couldn't understand the conversation between Sanzu and Lin Moyu. He looked at them, puzzled. The Demon King asked, "What should we do next?" Lin Moyu said, "I want to find the origin core of the lizard god realm, then trap it and wait for the opportunity." At this time, he looked at Shinchen, "But before that, there is one more thing to do. Senior Shinchen, we are going to do something. I wonder if you are willing to stand on our side." Shinchen is not stupid. He realizes the seriousness of the matter. The third ancestor and others have surrounded him without him noticing. There were also a large number of undead legions, but Lin Moyu did not take them back, but instead formed a subtle encirclement. If you say no, you will be the next to die. Shen Chen smiled bitterly. We are comrades in life and death, and I remember the kindness of Brother Lin Daoist. If you have anything to say, Brother Lin Daoist, just say it. Lin Moyu said, I am really sorry. This is a serious matter, and I have to be a villain first and a gentleman later. I can't tell fellow Daoist Shen what exactly happened yet, but I'll trouble you to stay in the lizard god realm for the time being. When we need our seniors, we will tell them what to do, and they should not refuse. Shen Chen knew that he had to agree now, so he said decisively, Okay, how long will you stay? Lin Moyu shook his head. It's hard to say, maybe hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, but it shouldn't be too long. Shen Chen laughed. I can wait for such a short time. Since you have to agree anyway, you might as well do it quickly. Lin Moyu said, Do you have any relatives left in Nanzhou? I will help you look for them. If you have any news, I will come back and tell you as soon as possible. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Moyu officially began to search for the core of the world's origin in the lizard god realm. During the previous battle, he had sent out the skeleton god general to search the area, but found nothing. Now we need to go deeper and search. It is not easy to find the origin core of the world. The lizard god realm is not small, and it takes a lot of time. Fortunately, Lin Moyu has hundreds of billions of skeleton generals. If they were to search for it alone, they would never find it in tens of thousands of years unless they were lucky. Lin Moyu has had 2 experiences in finding the origin core, so he is relatively better. The third ancestor whispered, Little Fox, is there no way you can teach this technique to others? Lin Moyu shook his head. I can't teach you, this is my talent. The third ancestor was helpless. It's really enviable. The Demon King laughed and said, Who wouldn't envy Brother Lin's magic? Mo Hei also said, If we don't have this magic, it would be extremely difficult to find the origin of the world. Lin Moyu said, I think you have never seen the origin core of the world. Several people shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen it before. Lin Moyu said, In fact, even if we find the origin of the world, we cannot see its true appearance without special methods. The seniors will understand the details once we find them. Lin Moyu didn't elaborate. Some things are much better seen with one's own eyes than heard from others. Shen Chen has already seen that although Lin Moyu's realm is the lowest among the few people, in fact everyone secretly chooses to listen to Lin Moyu's words. It seems like he is the leader of them all. Shen Chen came to Lin Moyu and said, Friend Lin, can you tell me what I have been doing here? Lin Moyu said, I need fellow Daoist Shen to guard the core of the world's origin and wait for the opportunity. The details can be discussed later. However, I have one thing I can tell fellow Daoist Shen. Shen Chen whispered, Fellow Daoist Lin, please speak. Lin Moyu said, What we have to do is very big, and there are many things involved. If fellow Daoist Shen does what Lin said, maybe fellow Daoist Shen's teacher can save the West Room. When mentioning his teacher, Shen Chen's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes revealed hostility. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, We are not targeting Dao Yushen's teacher, but others. Dao Yushen and we are friends, not enemies. Dao Yushen must remember this. In the future, something unimaginable will happen. At that time, fellow Daoist Shen's choice can determine the life or death of the master. And we just want to minimize the casualties in that incident, including you and me, and countless lives. Shen Chen realized the seriousness of the matter. Is that bound to happen? Lin Moyu said, It is bound to happen, it is just a matter of time. Shen Chen couldn't help but ask, What exactly is this? Is it bigger than the origin catastrophe? Lin Moyu said, Compared to this incident, the origin catastrophe is just child's play. Shen Chen didn't dare to ask any more questions. He knew that even if he asked again, Moyu would not tell him. Moreover, he has already felt the gazes of Sanzu and others. Sanzu and Lin Moyu are in the same group, and he is still an outsider for the time being and has not yet gained their full trust. Mo He said, I am the Tao Master of the Great Tao of Water. Strictly speaking, you and your teacher are both branches of this Tao Master. This Tao Master has a certain degree of control, right? Shinshin nodded, indeed. Mo He said, then you should listen to Brother Lin. He will not harm you or the Origin Continent. Everything we do is to reduce the losses on the Origin Continent. What we ask you to do will definitely not be against the will of heaven and earth. I guarantee that you will have a clear conscience. After Shinshin pondered for a moment, he chose to believe what they said. As a Taoist master, he cannot tell whether what others say is true or false. Lin Moyu conducted a carpet search of the lizard god realm. With the fall of millions of Tao realms, the lizard god realm became much quieter, and a large number of soul worlds that were supposed to exist collapsed and extinguished. At the same time, the real world of the lizard god realm has become what it is now, and the millions of corpses in the Tao realm will bring such a shock to the entire lizard god realm. After searching for half a month, I finally found it. It was also a chaotic fog, no different from the world's origin core that he had helped King Hun Xian find, except that it was on a larger scale. This also means that the core of the lizard god realm's world origin is stronger. The third ancestor asked, is the origin of the world inside this? Lin Moyu nodded, you can try to take a look. The chaotic fog before him looked no different from other chaotic fogs. The third ancestor tried to enter it, but he immediately retreated halfway into it. The third ancestor whispered, they look the same, but they are completely different. As he said this, he blew a breath towards the chaotic fog. If it was just an ordinary chaotic fog, he would have blown it away long ago, but the chaotic fog in front of him did not move at all. *0. The Demon King swung out a violent gale containing the great Tao of wind, but the chaotic fog remained the same and could not be shaken at all. Lin Moyu said, this is the self-protection of the core of the world's origin. It contains the power of the avenue itself and is immune to the power of various avenues, so ordinary methods cannot blow it away. As they were talking, Mo He and Shangwan Wendian also tried, but they were unable to shake off the chaotic maze before them. The third ancestor looked at Lin Moyu, okay, let's get started. He knew that Lin Moyu would definitely have a way. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's actually very simple. As the saying goes, yin and yang complement and counteract each other. The avenue at the core of the world's origin is yang, and the power of the virtual world is yin. Song wants to use the power of the virtual kanche to erase the fog. 0. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out several innate virtual treasures and activated them in his illusory body. The virtual treasures released the power belonging to the virtual world and collided with the fog. The fog was gradually dissipated by the power of the virtual world. Although the speed was slow, it would not take too long as it continued steadily. Several Taoist masters all know that Lin Moyu's method seems simple, but it is actually very difficult to do. The innate treasures are all in the hands of the king of the little spirit realm. If they want to get them, they must kill the king of the little spirit realm. This alone is not something they can do. Then they had to make the innate treasure recognize its master, which they also couldn't do. The third patriarch asked, how did you do it? Lin Moyu said, among the Buddhists, there is a secret method called sanching. I followed this secret method and combined it with my own understanding and transformation to develop the illusory body. Use the illusory body to recognize the innate treasure. This is the method. You will know it if you take a look. Lin Moyu did not keep it to himself, and directly gave the 3 lives secret method that he had comprehended to the 3 ancestors and others. The third ancestor and others, after checking, Yanchen was even more shocked. The Demon King sighed, I never thought that the 3 lives secret method could be comprehended in this way. Brother Lin, you are amazing. The third ancestor whispered, your talent is truly unprecedented. Lin Moyu shook his head, no, the one who created this secret method is the real genius. Third ancestor, do you know the previous life of the Buddha amulet? The third ancestor said, I only know that the Buddha race has a great cause and effect with the origin continent, and it cannot be touched. The same is true for the Zerg race. Lin Muyu chuckled, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Big trouble, I'm afraid this cause and effect is really big. Lin Muyu once did not understand where the Buddhas and Zerg came from, and why they had such a great cause and effect relationship with the origin continent. They are obviously not strong, so why don't other races dare to touch them? Since they dare not move, why are the Zerg and the Dragon Clan such mortal enemies? Until now, he finally understood a little. There once was an extremely powerful being in the Buddhist clan. He came to the small spirit realm, killed the king of the small spirit realm, and created the 3 lives secret method, becoming the king of the small spirit realm. He claimed to be from the Buddhist world, but later disappeared and died. The Buddhist world at that time was most likely the current origin continent. In other words, the Buddhist world is the predecessor of the origin continent, or in other words, it is the previous era. Perhaps it was because the Buddhist world was too powerful at the time, which aroused the fear of the world's will, and it was subsequently destroyed by the world's will, burying an era. In that era, the Zerg should also exist, and their identities should be similar to the Dragon Clan of May 7th today. The Dragon Clan is a race born from the origin of the sun and the moon in this era. The Dragon Clan is closest to the origin continent and can be seen as half-sons of the world's will, possessing great luck in the origin continent. Therefore, only the Dragon Clan dares to provoke the Zerg clan, and the 2 clans are sworn enemies. This hatred comes from the depths of their souls, from the very foundation that gave birth to them, and it is irreconcilable. But for some reasons, the Dragon Clan did not dare to really kill the Zerg clan. This was the result of the dominance of the world's will. Lin Muyu felt that his guess was basically correct. The Buddhas and the Zerg were both products of the previous era. Although the world's will buried them, it did not kill them all, and left behind some inheritance. Based on this reasoning, Lin Muyu felt that the world's will had already regarded the Buddhas and Zerg as pets, just a pastime for him when he had nothing to do. Perhaps it was also to let them prove that I had created them and then destroyed them. What exactly does the world will do? Lin Muyu thought in his heart, feeling that the world will also have its own ideas. No matter who you are, once you have your own intelligence, you will definitely want to do something. The voice of the third ancestor rang in my ears. Little fox, what are you going to do when the core of the origin of the world is revealed? Lin Muyu said, weaken it first, and then leave it alone. I will trouble fellow Taoist Shen to guard here. Fellow Taoist Shen, is there any problem with what you said before? Nong Chen immediately responded, no problem. Shen Chen knew that he had boarded Lin Muyu's ship. Although the future was uncertain, he could no longer get off. The third ancestor whispered, fellow Taoist Shen Chen, you will not regret your choice in the future. Believe us. Even your teacher will think that what you have chosen is correct. Shen Chen nodded, thank you, senior. Shen Chen understands. The innate virtual treasure was blowing there nonstop, and the fog protecting the core of the world's origin was finally blown away, revealing a core the size of a fist. This is the true core of the lizard god realm and where the world's will resides. Once this place is damaged, the entire lizard god realm will suffer. But this is only one side of the lizard god realm in the virtual world. In the real lizard god realm, there is also a core. The 2 cores intersect, virtual and real, and this is only half of the complete core. Except for Lin Muyu, everyone else saw the world's origin core for the first time. The third ancestor sighed, today I have finally opened my eyes. I realized that the core of the origin of the world looks like this. The Demon King joked, you old fellow, don't you claim that there is nothing in the world that you don't know? How about it, you have seen something new today. The third ancestor said, what I said was the origin continent. Where is this place? Can't you find treasures? Why didn't you find this place directly before? Mohe asked, how do you plan to weaken it, Brother Lin? The core is surrounded by a large avenue. If we go in, it will be a fierce battle. It is very likely that the world will collapse. I am afraid that this is not what Brother Lin wants. Lin Moyu said, "No need to be so troublesome." As he spoke, he shot out the world-burning fire which drilled into the core of the world's origin. In an instant, the void shook and several people seemed to hear a sharp scream. These sounds are all transformed by the great Tao. The fire that burns the world refines the world and also burns the great Tao. Its existence seems to be the nemesis of the world, born specifically to refine the world. It can be imagined that the entire lizard god realm must have been shrouded in the fire of burning the world. This place is not only where the world's world is located, but also the center leading to the entire lizard god realm. Several Tao masters narrowed their eyes slightly, and the third ancestor whispered, "Brother Lin, this is not the heavenly Tao essence fire, right?" This was the first time he asked this question. Before that he had always regarded the fire that burned the world as the essence of the great Tao. Now I finally realized that I was wrong. Although the fire of burning the world and the fire of the great Tao are very similar, their effects are completely different. The fire that burns the world will become even more intense. Lin Moyu said, "This fire is called burning the world, and it is specifically designed to burn the world, but it does have the effect of the great Tao essence fire." The third ancestor felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Moyu. What Lin Moyu possessed, whether it was magic or the fire that burned the world, was far beyond his imagination. The Demon King laughed heartlessly and said, "Third brother, you can also make mistakes sometimes." The third ancestor ignored him and said, "Little fox, where did you get this fire?" Lin Moyu said, "Left by a senior." Lin Moyu's call of senior immediately reminded them of the old man in green robe. If it was something he left behind, then it would be understandable. Lin Moyu did not explain further. The world-burning fire was one of his trump cards. To say this was already giving enough face to the third ancestor. Fortunately, the third ancestor and others did not ask any further questions, but Shangguan Wentian and Shen Qin were stunned by what they heard. They were all wondering, who was the predecessor that Lin Moyu mentioned? How could he leave such a terrible fire? In other words, now that Lin Moyu uses this fire, he can completely refine the entire lizard god realm. With Lin Moyu's means, if he were stronger, I'm afraid no world would be able to stop him. This also confirms what Lin Moyu said before, that asking them for help is not necessarily asking for their help, but giving them a chance. If they were not there, if Lin Moyu and the world will fight one day, they would be the ones who would be in trouble. There will be a battle between Lin and the will of the world. They all remembered this sentence, so the choice now is to take sides. They don't know how strong the world's will is, but they know that Lin Moyu is unfathomable, and there is a terrifying existence behind him. It is not difficult for that existence to destroy the world. Once he takes action, it will definitely be more terrifying than the original catastrophe, so they decisively chose to stand on Lin Moyu's side. The world-burning fire had been burning for several days, and the core of the world's origin had been weakened by a large margin, and the screams had become faint. If it continues to burn, within a few days, the core of the world's origin will collapse and the entire lizard god realm will disappear. This was not what Lin Moyu wanted. It was almost time, so Moyu took back the burning world. The light from the core of the world's origin is no longer as bright as before, the world's will seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the entire world has been severely damaged. But that's not all. Lin Moyu started drawing the runes. Soul power interweaves in the virtual world, and talismans come into being. These talismans are very special and were created by Lin Moyu himself. The Demon King whispered, "Old Third, do you recognize these divine symbols?" The third ancestor's eyes sparkled and he shook his head slightly. "I don't recognize it. It must have been created by the little fox himself." The Demon King was very surprised. "You don't even recognize me?" The third ancestor said, "It's not strange that I don't know it. In addition to the inherent divine symbols in this world, there are also countless divine symbols created by individuals. You know that the little fox is talented in this area. When he didn't even know the divine runes, he was able to study them a little bit. Later, when he got to know the divine talisman, he became even more exaggerated. The Demon King smiled at the third ancestor and said, "So you admit that you are not as good as Brother Lin in the art of divine talismans?" The third ancestor said, "Does it matter? I am the master of the great Tao of balance, not the master of the great Tao of divine talismans. Don't even mention me." Even the newly promoted Tao Master of the Array Path, the Tao Lord of Sealing Realms, may not be better than the little fox in his attainments in the Divine Talisman Array. The Master of Formations is not as good as others in formations. To Shangguan Wendian and Shen Chen, this was simply unbelievable, like a myth. The Demon King said, "That's true. Although the Sealing Master was born with a heavenly formation, his formation level is not necessarily better than Brother Lin's." At this point, the Demon King suddenly trembled, and his expression changed drastically, born with the heaven formation. The Demon King looked at the third ancestor with an extremely serious expression, as if waiting for an answer. The third ancestor snorted coldly. "You, a rat-brained person, finally realized why the little fox didn't call the Sealing World Master this time." The Demon King whispered, "Is this really the case?" The third ancestor said, "Maybe not, but the little fox will definitely not take the risk." "I will not take the risk either." The Demon King looked gloomy. "It seems that things are more troublesome than we thought." The third ancestor said, "You have a rat brain. No matter how hard you try, you can't even be 1% as good as the little fox, so you just have to choose to believe it or not." The Demon King nodded. "Indeed, there is no need to waste your brain power like this. You should just think for me." Mo-He agreed, "Although I have a big brain, I am not good at thinking, so it is right for me to follow you." Several people chatted while watching Lin Moyu's performance. Lin Moyu drew more and more talismans, hundreds in each round, round after round, and in a blink of an eye there were thousands of them. The talisman itself is complicated enough, and it is even more complicated when it is used to form a formation. Its difficulty far exceeds that of the Thousand Tao's formation, and is also 10 times more difficult than the heaven-sealing Absolute Tao formation. For his own purpose, Lin Moyu did not keep anything to himself and used everything he had learned. Eventually, the number of divine talismans reached tens of thousands, which combined with each other to form a huge cage. This cage is an extremely powerful formation. If you look at it from a distance, the cage is vaguely similar to a boundary-seeking talisman. This formation does have the function of a boundary-seeking talisman, except that it completely surpasses the thick boundary talisman. The formation was completed, and Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it succeeded. The third ancestor's eyes sparkled. "Little fox, tell me what this formation is used for." The third ancestor, who had studied the magic talisman formation in depth, was also itching to learn something. He could understand the basics, but these basics could not give him an answer. Lin Moyu did not hide his secrets. "I once created a divine talisman called the Seeking Realm Talisman. Its function is to sort out the power of the Great Tao in the virtual world, and through the direction of the power of the Great Tao, find the various worlds hidden in the virtual world. This formation can be considered an upgraded version of the Seeking Realm Talisman. It also has the function of sorting out the power of the Great Tao, but it also has the function of isolating the power of the Great Tao. With it here, all the Great Tao forces that enter the Lizard God realm will be isolated and unable to enter the core of the world's origin. In this way, the core of the world's origin cannot be restored, and all the avenues in the Lizard God realm will become thinner and gradually become impossible to cultivate. There is only one avenue that is not isolated, and that is fellow Taoist Shen Chen's Heavy Water Avenue." Lin Moyu glanced at Shen Chen while speaking, and Shen Chen was shocked. He began to realize why Lin Moyu was doing what he was doing. In this way, he would be the only Taoist master in the Lizard God realm, and he would be the only strongest existence in the Lizard God realm. As long as this formation is still there, no matter how many years pass, it will be impossible for a second Tao Lord to be born in the Lizard God realm, and no one can be on par with him. At the same time, he also knew that the reason why Lin Moyu did this must be related to the next plan. The third patriarch showed a look of shock. This was not only blocking the great Tao, but also filtering and distinguishing it in detail. Lin Moyu's understanding of the divine talisman has far exceeded his imagination. He felt that it was impossible to create such a talisman in the origin continent, and the world's will would not allow the appearance of such a formation. Lin Moyu pointed his finger and imprisoned the core of the origin of the world into the formation. After being refined by the fire of burning the world, the core of the origin of the world had no power to resist. Lin Moyu continued, but this is not enough. The core of the world's origin can create a special fog that can block the power of the avenue and also block the divine rune formation. So we need to add something like this. Lin Moyu threw out an innate virtual treasure, which was integrated into the formation and became the core of the formation. With the existence of innate virtual treasures, the core of the world's origin cannot create special fog, nor can it prevent the formation from continuously weakening it. In the end, the core of the world's origin will become extremely weak, and even its world will fall asleep. After Lin Moyu finished all this, he said to Shenchen, "From now on, I'll trouble you, Taoist Shenchen, to stay here and wait for our news before taking the next step. This may take quite a long time, possibly even thousands of years. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist Shenchen." Shenchen shook his head. "It's only a few thousand years. I just want to familiarize myself with the calendar of Tao." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Shenchen will definitely not regret his choice today. In the future, I will explain the whole story to fellow Taoist Shenchen. If I have done anything wrong, I will apologize to fellow Taoist Shenchen." How could Shenchen dare to ask Lin Moyu to apologize, and repeatedly said, "Friend Lin, you are too polite. Since Shen has promised, I will definitely do it." The third ancestor laughed and said, "Okay, little fox, what is the name of your formation?" Lin Moyu said, "I haven't chosen a name yet. Can the third ancestor help me come up with one?" The third ancestor was not polite either. "I think this formation is like a cage. It can imprison the will of the world, the great way of heaven and earth. Why not call it the prison heaven formation?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, let's call the sky formation." As he spoke, a faint light gathered in his hands, and the power of the great Tao gathered from all directions. The soul power merged into it, forming a divine talisman. He pointed his finger, and the talisman was divided into 5 parts, which were delivered to the hands of the third ancestor and others. Lin Moyu said, "Here is the method of setting up the prison heaven array, as well as the method of drawing all the divine symbols. If you are interested, you can translate it." The third ancestor was immediately overjoyed. "You are willing to give me this?" Lin Moyu said, "We are planning something big together. How can I hide it?" Several people took the talisman and knew that it contained information about talismans that surpassed the origin continent. Although they could not understand it, their value was undeniable. Lin Moyu bowed to Shenchen. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Shenchen. We will not stay here any longer." Shenchen responded, "Goodbye everyone, Shenchen is waiting for your news here." On the way out of the lizard god realm, the demon king couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lin, do you think the Lord of Sealing Realm has a problem too?" Lin Moyu said, "After I discovered that the world will of the origin continent might have spiritual intelligence, I felt that there might be something wrong with the Lord of Sealing Realm. He said that he was born with a heavenly formation, but in addition to the heavenly formation, there may also be a destiny. Heaven wanted him to become the master of the Great Array, but that idiot from the Great Array sect tricked him. But the world will cannot punish him for this, because that would expose him completely. He obviously doesn't want others to know that he has spiritual intelligence. So the Lord of Sealing Realms died time and again to lay the groundwork, and then he was given the mandate to lay the heaven-sealing absolute Tao formation so that he could legitimately receive the reward. And if the Daojin sect falls into a trap, the world will can justifiably punish them and help Fengjie Daojun become the Tao Master. The will of the world wants to make everything reasonable, so that everyone will think that the great Daojin sect is seeking its own death. Even I was deceived in the beginning." The third ancestor whispered, "These are all your guesses. Why are you so sure?" Lin Moyu asked, Don't you think that the punishment suffered by Daojian's sect is too severe? At the same time, did the reward received by Fengjie Daozhu be too much? A person who had been dead for so many years was resurrected just like that. Actually, I don't want to guess that. I have a good relationship with him. He once did me a favor. I don't want to be his enemy. The third ancestor said, assuming your guess is correct, why do you think the world will do this? Lin Moyu said, if my guess is correct, then the intelligence of the world is not too low. In this case, he will not put all his eggs in one basket. The Lord of Sealing Realm and the Son of the World are both its spokesmen. He can use the Son of the World to command the talents of the entire Origin continent, while he himself hides behind the scenes. But I didn't expect that the outbreak of the Origin catastrophe would turn the Son of the World into a bad chess piece. He consumed a lot of his luck, and ended up having to recover it. In the process, there must have been some losses. The Lord of Sealing Realm was tricked by the Great Dao Array sect again, and the whole plan is in chaos. And I think there may be more than just the two of them as pawns of the world's will. There may be others. Lin Moyu thought about it, but still didn't tell him what happened in the previous era. Things in the previous era were so shocking that they would make people despair. He won't say anything until he gets complete evidence. The above words alone were enough to shock several people. The third ancestor asked in a low voice, what do you plan to do to the Lord of Sealing Realms? As far as I know, he is setting up a formation to enclose the entire world. Lin Moyu said, this is his destiny. It is the will of the world that makes him do this, and this should have been done a long time ago. But it doesn't matter. What he did was in the real world, and what we have to do is in the virtual world. Now all the small spiritual realms nearby belong to me. As long as we don't make any mistakes, the world will not deal with us. The third ancestor said, well, since we are already on your pirate ship, it is too late to jump off, so we will do our best to turn the whole world upside down. Everyone knows how difficult it is to overturn the world, but if you want to truly gain freedom, you have to do it no matter how difficult it is. As a Taoist master, no one is willing to be controlled by others and become a puppet, even if the other party is the will of the world. Lin Moyu kept thinking about his plan, perfecting it step by step, gathering all the strength he could muster to overturn the sky. After leaving the Lizard God realm, Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction to fly. He knew that the world existed in every direction, it just depended on whether it could be found. The small spiritual realm is vast, like an ocean, and the world is like a reef in the ocean, small but existing everywhere. After walking away for a distance, Lin Moyu drew the boundary-seeking symbol again, asking it to find the next world. The boundary-seeking talisman broke through the chaotic fog and flew slowly in the virtual world. The third ancestor stared at the boundary-seeking talisman. He was studying every detail of the talisman and comparing it with the information given by Lin Moyu. Gradually, he discovered that the gap between himself and Lin Moyu was alarming. It felt like a Taoist master who overestimated his own abilities and tried to spy on the realm of the Taoist master. Without a solid foundation, it is impossible to achieve this. Lin Moyu didn't care about it. The information was given to him and he could read it if he wanted. Compared with the three ancestors, the Demon King, Mo Hei, and Shangwan Wendian, he is much more single. They think that since they can't understand it anyway, it's better not to watch it. Shangwan Wendian and Mo Hei had a foundation in the Divine Talisman Array. At least Shangwan Wendian had used the Divine Talisman Array to simulate the ancient battlefield. But compared to Lin Moyu's methods, he didn't know how far behind they were. Some things require not only hard work but also talent. The boundary-seeking talisman flew slowly in the virtual world, and the power of the avenue was sorted out. After flying for dozens of days, another world came into sight. A new world. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He had already discovered dozens of worlds nearby, but he didn't expect to discover a new world. Shangwan Wendian's expression changed slightly. It's the Blood Rat realm. Lin Moyu was surprised. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Shangwan Wendian shook his head. I have been dealing with them for half my life. I will definitely not be wrong. this is the Blood Rat Realm. Several people smiled, and Lin Moyu said, "That's great, let's go back and settle the old accounts." After the Seeking Boundary Talisman has sorted out the power of the Great Tao, you can feel it and see if there is your own Great Tao inside. The third ancestor shook his head. "No need, there is no avenue of balance in the Blood Rat Realm." The Demon King stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "There is the avenue of wind. I can have a good meal again." Mo He said, "Follow Brother Lin and you will have meat to eat, and you will also have the Great Water Tao." The two of them had previously been in the Lizard God Realm, where they had killed the Tao Masters of the Avenue of Wind and the Avenue of Water, and had swallowed their Taos, thus greatly increasing their own strength. Now seeing the same road again, I immediately smiled. In the battle of the Great Tao, they must constantly kill Tao Masters of the same kind, devour the power of the same Great Tao, strengthen themselves, until they enter the ancestral land of the origin and become Tao Masters of the original Great Tao. But the battle of the Great Tao is not so easy to complete. The Tao Masters are not dead objects, they will escape. Unless you can completely crush them in terms of strength, it will be extremely difficult. There were once a large number of Tao lords from powerful worlds who invaded in groups and completed the Great Tao battle. Or like Lin Moyu, use various means to control the Taoist masters and make them unable to escape. Shangguan Wendian whispered, "The Blood Rat Realm was once counterattacked by the Origin Continent, and most of their tribes were defeated, and most of the strong ones were killed. Several Tao Masters were also seriously injured and in deep sleep at the time. It's hard to say whether their strength has recovered now, but they are definitely weaker than the Lizard God Realm." Lin Moyu said, "In fact, the strength of a world can be roughly seen from the world barrier. I have also devoured a road in the Blood Rat world. They are indeed not strong. In that case, I will start the battle. I will lure everyone out, and then you can take action and annihilate them in one fell swoop. This time I want to refine the world and completely sever the cause and effect." Lin Moyu's plan was simple and crude, with almost no skills, only fists. As long as your fist is big enough and hard enough, it can be more powerful than thousands of schemes. After passing through the world barrier of the Blood Rat Realm, his arrival was immediately noticed by the world's will. Lin Moyu clearly felt a malicious force descending upon him. This world's will is a little weak. It seems that this world was really hit hard back then, and it was hit hard in the real world. Its strength is far different from that of the Origin Continent. Why didn't it completely destroy this world back then? Instead, it has remained until now. Lin Moyu could clearly feel the gap between the strong and the weak in the world, and some strange thoughts emerged in his mind. Normally, the world will of the Origin Continent will not let the Blood Rat Realm go. He only needs to command a few Taoist masters to completely destroy the Blood Rat Realm. If you are willing to keep it, it only means you have another purpose. Lin Moyu doesn't know the specific purpose yet, but it will definitely not be simple. The world's will has locked onto Lin Moyu, and the next step will be for the strong men from the Blood Rat Realm to take action. Lin Moyu knew that it was impossible for him to attract all the powerful people in the Blood Rat world by himself. But if the third ancestor and others were to act together, they would be afraid that the strong men from the Blood Rat realm would escape. As soon as he thought about it, 1,000 skeleton kings flew out, along with 100,000 skeleton god generals. Currently, the skeleton king is a high-level second-class soul, and the skeleton god general is a mid-level second-class soul. They are not the strongest, but their number is sufficient. To deal with this level of threat, a large number of first-class souls and Tao Masters are needed, and this is Lin Moyu's purpose. Carry out simple tactical deception to lure out most of the strong men in the Blood Rat realm, and then join forces with the three ancestors and others to encircle and kill them, trying to ensure that no one slips through the net. He had no intention of staying in this world, and the hatred he had with the Origin Continent would be settled this time. Lin Moyu led the undead army forward in a mighty force, destroying the soul world as soon as they encountered it, with an attitude of leaving no one alive. Lin Moyu could feel that the world will of the Blood Rat realm and its hatred towards him were growing stronger. Before long, a large number of soul flames appeared in his sight, and he knew that the army of the Blood Rat realm had been dispatched. Sure enough, the strong men in this world can also accurately locate themselves in the soul void and quickly gather together. What even such a weak world can do is impossible in the origin continent. There is only one possibility, that is, they are affected by the will of the world, causing the strong to lose their way in the world of the origin continent. This is a form of self-protection of the world's will, and it is aimed at its own people. Lin Muyu further confirmed the fact that the world will of the origin continent possesses intelligence. He not only guards against foreign enemies, but also against his own people. Lin Muyu continued to move forward as if he didn't see the army of the Blood Rat realm. The eye of the dead can travel infinite distances. Although it can see, the distance is actually still very far away. The army of the Blood Rat realm, under the guidance of the world's will, is coming towards him. As the distance got closer, Lin Muyu could see more and more clearly. Lin Muyu smiled. Among the 8 Tao Masters, only one Tao Master of the Great Tao of Origin has 24 wings, and he should be the Golden Rat King. 2 Silver 18, 5 Blood 16, all of them are Branch Tao Masters, and they are weak Branch Tao Masters. The number of Tao Realm warriors is only 200,000. It seems that their Rat Sea tactics are only weak below the Tao Realm. Shengguan Wentian said that the Golden Rat King and the Taoist Purple Thunder Master died together. It seems that a new Golden Rat King has been born over the years. Silver 18 and Blood 16 should also be newcomers after the origin catastrophe, but this is not important. Compared to the 18 Tao Lords of the Lizard God Realm, the Blood Rat Realm is much weaker. Only the Lord of Origin, the strongest Golden Rat King, controls the Great Way of Fire. Although the 2 avenues of Demon King and Ink Black Feng Shui exist, they have no masters. Lin Muyu didn't know whether the masters of the 2 avenues were in a deep sleep due to serious injuries and had not awakened, or whether they had already fallen. But it seems that it has never existed, otherwise there might be multiple Golden Rat Kings born. The 2 sides were getting closer and closer, and the army of the Blood Rat Realm charged towards Lin Muyu. The undead army behind Lin Muyu suddenly rushed out in a mighty manner. Thousands of skeleton kings, working with tens of thousands of skeleton god generals, are not as numerous as the Blood Rat Realm army, but it will take more than a moment to kill them all. The 2 sides launched the attack when they were millions of miles apart. The Skeleton King and the Skeleton God General raised their swords at the same time. Their movements were in unison, and they slashed out with brilliant sword energy. The sword energy spanned thousands of miles and shot towards the Rat World's great warehouse. Boom! The volcano erupted, and endless flames burned fiercely, turning into a wall of fire that stood in front of the army, blocking the sword energy. The Golden Rat King took action and repelled the first wave of attacks from the Undead Legion. The flames transformed into countless bloody giant rats, charging towards the undead army. Countless craters appeared in the virtual world, and flames erupted, turning the virtual world into a lava world, and surrounding Lin Muyu and his undead army. The Golden Rat King burst out with great power, and the erupting flames carried his will and contained the violent power of the Great Tao. The Undead Legion would die if they touched it. Lin Muyu looked calm. The Golden Rat King is indeed not weak. Although they are all masters of the origin, there are also differences in strength. The Golden Rat King of the Blood Rat Realm is indeed not weak and is stronger than those in the Lizard God Realm. His flames were so violent and fierce that the space of the entire virtual world was distorted and the chaotic fog was ignited. Being able to become the king of the Blood Rat World, he is indeed not weak. Lin Muyu sighed in his heart. If you can survive the first day of the month, you can't survive the 15th. As long as you haven't transcended, even if you are the origin of the Tao, you will die. The undead army shrank into a triangular formation, moving forward like a sharp knife in a sea of fire. The skeleton gods on the periphery will be burned to death. They used their lives to block the flames, allowing their companions and Lin Muyu to cut through the thorns and rush towards the Blood Rat heavenly chamber. The distance between the two sides was closing rapidly, but the Undead Legion also paid a heavy price. Before they actually came into contact, more than half of them had been killed or wounded. The distance between them was shortened to 100,000 miles, which could be described as face-to-face combat. The Necom Divine Talisman flew out and unfolded in an instant, and thousands of images suddenly descended. Roar! The Taoist masters of the Blood Rat realm made sharp cries. Lin Moyu couldn't understand what they were shouting, but it probably meant to retreat. The Blood Rat army began to retreat frantically, but their retreat speed could not catch up with the speed of the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation. At least half of the Blood Rat army was engulfed by the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation and was unable to escape. The strongest Golden Rat King escaped. He turned into a ball of flames and rushed towards Lin Moyu. At the same time, flames surged from all directions, trying to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu took out the soul-dangling treasure mountain, and the treasure light swept across the void. The innate virtual treasure from the Soul Heart King can shock the soul, create hallucinations, and also cause people to lose consciousness temporarily. Even the Origin Dao Master would be slightly affected when facing Danghun Mountain. Under the shock of his soul, the Golden Rat King froze in place temporarily. The storage space opened, and in an instant, the undead army rushed out like an overwhelming force. The number of the undead legions increased to a terrifying number in an instant. The undead army quickly dispersed and formed a siege, coordinating with the Thousand Dao Wanxiang formation to surround the remaining rat army and Taoists. Even if it is a Taoist master, it will take some time to fight his way out of the army of billions of undead. This amount of time is enough for Lin Moyu to do a lot of things. The world-burning fire was swung out, and at the same time Lin Moyu informed the three ancestors and others that they could come over and kill people. The Taoist master of the Blood Rat realm activated the Great Way of Fire, and the virtual world was filled with Sea of Fire, with the Undead Legion suffering heavy casualties. But it doesn't matter, Lin Moyu just needs to hold on until the third ancestor and others arrive. Under the control of the Legion leader, the Undead Legion took turns dying and resurrecting, and their injuries were actually not serious. Lin Moyu urged the fire of burning the world, merged into the Sea of Fire, and burned towards the Blood Rat's room. The world-burning fire made the Blood Rat army scream in agony. Even the Taoist master could not endure the severe pain, and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Screams and screams were heard everywhere. Under the influence of the world's will, the two sides could not speak the same language and could not communicate, but from the changes in their tone, it could be heard that they were definitely cursing. Lin Moyu didn't care, he enjoyed the sound. In his imagination, when the Blood Rat Realm's army was wreaking havoc in the northern continent of the Origin continent, the races in the northern continent were miserable. At that time, countless creatures screamed, but did the Blood Rat army care? Now it's their turn, so there's no need for sympathy. Regardless of whether he wants to overthrow the world will of the Origin continent or not, it must be acknowledged that he is from the Origin continent. He has the right to demand repayment for all the sufferings that the Origin continent has endured. That is a debt owed to all living beings on the Origin continent. The battle continued, and the three ancestors and others finally arrived. The three groups laughed and said, "It seems that the little fox can handle it alone." Lin Moyu said, "Don't joke around, come here quickly, and make a quick decision, or else something unexpected will happen." The third ancestor's expression changed. "What did you find?" Lin Moyu said, "Nothing, it's just because the Blood Rat realm is too weak." The third ancestor didn't understand. Is it strange to be too weak? They have never been strong. Lin Moyu said, "It's strange because they are too weak." How did such a weak Blood Rat world enter Beizhou back then? How did they act so recklessly in Beizhou? It is also said that we launched a counterattack that year and had clearly entered the Blood Rat territory, but why did we suddenly retreat and leave them to survive? It is said that a Taoist master died in battle here in the past, but looking at the Blood Rat world billions of years later, are they worthy? So many years have passed, and the Blood Rat realm still has not recovered. One can imagine how badly they were injured back then. With just a little more effort, they could completely destroy it. Why should they give up? All of this seemed abnormal in Lin Yu's eyes. Listening to Lin Moyu's words, the third ancestor did not speak and fell into silence. The Demon King said, "Brother Lin, it's not that I don't believe you, but isn't this speculation too much?" Shangguan Wendian also whispered, "Back then, I followed the Taoist master and fought against the Blood Rat realm together. At that time, I did have some doubts. The Blood Rat realm was not strong, so why were they able to enter Beizhou? At that time, the Dao Guardian Fortress had not been completely destroyed. As long as a few Dao Masters cooperated with the Dao Guardian puppets, they could completely stop the Blood Rat realm. Later, during the counterattack, my army held the rear, so they did not enter the Blood Rat realm. But according to those who came back later, after entering the Blood Rat realm, several Dao Masters died in the battle, so they had to withdraw." The Demon King whispered, "But this doesn't mean anything." The third patriarch said, "As Taoist Wendian said, this matter is indeed strange. We must be careful." He still heard some clues. Lin Moyu said, "It's nothing, actually. If I guess right, maybe this time I can uncover a little bit of the truth and completely confirm what we are going to do." Lin knows that you still have doubts in your hearts. Perhaps after this, you will be able to truly strengthen your faith. In the fight against him, faith is the most important thing. Without faith, we have no chance of success. Mo Hay patted his body. "Okay, I never doubted Brother Lin, let's fight first, and the rat world is in this area." The Demon King also whispered, "Destroy, kill." 4 people joined the battle and directly surrounded and killed the Golden Rat King. The Legion leaders control the undead legions and divide the battlefield. The Golden Rat King manipulated the flames and turned the virtual world into a sea of fire, but he still couldn't stop the 3 ancestors and their 4 companions. The third patriarch held a magic weapon in his hand. The magic weapon was like a balance, but it was not a balance. It was more like 2 scales put together. He grabbed a ball of flame and placed it on one of the scales. He then flicked out a tiny ball of flame and placed it on the other scale, while he whispered, "Balance." The 2 sides of the weight quickly became balanced and the same height. The tiny flame grew bigger, while the captured flame quickly shrank, and both sides experienced changes. At the same time, the sea of fire was affected and weakened rapidly. Lin Moyu thought to himself, the third ancestor's balance avenue is somewhat similar to the balance gem, but its impact is not as strong as that of the balance gem. It's a pity that I can't use all the power of the balance gem right now, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome to kill the Taoist master. Request flowers 0. He tried it, and the balance gem's influence on the Taoist master was not big enough, but strangely, the balance gem could affect the little spirit realm king. Xiao Lingyu and Daozhu should belong to the same level of existence. Lin Moyu thinks that it should be related to the form of existence. The balance gem has a range of influence, and the Taoist master's real body is not in the virtual world, so the influence of the balance gem on them is greatly weakened. The third ancestor weakened the Sea of Fire, and the Demon King and others surrounded the Golden Rat King and began to bombard him. The Avenue of Wind, the Avenue of Water, roared together, and the power of the avenue poured down. The virtual world was shaking continuously, and tiny cracks were created by it. Although it has not yet broken, it means that the battle has reached the upper limit of what the virtual world can bear. With the undead army outside and the Demon King and others inside, plus the world-burning fire that devours bones and burns souls, the Golden Rat King has no way to survive. 0. Lin Moyu looked around the battlefield. This battle will be over soon. I hope my guess is correct. The world will of the origin continent, although I don't know what you really want, I will find it out bit by bit and see it clearly. Just as Lin Moyu expected, after just over 10 minutes, a scream was heard and a sad atmosphere emerged in the rat world. With the death of the Golden Rat King, there will naturally be sadness in the Blood Rat world. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt that the world will of the Blood Rat realm had weakened. The strength of the world is partly determined by the strong people within it. As the number of strong people decreases, the worlds will naturally weaken. But what Lin Moyu wanted to feel was not this, but the changes from the origin continent. When we were dealing with the Lizard God Realm before, when the Taoist master of the Lizard God Realm died, the world will of Kuan Yuan continent would bestow some rewards. Because they are from the origin continent, and because the Lizard God Realm has a grudge against the origin continent, there is a causal connection between them. This is the case in the Lizard God Realm, and it should be the same in the Blood Rat Realm as well, and even worse. The damage caused by the Blood Rat Realm to the origin continent back then was greater than that of the God Realm. But strangely, Lin Moyu did not feel any reward from the world will of the origin continent, not at all. He doesn't have it, and neither does the third ancestor and the others. Lin Moyu stared at the battlefield, and after a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, there is something wrong with this Blood Rat world. I hope that we can uncover the tip of the iceberg of mystery in the future. Shangguan Wentian's exclamation startled everyone except Lin Moyu. The third ancestors seemed to recognize this phantom. You are the former Taoist master of Thunder Avenue, Lei Jiuxuan. The shadow whispered, "It is me, stop immediately, or I will not let you go." Shangguan Wentian asked loudly, "Master Lei, didn't you die in the rat realm?" Lei Jiuxuan remained silent, staring at Lin Moyu with cold eyes, and shouted in a low voice, "Stop." Lin Moyu shook his head. "You are not qualified to ask me for anything now. Answer our questions obediently, or I will burn you to death." Lei Jiuxuan shouted angrily, "Looking for death." Boom! A thunder road appeared in the virtual world, with electric snakes flying and roaring in the road. The third ancestor and others were shocked. There was no thunder road in the Blood Rat Realm, so how come it suddenly appeared now? Obviously, this thunder road was hidden. With the ability of the Taoist master, it seems that he cannot do this. Lin Moyu looked at the jumping thunder and said, "If you really have the ability to kill us, you would have done it long ago, not wait until now. Answer the questions honestly, and maybe I'll consider letting you go." Lei Jiuxuan shouted angrily, "Looking for death." Boom! Endless thunder fell and blasted towards Lin Moyu 21. On the surface, Lin Moyu is the weakest among the group, so there is nothing wrong in killing him first to establish authority. A big tree appeared behind Lin Moyu, which was the Yin Kuan from the Yin Kuan King. Yinmu is an innate virtual treasure and a part of Jinmu. Apart from anything else, its strength is greater than that of other innate virtual treasures. Lin Moyu used it as a shield to block the thunder. Thousands of thunderbolts struck the Yin wood, but the Yin wood only shook slightly a few times and was unharmed. Lin Moyu sneered, "Your strength is not good enough." Lei Jiuxuan said angrily, "You are looking for death." He seemed to be really angry, and he urged more thunder, and the power of heaven poured out and shook the void. But Lin Moyu remained calm and only used the Yin wood to resist without taking any other actions. The Yin wood became extremely large and blocked all attacks for Lin Moyu. The third ancestor and the others did not take any action. They believed that Lin Moyu could handle it. At this point, they no longer doubted Lin Moyu's words. Why would Lei Jiuxuan, a man who was said to be dead, appear here? This itself is a problem. Lin Moyu's voice came from behind the dark wood. If it were in the real world, your attack would be really powerful, but unfortunately this is the virtual world. Your power will be greatly reduced. There is no thunder road in the Blood Rat Realm. Even if you become the will of the world and control this world, you still cannot draw the thunder road from the origin ancestral land. It's my turn. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the prison heaven array hidden in the void was activated. The prison heaven array blocked all incoming power of the great Tao and turned the core of the world's origin into an isolated island. Originally, the power that Thunder Avenue could absorb from the outside world was not enough, and now with the heaven prison formation, the power was even pitifully small. The Thunder Avenue was getting weaker. Lei Jiuxuan roared angrily and activated several avenues. As the body of the world's will, he can manipulate the power of the great ways in the world, but it is obvious that these great ways are not strong, or in other words, he is not good at them. What he is good at is Thunder Road. Even the Thunder Avenue couldn't deal with Lin Moyu, let alone the other avenues. The third ancestor whispered, the little fox is right. If it were in the real world, the worlds would become extremely strong and difficult to deal with. But in the virtual world, the rules have changed, and the little fox is the most difficult one to deal with. The Demon King agreed with the third ancestor's words. Indeed, in the virtual world, except for those few people, Brother Lin can almost walk sideways. The third ancestor said, the little fox must have more tricks up his sleeve. He won't reveal his trump card easily. The Demon King was surprised. You said Brother Lin has another trump card? The third ancestor said, anyone who has seen his trump card should be dead. When he was still the Taoist master, he could easily kill the gods from outside the domain. It would be a miracle if he didn't have a trump card. The Demon King thought about it and agreed with it. The Heaven Prison Array is too powerful. It is used in the virtual world to restrain the core of the world's origin, and at the same time, it also restrains the world's will. The power of the great Tao that Lei Jiuxuan could control became weaker and weaker, while Lin Moyu's fire of burning the world burned more and more vigorously. Lei Jiuxuan roared incessantly, but to no avail. Finally, raging flames appeared above Lei Jiuxuan's shadow, and his roar turned into a scream. Even the will of the world would tremble in agony before the fire that burns the world. Stop now and make it easy. Lei Jiuxuan shouted. Lin Moyu said, answer the questions and I may consider letting you go. Lei Jiuxuan obviously didn't want to answer, so Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't stop. As the former master of the great Tao of origin, Lei Jiuxuan has a firm heart and will not surrender easily. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, he burns slowly and can burn for a long, long time. The fire that burns the world becomes bigger and smaller, and the pain changes accordingly. The whole process can be as comfortable as you want. After a stalemate for most of the day, Lei Jiuxuan finally couldn't bear it anymore. His heart was almost broken, and he begged for mercy. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Lin Moyu said, okay, first question, why didn't you die back then? Lei Jiuxuan was obviously hesitant again. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Moyu increased the firepower and burned Lei Jiuxuan again, causing him to scream miserably. He shouted urgently, it is the will of the world that makes me do this. The firepower instantly decreased, allowing him to catch his breath. Lin Moyu knew that a breakthrough had been made, and the next step would be much easier. Lin Moyu continued, the world will of the origin continent makes you the world will of the blood rat realm, right? Lei Jiuxuan was much more straightforward this time. Yes, it was the world will of the origin continent that made me do this. Lin Moyu continued, why did he ask you to do this? How did you overcome the will of the blood rat world 720? Answer in detail. If you hide anything, you know the consequences. Lei Jiuxuan was indeed scared of being burned. The feeling of the fire burning the world made him terrified. He told everything that happened before. At this moment, Sanzu and others have completely believed Lin Moyu's words. The world will of the origin continent truly has its own intelligence. He manipulated some of the Tao Lords and created the Son of the World. He must be planning something. Lei Jiuxuan said, back then, when we counterattacked the Blood Rat Realm was not strong and was easily defeated by us. We are divided into 5 groups, with 5 original Daoxing in total. I was carrying the clone of the World's Will with me at the time, and following its guidance, I found the core of the Blood Rat Realm at the fastest speed. The clone of the World Will is very powerful. With his help, I successfully took its place and became the master of the Blood Rat Realm. With the blessing of the entire world, my power became even stronger, so under his instructions, I killed the 2 Taoist masters who came with me and seriously injured 2 others. After they return, they will bring back the news of the failure of the attack on the Blood Rat Realm. No one will come to the Blood Rat Realm in the short term. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. You haven't answered me yet. Why do you do this? Lei Jiuxuan hesitated again. I can't say. Lin Moyu chuckled. Is it that I can't say it or I don't dare to say it? Lei Jiuxuan was speechless when asked. He hesitated for a long time. Seeing that the patience in Lin Moyu's eyes was quickly disappearing and the fire of burning the world would continue to burn, he said timidly, "I dare not say it. Whether it is the world will of the Origin Continent or Lin Moyu, their methods are terrifying to force a dignified Origin Dao master to such a point." Lin Moyu asked, "So, that guy has a backup plan in your place to control you?" Lei Jiuxuan didn't say anything, just nodded. Lin Moyu said, "This control method should be triggered by certain conditions, right?" Lei Jiuxuan nodded again. "I can't betray him, otherwise I will die, and this world will be destroyed, and you will get nothing." Lin Moyu did not doubt Lei Jiuxuan's words. He also believed that the world will of the Origin Continent had this ability. After all, in his own guess, the Origin Continent had buried an era with its own hands, or even more than one era. "I'm afraid even Lei Jiuxuan may not know this secret." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Just tell me everything you can. You know what I want to know. Don't lie to me. I can sense it." Lei Jiuxuan felt as if he had been pardoned. Lin Moyu saw his micro-expressions and his inner thoughts, which were all reflected in his expression. However, Lei Jiuxuan did not discover the coldness hidden deep in Lin Moyu's soul. He didn't know that no matter what he said today, he couldn't escape his predetermined fate. Lei Jiuxuan began to narrate what happened that year. He didn't dare to hide anything because Lin Moyu was so terrifying that he was completely overwhelmed. When he was born, thousands of thunders roared. He had thunder patterns on his body and was born to be close to the path of thunder. Since childhood, Lei Jiuxuan showed amazing talent in cultivation and was soon accepted as a disciple by a sect called the Angry Thunder Sect. He had great luck and encountered adventures everywhere. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and in just 10,000 years he had reached the Great Dao Realm. After entering the Dao Realm, he continued to make rapid progress and encountered many adventures. When he entered the virtual world, he also encountered large crystal virtual beasts. He didn't need to leave the world of the Origin Continent to hunt virtual beasts. Moreover, the virtual beasts he encountered were weaker than he thought. It felt like he was at his doorstep and people kept delivering food to him. He successfully cultivated to the high level of the first-class soul and was only one step away from becoming a Taoist master. At that time, there was no master of Thunder Avenue. It is at this time that the will of the world descends. The will of the world placed the Origin of Thunder Road in front of him. As long as he was willing to submit to the will of the world, the Origin of Thunder Road would be his, and he could immediately become the master of Thunder Road. If he does not surrender, he will die. It is easy for the world will to kill him. The natural thunder is a time bomb that the world will has buried long ago. Only then did Lei Jiuxuan realize that he had been a chess piece of the world's will since birth, and the reason he had such talent and adventures was all because of the world's will. He had no choice and either live on his knees or turn into ashes without even being able to stand. He became the Taoist master and also a subordinate of the world's will, and began to work for the world's will. The first thing the world will asked him to do was to leave the Origin Continent and look for other worlds. Don't look for it in the virtual world, but look for it in the real world. The worlds will seek out the real world to invade and plunder the fortune of other worlds. He found 2 small worlds for the world will, which was considered a contribution to the world will, and he received a lot of rewards. His power increased, and only then did he realize that although he was the Lord of Tao, the great way of thunder was still in the hands of the world will. The power of the great Tao that he can control is not all. The power of the world's will was beyond his imagination. He became more obedient and dared not disobey in any way. Until later, when the Origin catastrophe broke out, the Black Water Realm and the Heavenly God Realm, along with several of their affiliated worlds, came knocking on the door. At that time, he was ordered to come here to attack the Blood Rat Realm and eventually become the master of the Blood Rat Realm. But he, the master, has always been hiding behind the scenes and never shows up. The Taoist masters in the Blood Rat world also don't know that their world has a new master. As for why he did this, Jiuxuan didn't know. Lin Moyu had a blank expression on his face. In fact, he had already guessed many things, but Lei Jiuxuan's words confirmed his guesses. But the three ancestors and others looked solemn, because Lin Moyu's guess came true, and all the hope they had disappeared. They also realized that the reason they could become Tao Masters was not because of how strong their own layout was. It is because the will of the world was in a semi-dormant state during the catastrophe of origin and did not truly revive, and it lost control of the great way of heaven and earth. Once the world will truly revive, they may not necessarily have the opportunity to become Tao Lords, and even if they become Tao Lords, they will still be subject to the control of the world will. Lin Moyu asked, "People like you, what do you want?" Lei Jiuxuan shook his head. "I'm not sure, but there should be quite a few. After I discovered the world, I didn't need to care about it anymore. There should be other people who would attack that world." He probably didn't trust me completely at that time. Attack other worlds and plunder their power and luck. This is the way the world will strengthen itself, but Lin Moyu feels that there should be something deeper, and that is what the world will wants. The world will hide the things it needs most deeply and will not tell anyone. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "How did you take over the world will of the Blood Rat realm?" Lei Jiuxuan is the Taoist master of the real world. He has a physical body and is not an imaginary beast. It is impossible for him to become the world will of the Blood Rat realm. There must be other reasons. Lei Jiuxuan said, "It was his secret method that helped me create an avatar. This avatar has no real attributes, but it can accommodate my will." Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Do you know what this secret method is called?" Lei Jiuxuan shook his head, not very clear. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "Tell me in detail what happened at that time, including your feelings." Lei Jiuxuan immediately said it again, and Lin Moyu frowned. 3 Life Secret Method. Although he couldn't be sure, he was 80% sure that the method used by the world will, Zhao's, was the main secret method. The secret method once created by the genius of the Buddha clan was actually mastered by the will of the world. This also further confirmed Lin Moyu's speculation that the era belonging to the Buddha clan should have been buried by the will of the world. Lin Moyu looked at the 3 ancestors and others. "Do you have any other questions?" The third ancestor whispered, "Lei Jiuxuan, after you became the master of the Blood Rat realm, did he ask you to do anything?" Lei Jiuxuan shook his head. "No, he has been sleeping all the time and has only recently started to recover. He hasn't asked me to do anything yet." The third ancestor asked, "Then he didn't mention anything he might ask you to do in the future?" Lei Jiuxuan said, "It's okay, I just waited for orders and did it after receiving them. I haven't even met him." The third ancestor thought for a moment and said, "I have nothing else to ask." Several others also said they had nothing to ask. Lin Moyu asked, "The last question, how did the Lord of Hell die?"